They are cooking that cow. Breezy falls. Insanity goes on a killing spree. Curtain call opened up. Out June looking for an angle in with between the worlds. Already one kill gonna get picked up. It's onto Insanity. He'll get out of the range of it. Fourth shot not gonna land in the fight. Breaking out. Crimson instantly has to bail, and so does Out June. CCG are getting fed to the wolves right now as a rampage is found by Tomi. Ember's divide will yeet them to their demise, and 4 fall for CCG. Unblemished is Luminosity, and they'll claim the ace.
The hub, I'm so sorry. The knockdown coming through, the kill back, maybe it's enough. Kizno will not survive. That's a little unfortunate. Now he's gonna die. Up with the all-in. It's gonna be him getting the kill as well. But now Chrome chasing him down. Lethal tempo activated. He the smite from music to get the one grub. There's that TP you're talking about. TFLA coming on the flank, going with the hammer smash, and Pobelter looking for the big combo, but right into the bullet time. They all have to spread. Levitate separating the entire team as Samikin looking for Pobelter, looking for the revenge. One more auto. Spica's trying to save him. The dodge out. Pobelter, it will fall. The shutdown goes to Samikin, and now Cracker's in the fight. Cracker's looking for his own stake in this game, but Spica.
Continue this gold advantage here. And the Emperor's Divide running low jazz. He's going to try to flash away, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to keep him in place. And Mega Inferno Bomb compared to a 2.5 item zigs. Low jazz goes in, finds a suppression onto 1 with Breezy, but now he's gone. And Public Execution right into the backline. Bad's forced to flash away. Still has the cleanse, but his front line is gone. Decoy trying to do everything he can with the World Ender to keep his world alive. But Array in the front line, you know, having a little fun with that AMI.
Welcome one and welcome all to the final day of the regular season here at NACL Split 1 of 2025. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and I couldn't be more honored and more excited to kick this final day off with you, bud.
I couldn't be more excited as well. I couldn't get rid of you if I wanted to, Mazel, because we're always casting together, and I don't want to get rid of you. So, you know, it worked out perfectly.
I was worried for a moment.
No, I know. It's just keeping people interested until you give them, like, the big thing that they're looking for. But, yes, I'm so excited to cast this final day of the regular split here in 2025 Split 1 with you. It's going to be a great day, and we're not the only ones going to be here today, but that's a little bit for later.
Yeah, it's a long day, so we're going to have another caster pair coming in the end. It's going to be Rafa and Cubby coming for the last series. Should be a lot of fun. If you've missed any of that action, if you've missed any of the talk of the town for NACL, yeah, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, if you didn't know, we have a bunch of socials. They're going to be popping up in the top left of your screen here soon, and make sure you go check those out as quickly as possible. We have had some really banger games across the week so far. 3 days already, action-packed across the board.
Yeah.
And now getting into our 4th day with 3 best of 3s on the line. But that being said, let's go ahead and take a look down memory lane, maybe. Like, take a look at yesterday's games, because there were some fun ones, I gotta say. Although I will say Blue Otter, not exactly happy that their playoff berth was canceled, but it still means that they will be alive for Summer Split.
Yeah, at least that's something they can take away from their victory over Apex Mission Impossible. And unfortunately, that means Apex Mission Impossible actually ended up taking 9th place instead of Supernova. So I saw the Supernova players in the chat during the stream. They're like, so sigh of relief, big fans of Blue Otter. And they pretty much saved them by winning this match. So now it's going to be AMI and Polestar who will have to win their way back into the promotion tournament if they want to be here in Split 2.
And I know a couple of the members from AMI took to Twitter saying, you know, we feel confident that we can re-earn our spot back and get another attempt in summer. It means a lot to these players to even have made it to this point. So I love to hear that positive mindset coming into that promo relegation, because it's a difficult task. We got to face off against a whole new slew of competition. A lot of players that you've probably seen before, but it's your spot on the line for summer. So got to keep the good vibes going there. But I know the good vibes for Blue Water in some regard, maybe a little bit 50-50 on that. They had a lot higher expectations for themselves, but they can rest assured that at least them and Supernova will be back in summer.
Yeah, and you know, the thing, I was listening to Cubby talk about it as well during the cast there with Rafa. Just the idea that, you know, there are going to be some changes for Blue Water. That's kind of the sad one. This team stayed together as 5 after a pretty legendary run last summer. And the fact that, I mean, someone like Quacker in the interview mentioned that, you know, he's not going to play anymore. Of course, you know, he said that and come back, but it did feel very final listening to him talk about it in the interview. And who knows, there could be other changes going on towards this next split. So really appreciate seeing these players in this form, even if it wasn't the greatest split after last summer.
Yeah, talking about taking a back seat from the path to pro. Still open to collegiate, so you collegiate teams, look out for him. Give him a scholarship. Let him go get his master's. But this game right here, obviously we talked a little bit into it, but this was the Giga Banger of all Giga Bangers. I mean, this was the matchup that everybody was waiting for. I feel like all split long, because we've known these two teams to be so close in contention, and boy, did it pay off.
Yeah, it did. I mean, CCG is a team that was really good throughout the entire split. Of course, I still believe they are good, but it really feels like the performance is waning a bit in the back half of this split, Mazel. And that's why I was one of the people who predicted that CCG wouldn't be able to actually take this one. It feels like conviction get better with each match. And I mean, we got to give shout outs to the coach who actually gave a shout out in turn to Manui and how he's able to contribute with his knowledge to how this team drafts, how they play.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest importance, and something we highlight every time we cast over Manui is his voice, his leadership. I know he's tried to take on that mantle a little bit more on this team as well, and the efforts are felt, that's for sure. As we take a look at the standings here, most things are decided, but you may ask, what is not decided? And it's the bye, the most important part of the whole standings, it feels like. First and second place get a bye in the first round of playoffs to get to feel out their competition. Near Airport need a lot of things to go their way if they want to make it into that top 2.
Yeah, not only do they need to 2-0 their series today against Polestar, which I mean is certainly possible and likely in my opinion. The fact is Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, and Luminosity, because they have that better record than them, would also need to lose their matches today. So the bare minimum for Near Airport, exactly, the bare minimum for Near Airport is a 2-0 and then crossing your fingers basically.
And I know for Near Airport, we can talk about their performance. Obviously, a big upset, probably the upset of the split coming through that last time around, but maybe some factors outside circumstances really leaning on that. I expect them to be hungry to get this. I mean, you never know what kind of mindset's going to be approached. Obviously, these guys have been putting a lot of effort into this, and they have been really damn good. So really want to see what version of them we get today, and if they're really fighting for that first, second spot and going for that clean 2-0. But that's our standings as we go into the last day of games. Speaking of, we got 3 fearless best of 3s on the docket. Winthrop versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Near Airport versus Polestar, and Luminosity Gaming versus Supernova. The 3-headed Hydra is alive and present on the last day.
That's right, and they all have a match that we have that we're going to end up watching to get that final iteration of what the top 2 is going to look like. Because it's been said today, it's been said yesterday, top 2 gets you a bye in that first round, and everybody is eyeing that one. Every one of these 3-headed Hydra are looking for that spot, but unfortunately, one of them's going to lose their head in this.
Yeah, they're going to have to slog it out with the rest of them in that first round. And after a split that has seen such high highs from all 3 of the teams, we'll see who ends up faltering at the end. We've already seen a little bit of a stumble from Near Airport themselves. But that being said, I think this first matchup is really, really interesting nonetheless.
Oh, yes.
Because Winthrop versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Winthrop just had the biggest upset of the entire split.
Yeah.
Do they do it again? And Dark Zero Dragonsteel, to secure that first or second seed, they need a win here. And being able to take a 2-0 makes NA unable to reach them.
Yeah, and it's really important to point out, too, that while this iteration of Dark Zero is quite strong, it isn't the same as the one we had in the first half of the split, where they hadn't dropped not only a series, but not even a single map. So it really gives you a bit more context into how possible it is for Winthrop to be able to take this win. You mentioned it, Mazel. They had a great upset against Near Airport just a couple of days ago, and we got to give them credit for, I think, the creative style that they wanted to go for, playing to more of their strengths, seeing a lot of champions that really aren't popular here at NACL in the current metagame. Camille, Karma, Nocturne, of course, is a really important one. Even Denethor's Gnar had such a big impact on that series, and I really like that Winthrop really stuck to their own style, and they overcome such a good team.
I'm just saying, you left out one very important name in that. Game 3 Jin for mobility.
That's true. No, my fault.
Big.
My fault.
Yeah. Take the blame. Take the blame.
I'll hold that.
No, but it really was an incredible performance from Winthrop, and obviously this is their series against AMI early in the season, but it really was about a holistic effort from Winthrop. It was the cleanliness around objectives. It was them pushing when they knew they had pressure, and the guidance of Denethor in the side lane on the Camille, being able to handle that Nidalee as well, was so nice. So I want to see what kind of Winthrop we're going to get. I mean, they've been looking really clean. We've said it time and time and again. They have been playing the most amount of games out of, it feels like, anybody in NACL, but maybe even in Tier 2, Tier 3. They've been playing across the spectrum of different competitive spheres in a League of Legends, and it's definitely showing.
Yeah, and Mobility even talked about it in that interview that we did, Mazel, saying how it felt so good for them to be able to topple Near Airport. Mobility even talked about how he played against Double Lift. I mean, a player that he's been watching on his come up, like a player that everybody in this league watched on their come up. The fact that they were able to overcome that, it give them that sense of joy, but also that understanding, that vindication, because they always believed as a team that they were capable of these heights, and now it finally felt like they're able to achieve them.
Yeah, and another big piece to that puzzle was a lot of consistent performance out of Sword in the mid lane as well. His Orianna might just be legendary at this point, but he has been picking it apart and having a lot of really good synergies with Wilson.
Yeah, and Sword is a player who I've really been excited to watch since he made his switch back to mid lane after role swapping to support from mid lane originally. And I think since he joined Winthrop and played for them during their runs in various qualifiers over this past year or two, I really liked what I've been seeing from him. So it is nice that he's able to keep this up. It's nice that he's continuing to grow, because usually when people swap away to support, you don't usually see comebacks, and you don't see comebacks that's successful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll see if it pans out for him today. Obviously, this team on the other side are no slouches. We've seen some stumbles from them, absolutely, but they finally got their first win in ACL. It's Dark Zero Dragonsteel Light Edition with Tenacity, Cryra, Toasty, Spawn, and Cryogen. Really impeccable stuff from Toasty last time around. Incredible series for him. And there's a reason why everybody was so hyped around this guy. Everybody wanted to see him again, and it was such an unfortunate circumstance to see him not on a starting roster in NACL, but he proved why.
Yeah, and I really want to clarify what we mean when we call this Dark Zero Dragonsteel Light. It really does speak to the quality of the roster that played in the first half of the split and how good at League of Legends all of those players were. It is not a detriment to the players on this team, because Cryra, Toasty, and Cryogen especially are players we watched last summer. A lot of us really liked the potential we saw in them. Toasty, of course, most of all. And it is great that, the organization of Maryville is giving them this opportunity with that 10-man roster. Now it's looking like this roster is here to stay for the rest of the split here on Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And it's great to see them go this far and see how far they'll go.
Yeah, it's a lot to say that this team, that first iteration of this team went undefeated, but it is also a huge respect and a lot of weight given on and put on the shoulders of this team when Niles himself, the coach, is saying they will secure us first and second seed here to get us that bye. They have a lot of confidence in this roster. This roster's been scrimming behind the scenes as well. They've been playing together. We have seen some of those synergistic issues from them, but obviously as more stage time comes along, it's going to look better and better.
Exactly. It just needs a little bit of time, and I think we're already starting to see more of that. And again, you talk about Toasty having one of the best plays of the split. That Azir play was disgusting, and a prime example of the kind of potential we see in a player like that, and the fact that, I mean, he drops plays that we get hyped about relatively often, and he's someone who we know, considering his age too, just has so much further to go, and so exciting to watch.
That's why I really like that last series matchup between Samikin and Toast, because it feels like those next generation prodigies in the mid lane. We take a look at his stats here. Obviously, a decent amount of melee focus in the mid lane, but his Azir, that play should be in the record books of NACL at least. It was a great one, and you always have to be worried about those control mages from mid too.
Of course, and you know, melee specialists are always my favorite kind of mid laners because A, they're super fun to play and super fun to watch, but also when they're able to use the standard mid laner picks like your Oriannas, your Syntras, your Azirs, and things like that, it really just shows that champion depth that is so important when you're trying to move through tier 2 and move up to that next level.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of these players are looking for that here. There's a reason why we're in tier 2, and at the end of summer, one team is going to get their shot to get that spot away from DSG. But that's a long way from now. And as we take a look more into this series as a whole, it is all about what our predictions are going to be looking like, because we were maybe a little bit wrong last time. Everybody focused on this side of the matchup away from Winthrop. But again, will we be on the dark side of things, or will we be on the light side? Everybody is on Dark Zero Dragonsteel's side of things, but Winthrop gave us one of the biggest upsets in their last series.
Yeah, they did, and honestly, because we did these votes a couple of days ago before the week actually started, and so these votes happened before Winthrop got the upset, and it made me second guess. It made me think, oh my god, have I made a mistake? Can I change this before my next show? But I've decided to stick with it because I still think this iteration with Dragonsteel is really strong, and I mean, it's a lot closer than these predictions make it look, though.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I would have switched it. If I would have known how good Winthrop were performing, I would have switched, but we didn't have that benefit of the doubt, and here we are. Maybe a little bit of egg on our face after this one, but maybe a little bit of confidence in Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Again, this team is no slouch, but an important one for them as well. Trying to secure that first and second seed. Again, you get the first round bye if you do end up making it there. It's the big contentious battle between them, Luminosity Gaming, and Near Airport, as we take a look at the biggest bans against Winthrop. Very preliminary focus on a lot of the big meta picks.
Right, and I have a feeling today's are going to look slightly different after what Winthrop were able to accomplish the other day. Again, I think the Nocturne champ especially might end up being a little more, take a little more of notice in the draft phase later on, just because of the success that champion picked. And I think even more importantly, Denethor's Camille, because just considering a lot of the matchups we're seeing lately, Camille does actually feel like she's in a good place right now, especially with the pop-up of tanks like Scion in the top lane. It just feels like a natural answer that I think Dragonsteel will have to be aware of.
And I'm very curious what those answers are going to be like, especially with some of that flexibility in the meta that we've been seeing. But on the other side of things, against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, feels like we're probably going to have a couple of the similar ones as well. The Varus still in there, but big focus on those top laners going against this side of things. Obviously, these stats are from the entire split. So definitely thinking a little bit back to when Zamudo was at that top side, but Tenacity will be looking to kind of fill that role and has been leaning on some of those different flexible picks. He even picked out the Garen in top lane just not that long ago.
Yeah, and I will point out the Azir is here that we didn't see on the other side and don't see as often, but this champion, particularly in Toasty's hands, is really powerful. I remember we talked about Lennon the other day. Before our show on Wednesday, Mazel, Azir had a 65% win rate, if I'm remembering correctly, while being only 1 or 2 games away from one of the most picked champions, and has the highest win rate by far. This champion's in a really good place right now, and more teams are starting to notice.
Yeah, exactly that. Also, a little shout out to Spyrax's Azir there as well, because that man was dirty on that champion. It just seems like a trend
dirty on every champion.
there in that organization's here. But as we're going to be cresting into game number 1 here, we're getting draft kicked off. I have to take a look at the priority we're getting over this mid lane matchup. Sword versus Toasty, a very important one. Winthrop going to be on the blue side to start it off. Going to see some meta bans taken away from their side of things. Callista primarily against Spawn, taking away one of his comfort picks as well.
Yeah, it really shows you the respect they're paying towards a player like Spawn and his experience and love for the champion. Because remember, we're on this patch where Callista got nerfed. Particularly base health, base AD, I think is worth noting because that's usually what makes or breaks AD carries in the bot lane. So the fact that they're still throwing respect that way really just goes to show you how much they respect Spawn.
Exactly that. The Rise is going to be that ban. The Scion as a quick response. Seems like Winthrop are ready to go. They're just taking their bans so quickly. But it is going to be that focus towards Tenacity to take away that kind of just tank wall in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Scion's popularity cannot be understated so far this year, so makes sense you want to be getting rid of that one. But I have a feeling when we see sides swap, that Winthrop will probably leave that one up to bait a blind Scion so they can get that Camille counter. This is something to look forward to in upcoming games in this match, excuse me. But now I'm most curious about what Winthrop are looking to prioritize, like what's going to be up and available for them. Is it the mid lane matchup that you talked about? Could it be a priority on the bot lane, especially if Varus doesn't get banned by Dark Zero? We'll see.
Yeah, we will. I do like the vibe ban here as well, just taking away some of that facilitation. The Nefiri, wildly enough, is open. See if they end up wanting to go with that one, but the Varus ban in the end going to still be on that big ban table we saw. The Jace first pick for Winthrop, and I might be seeing the hot dog here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense just considering the nerfs between champs like Gwen, Nefiri these last couple of patches, but Jace is pretty much untouched.
He hasn't played it yet, but
that's true. But it's a good champ.
It's a good champ. Okay, he's going to go with the Xin Zhao instead. So we'll get a little bit more of that skirmish potential there, maybe a little bit less of the carry potential that the Fairy brings, but still a lot of potent power in the Xin Zhao. But you got to think what they're going to pair up with it. I think this mid-jungle duo is extremely important to get hammered down early for Dark Zero.
Yeah, because I think we're getting to a point where Vi is getting banned a lot during the first rotation bans. So even though we don't see that Vi-Talia combination anymore, we are seeing more of Xin-Talia, which is about equally as strong and really powerful in its own right. So we could see Toasty go that route as we go later into the draft. But I mean, Rakan makes sense. Gives you really good snap engage. Crowdgen's been good on the champ. I mean, nothing else to say.
Nothing else to say. Why not?
Yeah.
Get a little bit of back and forth there, the to and fro, if you will. The Talia is going to be stolen away from Toasty, so that combination will not be available there, but maybe opening up something for themselves as the Pantheon for Wilson. Going to take the proactiveness to another level.
And it really means those ganks in the mid lane are going to be really irritating, because imagine you just get stunned by Pantheon W and get flicked immediately. You have no choice but to flash in every one of those situations, which is why Toasty, I think the Azir hover is really smart here, because it does give you that bit of movement to avoid the ganks. A lot of DPS later on into the game, and of course, big playmaking potential with the shuffle, as Toasty himself has shown us recently.
Exactly. He's going to get the premier power pick, but also gives him some of that defensive capability, engage potential as well, but they already have a decent amount of that. Maybe looking for one more sort of engage or one more sort of frontliner here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but in the second phase, they're going to ban away the Nico to start it off. Some of that big team fight capability from Winthrop. It's going to be the Ambessa to whittle down some of this top lane matchup too from the side of Winthrop.
Yeah, it makes sense. You want to remove some of the premier tops up and available. I wonder if they're going to look Shen's way, because something I've started to notice that I like, that I believe LG did this in one of their recent matches, was that in response to the Pantheon, Azazel did play the Shen support. I just think having the global match the global is really important, especially because we're in tier 2. Teams aren't the best at side laning, especially when there are global or semi-global threats up and
literally
available.
how they
so having the response is good. Yeah, so
that's how they did it. Game 3, if nobody watched it, they literally found the side lane like 7 times. I'm not even joking. You think that number is high? No, it happened.
No, it might be more.
It might have been more.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe they'll be able to take advantage of Dark Zero Dragonsteel in that same way. The Alistar ban, the Rumble ban, We'll see if that Shen is going to be that answer, and it is. I love this pick. I think Dark Zero Dragonsteel are cooking with this draft.
Yeah, it just felt very natural given the buffs Shen's gotten these last couple of patches in a row and how powerful in a position he's in right now. And of course, again, you have that response to that Grand Starfall at all times. So it's always going to be at least even numbers if it just comes to Pantheon showing up to a play in side lane. And you have a good frontliner, a good tank to make space alongside the rest of the team for Toasty and Spawn.
I really like the Rel here, actually, with the Shattering Strikes as well. If they want to go for that one, gives them a lot of that kind of AoE, but not necessarily the biggest boon for their competition. They don't have big wombo combos as well. It is the Leona for the potent catch-out potential that she brings to the table in multi-chain CC. She's also going to be that kind of duo-pronged engage potential for Winthrop.
Yeah, and I think this is the interesting thing about what we've seen here so far for Winthrop in terms of the CC is that I think Cryogen is going to have a bit of a hard time this game because Rakan, while being very mobile and very good with setting up fights, CC and things like that, very squishy as far as engage supports go. So there is that danger he's in where if he's not respectful of CC tools from Winthrop, he could die very easily before he battle dances to his team.
Yeah, it's something we have to watch out for, those kind of micro interactions. It is the Ezreal for Spawn, so another tried and true for him. Going to be a little bit more on the back foot, wait for those scalings, that 2-3 item mark for him. And that means we're even more so looking at what this mid-jungle duo can get going for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so far, I like what Winthrop have gone for themselves here. At the end of the day, the Jhin is also really nice, not just because it's picked on 4, but it does offer you that extra bit of range and utility, that follow-up. While everyone else is running in, he can also pelt in damage with that curtain call. So I think Dark Zero Dragonsteel's hope this game is that they can kind of scale to those later stages because Shen only gets stronger with what he's able to offer his team. Azir scales like crazy, and I think Spawn will, because there's really only one true tank on Winthrop and it's a support, Spawn's going to be able to get some pretty relevant damage down as this Ezreal, as long as he doesn't fall too far behind.
I do love it, though, from Winthrop. They're saying, we're going to take it to him, we're going to take it to him fast. We have a little bit of options with the kind of later fights as well as team fights, but it really is all about that early to mid-game setup and looking at how much impact Wilson can get around the map.
And it's just what they've done pretty much the entire split. This is a big part of Winthrop's identity, even in splits past. Just playing more towards this early mid-game, drafting for a lot of agency so that they can find leads and turn them into wins. Granted, it doesn't always work for them, but they managed to get a pretty huge win over Near Airport earlier this week. And again, playing to their style, playing to what's working for them. So you got to imagine this is a very comfortable spot for them to be in.
Yeah, exactly. And I know going into this game, number one, still a decent amount on the line, even if we feel like everything's starting to get tied up here in NACL. We are in the final day of the final week of regular season, getting ready for playoffs coming around the corner. And Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they want to absolutely secure first or second seed to get that first round bye in the playoffs. Niall said, even if it is the super subs, they can still bring us that victory. And Winthrop coming off that big upset win now, having secured themselves into playoffs, a lot of confidence there. But as Mobility had stated in that interview, spiking when the time is right, hitting the moment when it matters the most. And here, coming towards the end of the regular season, I think it's perfect time for them to light it up as Winthrop versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Game number 1 of our 3 best of 3 final day of the regular season kicks off now.
Yet a reminder as well for Dark Zero Dragonsteel fans, if you want to see them in the top 2, all they need today, as Lennon said earlier, is a 2-0. It means that Near Airport will not be able to take that top 2 spot away from them. So that's the hope for them, that they're able to close this one out cleanly. But given how, as you say, Winthrop spiking at the right time, it's not going to be easy.
See if they can take some of that momentum from just a couple days ago into this one here as well. Don't know how much Dark Zero Dragonsteel are going to want to be in response to a lot of the proactivity that Winthrop are coming through with, but that's why I do like the Xin Zhao for Cryo, because he does have a little bit of a standing chance in some of those fights. Although we are getting some early vision from both sides. Sword gonna be choked out here big time. I mean, gonna have to pop the pots already.
Yeah.
Mid lane matchup can be a little bit dicey early.
Yeah, nice catch out there. Just to be able to get that chunk onto Sword. He doesn't have time to back, so as you say, has to use the pots to keep his health up. Could give Toasty a little bit of an advantage. And of course, one good ward deserves another, as Winthrop were able to sneak a blue ward around Kryra's Raptors. So, as it happens with pretty much every game we're in, we're going to have an idea of where junglers are going, Gazelle.
I'm wondering, either Wilson took, we didn't see it, I don't think, maybe I wasn't paying attention, trade between the jugglers in that early vision, because that ward does have one hit off it. Wilson doesn't have a pot, Kryra does. I don't know how much 50 gold matters, but you know, it is what it is. It's information.
That's all, exactly.
So we take a look, both jugglers going to be starting in this top side of their map, so they will be passing down towards pot.
Yeah, and right now, again, Winthrop, more known for playing the style that focuses on that early and mid game, have the comp to do exactly that. So eyes are going to be on the junglers, particularly Wilson. Let's see what he's going to be able to get done as he's playing the Pantheon. A lot of early game power, a lot of CC potential. When you pair it with lanes like Sword with the Talia, like only 35 in the Leona, there's a lot of gank assists.
Take a look at some of the stats between the junglers. Obviously, way fewer games for Kryra, but still having major impacts. And a lot more games for Wilson, but more kill participation. A big influence through the early fluctuations of Winthrop's games. Obviously, it wasn't going well for them for a majority of the split. But as we had said already, being able to turn it on at the very end, especially going into playoffs, is the most important time. Doesn't matter whatever happened in the earlier parts of the split, as long as you made it to playoffs and then you find that form.
Honestly, yeah, whatever your record going into playoffs then is irrelevant as long as you're peaking at the right time. And Winthrop, again, are doing just that. Mobility mentioned in the interview, this is how good he believed their team to be, and them finally being able to live up to that and get these wins, these successes, was so important for him. And of course, they're really motivated going into this series as well against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, just to see how far they can go.
See just how far they're willing to take it as well. I do wonder now, though, that we're getting to the kind of culminations of the path for both. We already got the reset out from Kryra, but something that we've been kind of keeping an eye on now with the new map state. Obviously, if you haven't been here, there's only one spawn of grubs and it starts at 8 minutes. You want to see maybe some more differentiation in the path from the junglers, but both sides will end up just getting the resets. Funnily enough, Kryra went for the reset before taking the scuttle. Still should be able to secure that one as he goes out.
Yeah, that decision to take on some extra time is really interesting. Getting back on the map faster might make it easier for him to respond to plays, just because of how he must know Wilson is going to be very active on the map. So I think that decision, while it hasn't borne fruit yet, I can kind of get the idea behind it. Plus, because he just took the scuttle, now they'll have that vision a little longer.
Oh, mobility is very low.
Oh my god.
One auto in range. Spawn
Or
looking for an arcane shift, looking for a flash. Not going to go for the mystic shot just yet, but they will get this massive push in and already developing a CS differential down here. As we get call out as 40 HP there in the bot lane, but now only 35's in a lot of trouble down there too.
And I love that they just don't even take the risk, allow Mobility to finish the back, because that's a big wave crashing on that bottom turret. It means Mobility is losing out on a good amount of gold and experience, and it's allowing Spawn to be able to get that leg up on him, get a good recall, and just be able to get that tier and a call that Ezreal loves to have so bad.
Wilson going to be looking for a little bit of something in mid lane now. Going to go with the flash play, seismic shove, and there's that combo. Toasty! He's out, no flash. Spear. EK flashes into it! Oh no! Spear through the heart! Heart broken! And Wilson with the first blood for Winthrop.
Wilson's going to have to change his name to Oracle because he saw Toasty's future and it only ended one way, in gray. Really nice read coming through here on a comp where, again, really important for Wilson to get the ball rolling.
Second guessing. Oh no. Oh no. We're going to get the slow-mo.
Man, this is a tough watch.
With no health. Oh my goodness.
This was the difference maker here. Right or wrong, makes a big difference there for Wilson. The fact that he got the flash and killed the Azir, we need a word stronger than worth let in.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's the definition right there.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Toasty getting so tilted off of that too.
Oh, I'm so pissed.
That feels real bad. It will end up being, though, Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking the early dragon on the bot side. It will be a Cloud Dragon to start it off as well. Get a little bit of MS out of movement, out of combat rather. But now we got to start refocusing, as we do have a 3v3 developing on bot side, but grubs are going to be coming up. I'm sure that's why Wilson is getting the reset out. Grand Entrance going to go a little bit wide, and now he stops the back and now comes through, as that's a really nice little moment from Dark Zero Dragonsteel to force the pressure.
Yeah, waste a little bit of time, and it's a big deal for Dark Zero to get that dragon too, because considering they're very comfortable with letting the game go late, scaling up to past 20 minutes, the fact that they're able to get an early Drake and slow down Winthrop's progression towards the Dragon's Soul, I think is also very valuable too.
Tenacity and Denethor said, you guys aren't focusing on us enough. We're going to fight.
We need to fight, yeah.
Nothing's happened up here. 7.5 minutes. We have to do something. But something's about to happen because those grubs spawning about 30 seconds. Again, there is only one spawn. 3 grubs. 2 of them count as 1 for the objective marker of the feats of strength. But you definitely want the 3 with the mites. And we'll see the movement from the bot lane first from Dark Zero Dragonsteel towards top side.
Yeah, it is tough though because Tenacity did get a late back, so he's gonna Dark Zero overall are dropping a wave to make this one happen, but ultimately it's still a fight that Dark Zero are really happy to take, because even without teleport, Tenacity can join with that Stand United. It should allow Dark Zero to just have that pressure over this top side, because Denethor, I mean, he has to match on the bottom side, and he's basically removed himself from this fight.
Wilson's in a lot of trouble here. They're going to try to get the Weaver's Wall across. Turning it around, the flipped on its head table here, as Cryogen making it out with the Stand United. Tenacity goes for the flash play with the taunt. They're going to find Wilson eventually, as Tenacity gets the kill there. That's massive. And the rest of Winthrop are trying to pick up the pieces here as Dark Zero Dragonsteel go for the grub.
Yeah, there it is. That Stand United coming in clutch for Tenacity. They were playing with their lives on such a thin margin, but not only do they kill Wilson, they succeed in getting all 3 grubs nice and easy. So that's Grub-ageddon, baby. There's nothing else to say unless only 35 can get the most legendary steal, but I think he's just going to die.
Oh, he's going to have to burn his flash, which is not great. It does have Hex Flash. But I'm actually going to say Grand Starfall used. They're bringing everything. Winthrop. No, I mean, he doesn't have it. He just used it the last time around. Wilson did a lot of hurt now. He's about to die again. You just fed yourself to the maw of the ravenous beast. Only 35 will try to get the connection there, but in the end, Sword will just end up going down to Toasty. Big deadly flourish into the curtain call combo, and this is the setup for mobility as he's finding one. There's only 35 trying to find the last one, but Toasty wants to clean him up. This is absolute chaos and benefiting from the last day of the regular season. Toasty with the lethal tempo will find the kill, but now flashed on, 4th shot, mobility gets the double kill.
That's the kind of excitement we want to see on the last day of the split let-in, because these teams are not letting up, they're not letting these fights end, and they're trying to take whatever they can from each other. And this is huge, because even though they go even on kills, the fact that they're able to deny that final grub is important.
Really weird interaction right there, by the way. Got a freeze framed after the hammer pop, but that will be the flash from Denethor used. He was about to die.
Yeah, I mean, Shen, deceptive, especially with going for that lethality build on the Jace. He's going to be really tanky. We're going to watch this one again. Wilson didn't quite have...
like Wilson
I guess
put his body on the line.
Exactly, but I mean, it really did cost him. And really the only thing that made this kind of okay for Winthrop is the fact that they kept this fight going on and on and on, and mobility clutches up big time, being able to get some serious damage down with the curtain call.
Toasty with the kill of the lethal tempo is here. Watch this little last pick that comes through.
Little tiny,
and unfortunately, the feats of warfare as well.
Yeah, but Toasty, calculator wasn't quite calculating as well as he might have hoped. Did not need to use the shifting sands, and that ended up leading to his death.
That will end up being, though, first items completed off of that chaos. Nashor's Tooth there for
Yeah.
Toasty, as well as the Archangels waiting to turn into Seraphims for a Sword. A little bit of movement around this top side of the map as Grubs hadn't been finished. Still one left up there as Dark Zero had taken the one. Dragon number 2 is coming up now, though, and there's already been some ping from Dark Zero Dragonsteel on that side of the map.
Winthrop as well. The good thing for Dark Zero that fight took so long was they actually prevent Winthrop from being able to spend the time to take that last grub, because they're the ones who have this first look on the dragon. They're not only getting the first one, which is great for them, but any extra one is just such a huge bonus because they don't necessarily need this soul, but denying it from Winthrop is huge.
Look at the Weaver's Wall coming across. Grand Starfall there. It's secured by Kryra. He sits it. He sticks it. He's going down, but he got the objective now. And now all Dark Zero Dragonsteel need to do is get away from the fight. They won't get the kill back, but they still took the objective. Spawn gonna have to flash out a seismic shove. He's in a lot of trouble now, though.
Spawn.
He doesn't realize only 35 Wilson are right there. Wilson feeling a little bit hesitant as they're trying to push in this mid lane and get some of these turret plates that are left standing.
Honestly, the fact that Winthrop were able to secure that kill and the plate for mobility really eases the sting of losing that dragon. But I think now we're really comfortable saying that Winthrop not really getting anywhere close to a Dragon Soul this game. So they're going to just have to win this one the old-fashioned way with money, Mazel, with the moolah, the big leads to give them the damage to win.
I will say also in that little moment, Tenacity did use the Stand United, I believe was stopped by Denethor's Hammer Swing. So we'll see if that comes back to bite him now. Only 35 trying to answer up towards Kryra. Kryra's tanking the turret. Oh no, that's a mistake, but he might be able to get out, slink out, go back in, gets the kill. Killer instinct in his eyes. Kryra gets the turn.
You no respect coming through from Denethor, and as much as only 35 wants to waste time, he's giving his life away. Okay.
That's a lot of damage. If he has mobility coming up, who does have Collector completed, is on 3 kills. But yeah, that was a little bit scary there. He's on a ward right now. See if Tenacity wants to stop him. He's going to go over. He's like, okay, you got me.
Yeah, and then he clears the ward and realizes, I see. Well, nice play there from Kryra to be able to turn that one into a kill and walk away to boot. And I think this setup is honestly okay for Tenacity because look at the armor he's already working with. He has those tier 2 boots there, the plated steel clamps that are upgraded because of the feats of warfare. Has cloth armor too. The fact that this Jin Wen collector, even Denethor going lethality as well. It does mean as time goes on, Tenacity will be able to be a very annoying tank because you got to imagine he's building a lot of armor this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so hard to handle once time goes on. And I think that's where we have to refocus what we were saying from the draft. Like, this is not enough of a lead for what we were. Oh my God, he got it. Oh, that's just despicable.
FF boys.
That is just despicable. 3 grubs secured by Dark Zero Dragonsteel off the back of a snipe from Spawn on his signature Ezreal. And you'll love to see some of that veterancy coming into play. But yeah, if this is a situation that Winthrop needs to be ahead with their composition.
Yeah, and every loss like that hurts so much, which is why Sword dying would feel pretty bad.
It's gonna happen though. Oh, even flashes into the Emperor's Divide, and Toasty will pick that up all day. Denethor is gonna get the side lane turret here, responded to by Tenacity, but a little bit too late. Tenacity gonna try to fight this one out as well. Denethor's in trouble. Denethor has to flash some way as Grand Starfall's coming in. Maybe they turn it on its head yet again. Tenacity's real damn tanky though, as he's looking for the taunt back now and trying to use it defensively. Will end up getting out as it's a very, very tense affair so far in this game.
It feels really bad too to use the Grand Starfall just to save one of your laners as well. It's a big tool meant for setting up plays. Used in that way, it does give Dark Zero that little bit of extra space to push outside lanes while it's down. That bit of comfort being like, you know, not only do I have Shen at my back, Wilson can't join from 60 screens away.
I like that. That's a good unit of measurement.
Thank you.
60 screens away. I'm gonna start measuring my daily life like that. How many screens of League of Legends is this?
I mean, if we're talking frames, probably a lot, because, you know, technically a frame is a still on the screen.
Oh, God, I think we're getting too tactical with that.
Okay.
Pull back.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to yes-and you.
Check. Appreciate you. You always got my back, bro.
I got you.
Anyways, it's about that now set up on the map as we have the Rift Herald that is up, but the more important part is Dragon. In about 40 seconds, Dark Zero Dragonsteel could go up to that soul point for themselves, which would be very, very good for their composition, but also for their win condition that we talked about already.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they never really needed it this game, but they're able to get 2 so far. They might as well continue this focus, especially with the fact that Toasty is in a really strong spot right now. He's hit 2 items way ahead of schedule here. It's 16 minutes. He's already finished that Leandri, so he is in a really strong position here right before this dragon spawns.
Take a look at some of the poke coming through. We're going to take a look also at that steal of the True Shot Barrage
Wilson's
coming across.
Shame. Close your eyes, everyone.
Oh, the sniper shot. Oh, man. He even had smite. That feels bad.
Yeah. What I would
we're back in alive, though. We got the immediate kickoff of the fight. Great
Nice
entrance
charm.
in from Cryogen as well. Dropping in hot, but Winthrop are dropping out after that one. Dragon going to be started off by Dark Zero, and there's no contest coming out from the Eagles.
Yeah, no curtain call, no solar flare. You don't want this fight, even if they paid you for it. So they're going to have to walk away. Tail between their legs. Maybe they can get a setup on this Rift Herald. Hopefully allow them to pick up something. But Dark Zero, just like that. Soul point. 17 minutes in the game. And Lennon, the Hextech Soul. That's not only is that good for their comp, that's good for any comp.
That's good for any comp. And yeah, see how they utilize that in that next 5 minutes, if they can force the hand of Winthrop. But now Winthrop will get their own tool as a rebuttal in the Rift Herald. I always really like using the Rift Herald as a distraction tool ahead of those dragon fights. So see if Winthrop want to hold on to that, utilize it in mid or bot, more than likely mid. But as we come back into things now, this dead state even game is not benefiting Winthrop.
No, and it really doesn't feel as even as it looks, Mazel, because if we look at aggregate, there's only a 500 gold lead for Dark Zero. That doesn't sound too bad. But if we look at the items, the fact that Toasty's been sitting on 2 for a couple of minutes now, I think that's the big takeaway. Nobody else on either team has hit that mark yet, and this champion in the Azir, who scales so nicely, is a big source of DPS late game in any team comp. Being ahead at this state of the game really just makes this game so much easier for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And this is Toasty we're talking about. He's great at this champion. It makes it that much scarier.
Coming off a Play of the Year candidate
I'll never shut up about
it. If you didn't catch it, go to socials, go watch it. It happened on Wednesday?
I don't remember.
It was Tuesday.
We've had a lot of games.
Anyways, it's a long week, 4 days of games.
Tuesday,
I've
right.
been on 3 of them.
You have.
Which is an honor, honestly, in the final week of the regular season. But now we get these setups for second items coming across. Do we feel a little bit better for Dark Zero or Winthrop now that you do have that IE for mobility completed?
Yeah, I'm glad you shut that out. That is a big spike there for the Jhin, as I mean, you know, as well as I do. And mobility, this is a champion that he performed great on the other day when we were watching them play against Near Airport. He's going to have to do so again on such a big power spike because Winthrop are running out of time in this game 1, Mazel, and it's only getting harder with the threat of that Dragon Soul looming over the horizon over these next couple of minutes.
And as soon as Spawn hits that second item, it will be transformed as well to the Miramana, and he will be pumping damage. Now, Sword and Winthrop looking for a fight ahead of this setup here, as we are now looking at a lean on top side. Atacon is up this way. Neither team really going to be in prime position to be starting that up anytime soon, but Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they want to punish Wilson, who will indeed get punished. He'll have to pop the shield, and he's just going to be popped. As now that Weaver's walking across is not going to do much. True Shot Barrage across the 2. Flash is coming out. White flag's been raised. Maybe Tenacity's caught out a little bit, though. Big side at the Emperor's Divide. Truly reigning as the Emperor himself. Toasty with a big play to shut it down.
At Winthrop University, your Emperor has returned as Toasty's going to clean up the fight to give even more gold into Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And as they move top lane, they're going to set up to pick up this Otacon as they are going to rule over this game 1.
Toasty's Azir is no joke. 7-2 now, seemingly out of nowhere, but been building this lead this entire game as well. Confident pick into Talia that Winthrop seemingly wanted to take away from the combination of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. But this man has been on a tear this week.
This week and today, just the latest in a long list of feats from Toasty, formerly Toasty Alex. And now this game has really spiraled out of control for Winthrop. Where they were nervous and running out of time before, at this point, their time is just about run out, because now we're reaching those key item breakpoints that we talked about. Spawns hit that upgraded Muramana. Tenacity just gets tankier and tankier and harder for anyone, especially Winthrop's lethality building champions, anything to do about it. So,
Spawn caught out. Double CC. He had to pop everything and still dies. Another shot was coming across. Only 35 now with Denethor. Going to catch out Kryra. Hammer slam doesn't come through. Kryra still alive with the crushing guard. Toasty having to get out as well. Winthrop trying to take advantage. Of this moment. Toasty going low, going down. Shutdown goes over to Sword. Now Sword is working in the choke point. Seismic shove in, and Tenacity's fighting a 1v4. Gonna dash out, but will be taken down. Deadly Flourish connects, but it's not enough. But there goes Sword. Wants to take him down. Can't find him. But Winthrop, what the upset fight.
And really important. I cannot understate how necessary a successful play like that was to be able to earn some more gold, break open the map with taking this tier 1 turret, and just in time for that dragon to spawn, they have to set their sights on it. They have to take that away to deny that dragon soul, and Winthrop still showing signs of life.
They are indeed, and they're going to take this dragon, deny that stacking from the Dark Zero Dragonsteel. A little bit of a fumble. Yeah, it was a little bit close. Yeah. A little bit of a fumble from Dark Zero Dragonsteel will be absolutely capitalized on by Winthrop. They now take a bit of that advantage. They're on 2 item spikes, aplenty here. They bought themselves a little bit of time, even if time isn't necessarily their friend in this game. As Rift Herald was coming down, they didn't get a chance to use it. It will just be AFK dropped and bot. Yeah,
probably not going to get a charge on that tier 2, but I mean, that fight again, so important there for Winthrop, and I think a perfect example of the only way they can reasonably win these fights. They have to catch out the squishy members, because if we're looking at builds here, especially for the core damage dealers, a Denethor, mobility, it's lethality, a lot of burst damage, so unless they can get that damage straight onto Toasty and Spawn, it's really hard for them to be effective because of how much armor Tenacity is working with.
Tenacity's in trouble now, though. He's getting locked down. The rest of Dark Zero Dragon still coming back in. Cryogen gets locked down as he goes for the engage, and now Winthrop are taking advantage of it. They're together. They're playing well. Denethor gets scooped in as Toasty ends up finding the difference maker. Another explosion rocks the board as that big Atacon is going to make a big difference here. And Spawn's able to pop some shots into mobility, trying to find the shot over there. Can't find it. Now mobility overextended. Goes down. Stand United as well, and here comes the team as Spawn goes forward with the arcane shift. Gonna try to find Wilson. Big kill from Wilson. On to Kryra now, though, as now Spawn finds the side fight. Wilson's gonna go down 2, and the ace in the end comes through for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
And you can see it, Winthrop, they are trying to take whatever fight they can, but they overstayed their welcome just a little bit, allowing Dark Zero to come out on top in the end, and going down in kills to this team that's continuing to scale, continuing to be more dangerous as time goes on, is really not ideal for them.
Dude, what is this game right now?
We keep fighting.
Insane. 28 kills, 29 kills now in 25 minutes. As Toasty's going to find another one. Go up to 9-3. Tenacity's now in trouble as he's being ran down by Denethor, feeling good after he's almost got his 3rd item spike. And now Tenacity will be caught. Going to try to fight back with that Spirit's Refuge. And Tenacity with the play! With the solo polo! And that's the Shen diff right there.
I'm telling you, this champ is not okay, guys, and Tenacity proves exactly why, and it's perfect timing. He has TP, he can push this wave and recall and join the fight.
Oh, they wanted to kill Toasty. Tries to find Sword, but Sword outplays him. Now that big curtain call coming in to try to dissuade Dark Zero Dragonsteel from moving forward. 4-shot hits on a Cryogen, and that's what the 3-item spike will do for you with the Lord Doms. TP coming in a bit late from Tenacity. Was wondering if they want to turn back onto the Baron. Doesn't look like that's the case.
Spawn is full health, full mana. He's perfectly comfortable being here. So I think TPing to this one is all right, just to dissuade Winthrop, maybe trying to take an opportunity and force their vision on the river. But instead, they're going to have to very slowly, very carefully work their way up to this river here on the top side. Right now, they're 2K down. It's going to take something like a perfectly timed YOLO Baron for them to be able to find their way back into this one.
We'll see now if they can find that leg to stand on. 3 items for both teams really coming online. Almost 4th item now for Toasty as he's got that Seeker sitting in inventory.
Yeah. Death Cap too. It's a very dangerous time to be the enemy of an Azir. And, speaking of...
But you got to be careful. Sword has been putting in some serious work in a lot of these fights. If he can get into these choke points, it really makes a big difference. And here he comes to try to get the catch out. Dark Zero Dragonsteel realize they've overextended. Red will be secured by Dark Zero as Wilson was not able to get that one. Dragon coming up though in another fight where Winthrop are going to have to put up something.
Yeah, you can see it. They're trying to show up right now. Oh, the flick lands.
Oh, Tenacity is getting chunked now. You just lost a massive front like Kryra
Whoa!
goes in for the play. What is this? They are really desperate to get a play before the Dragon fight here. And now Kryra, you're not even going to have your jungler. Tenacity already used it, but now Wilson will fall too.
They're still
Trades from the junglers on both sides, but more so only 35 is down now. It's a 4v3. See if Dark Zero want to turn back on the Dragon. Looks like both teams will just reset.
Yeah, I think Dark Zero, they know they've done enough. They've maintained their foothold of vision on this red quadrant, and that's really the important thing here, Ledin. It's nice that they got that extra kill as well, but the fact is, they just completely control this bottom side of Summoner's Rift, and it's perfect timing with this dragon spawning. Winthrop can deny it no longer. They can't stall anymore. Dark Zero, they're going to get that Hex Soul.
It will indeed, and that's a nail in the coffin, that's for sure. Tenacity gonna run at mobility,
yeah.
has to immediately cancel the curtain call. No show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. As
okay, sure.
With the combo from Spawn as Tenacity. He's been playing like a demon on this Shen, sometimes for the good, sometimes for the worse, and only 35. Now we'll be looking at the better side of that Shen performance as he will be locked down, dragged out. Wow. And now another one falls. Look at Spawn pumping here. And here comes Toasty over the top for the alley-oop. Sword is going down. Wilson's going down. The double Atacon explosion. And there you go. Dark Zero Dragonsteel will absolutely force control over Summoner's Rift in this game number 1.
Yeah, Tenacity. He's just standing right in front of him, realizes that, you know what, that LDR has got a little kick, so I need to walk away before I do something silly.
Shot. You got to be careful to that.
Yeah, exactly. But I think he's just being annoying and keeping mobility here because look what's happening on the top side. Kryra, Spawn, they're just going to go ahead and take the Baron. That's going to be that nail in the coffin for Winthrop University. One more good fight with this Baron in their pockets, and we're looking at game 2.
Yeah, Toasty getting that last little tick on the bottom tier 2 and able to now come up towards this top side. Take this one down and continue to further this lead. About 7,000 gold up now and only 35. Maybe a little bit overextended. Not going to be caught out just yet, though. Wilson trying to scoop up some of his jungle here that's been left to its lonesome. Nice little vision clearing from Winthrop on this top side of the map, but the push is ever present now. The Hex Soul with the Baron buff and Toasty in top side. These turrets are about to melt.
Oh, I think these health bars are looking to melt as well.
Speaking of, a little bit on the Cryogen, but curtain call coming out. Wilson's already lost his, as now you're going to look over on to only 35 as he's trying to run out, but the TP coming to late. Denethor going to instantly flash. Now he's being ran down by Spawn. Going to dodge out of that Mystic shot, though, and now Tenacity a little bit extended here. Got to be really careful. The double slow. He's going to be there. Kryra looking for the win, becomes lightning, won't find it. Seismic shove going to go wide. And what did I say? Toasty is burning down those turrets. That was a full health tier 2 turret, and that's a full health tier 3 turret. It's already gone. No response from Winthrop, and no real possible response really needed.
No, the Baron buff is so strong, and the carries of Dark Zero are just beyond accelerated. Toasty is sitting at level 18 alongside Tenacity, both the highest level in the game. Yeah, by the most experienced member of Winthrop. Down by 3 levels, by the way. So, I mean, we talked enough about how impactful a single level is. How about 3 of them?
Dude, how is mobility the highest level? that's crazy.
I know.
This man just makes Jin look so damn good. I appreciate mobility. Keep picking Jin. He's real good at the champ, but now gonna have to find that impact here. Think Jin always good at cleaning up kills, but you've got a lot of bodies to try to get through here, and now Wilson caught out again. There's no saving grace this time.
Nope.
Only 35 is nowhere near to try to save you, and Tenacity goes on a rampage now. And Dark Zero Dragon still looking to push in this mid and bot. Go for this 4-1 style.
And I really like, again, the vision game has just been clean here for Dark Zero. Just smothering Winthrop on the map here. And while they have some tools to try and respond at the end of it, Dark Zero are too strong. They have too much gold, and their champions have scaled too far. So now with this last breath of that Baron buff, they're going to start knocking down a couple more turrets.
Turret falls in mid lane. They've left Toasty up. Toasty's looking for that big snapshot angle. Tenacity goes in. Look at Toasty. Watch for him. He's looking for damage on the only 35. Now Spot goes through. Oh my God, the double with the arcade shift and the flash, and now everything coming up. Dark Zero Dragon Steel here in game number 1. We said they needed a 2-0 to maintain that control, to maintain that heading going into playoffs with that first and second seed, getting the bye in round number 1, and now they put themselves on match point to that very dream.
They're already halfway there, Mazel. The Dragon Steel will give us that convincing victory. While I will say, Winthrop, they had a lot of good plays there in the first 10 to 15 minutes. Did keep it exciting. It really felt like once we saw Toasty get to that 2-item mark, Dark Zero did a really good job at limiting their losses, playing the vision game and the map game really nicely to give Winthrop very few opportunities to actually get back into it. Maybe 1 or 2 missteps actually led to a positive fight there for Winthrop, but otherwise, Dark Zero had their number.
They did, and they had really good control over the map. We're really playing that early game reserve, knowing that it was Winthrop that really needed those earlier advantages.
Yeah.
Not much of it to come by as well. Some crucial, I mean, we had like over a kill a minute there for a lot of that. I think we still did in the end. It was absolute chaos there. But that's also something where if you're giving resources over to the other side and you're staying even, that's not a benefit to Winthrop. They really need to have those consistent victories go only their way in those earlier fights. We'll see if they can pick it up and get this game 3 going if we can get to game 2 victory for Winthrop. As we send it off to a little break, we'll see what happens on the other side. regular season. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown, and we have a banger. Dark Zero Dragon still taking a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 over Winthrop University.
Oh my god, I forgot about that predict early on. That was really good. And it was a good game there. Winthrop, they had a very clear angle trying to win the game out in that early game. And while, you know, around the first and second Dragon, they were finding a good amount of success and some good kills. The fact is, this game was a bloody one. And a lot of the times it went even with Dark Zero getting a lot of good plays and kills of their own. I mean, this is kind of an example of that one, even though it starts off a little goofy. And the fact that the champions on Dark Zero, they just played better later, the longer the game went on, means that these scrappier fights ended up benefiting Dark Zero in the long run.
They did indeed. And it's really important to highlight that it was not without Winthrop having a fighting chance in the earlier parts of the game. Their lead just was not consistent enough. Every time there were trades, it was going back and forth. The lead was dead even. And for Winthrop, that was a travesty because it was Dark Zero the entire time that had the better composition as time went on in the game. Yeah,
and again, a lot of that gold, while it was even in aggregate, Toasty was the one getting a lot of those kills. And it allowed him to spike really hard as the Azir a lot sooner than expected. And I think that was what Dark Zero were able to leverage into an even bigger lead as well. Not to mention the fact that Dark Zero got a lot of those early game objectives, things you'd expect a Winthrop to be able to do with their comp. So it really just limited Winthrop's options in that mid game.
It did indeed, and I want to see if they give themselves maybe more options going into game number 2. But we reiterate the stakes here and why this is important for Dark Zero Dragon Tail. They want to be in that first or second seed. They need a 2-0 here to ensure that for themselves. And being able to get those 2 wins on the board will put them in that first and second seed where they get the bye. So even if it is the sub-squad Niles, the coach very confident they can pull this out for them in this last day.
Right, and while Winthrop have already qualified when they beat Near Airport the other day, locking themselves into their into playoffs, they still want to try and get as many wins as they can, as much good games as they can too, going into playoffs. Because again, it really feels like this team picked it up in the back half here of Split 1, and we talked about how important it is to spike as a team at the right time. So to continue those performances, I think would bode really well for them going into playoffs next week.
Yeah, I think so too. And trying to figure out how they want to use some of that momentum again, a team that's been playing so many damn games. We talked to Mobility and he, you know, he's just saying it's a lot of effort, a lot of work, but he loves it. He feels like they're thriving in it, and they're thriving in that pressure. So now to maybe make another big upset happen would be a really, really fun situation to have in the last day. But if you missed any of that action through the rest of the week or any of the action from game number 1, make sure you go check out our socials there in the top left of your screen. Find all the goodies and all the information you could ever ask for what's been going on in NACL. But looking ahead at this game number 2, we got a lot of the tried and true things from Winthrop, the things that have worked for them in the past. What do they try to branch off into now that we're going into a fearless game 2?
Well, for one thing, they have chosen to remain on the blue side. Again, a big priority for them and a lot of teams on this new patch there of 2509. So with that in mind, could be them trying to secure another strong first pick, another strong blind that they can go for that will kind of help them get some kind of lead here into a win, because Winthrop right now struggling a bit after that game 1, still have a lot of picks in their pocket, especially if you look to their previous match against Near Airport and the success they found there.
Yeah, and I think you have to look back to how they were playing so succinctly. They were having really good map calls in terms of macro decision making and objective control. I think that was something that got out in front of them a little bit in that game number 1. So grabbing a composition that maybe plays towards that a little bit more as well, and trying to figure out how they can have these kind of big setups. Because one thing I did love is that they stole away the Talia. Obviously, that's not available going forward, but you have to think about the bans. Is the Nefiri going to come into play? The Vi, is it going to be banned away again? And what we get in terms of that facilitation from both these junglers.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. Again, we've not seen the full depth of what either of these teams can do. It'll be more fun in playoffs when we have fearless best of 5s once again. But still, 10 champions out of the way. Another 10 will be banned. So we're going to see what's going on here. Again, gotta wonder if we're going to see something like the Camille come through for Denethor. I think every time he's played it so far, it's been really good. Or on blue side, they want to try for a safer blind pick for him on the top side, but still impactful. The Gnar, another thing he played really well on recently.
The Orianna for Sword could also be an answer if they want to get something more comfortable, or at least another comfort pick for him. They're going to stick to the Kalista ban, probably similar bans from the game number 1, since we didn't really have any change-up of sides. It is the Rise ban as well, joining.
That's right. That one, I mean, it's fine. Makes sense. If you want to remove that from Sword, I think he's like that pick a lot. I have a feeling we're not going to see very much difference in bans. Although I think the Yone actually is new, if I'm remembering correctly. You know, some respect over to Toasty, one of his most played champions. But for the most part, my interest is really largely in what's the first pick going to be. A lot of previous OPs still up in that Gwen and Neferi, still reasonably strong champions, just not as auto-win as they used to be. So maybe Winthrop go for one of those.
I think it's very curious to see the differentiation now that we've come, I guess, the end of the first week of this new map that we have going on here, and some of the kind of fluctuations in the really big pick prios that we end up getting. But I do like the Lucian ban. The Ambessa ban is also going to be there as well to take away any of those blind safe matchups from the side of Darkseer Dragon. So the Camille is going to be the respect ban.
Yeah, I think they do actually want Gnar for Denethor, but for the moment, Varus, I mean, still a really good champion. It's up. You got to take it, and that's kind of what having a specialty gets you, that opportunity. They choose to ban the Camille instead of the Varus because of Denethor's specialty on the champion, and it opens you up into another OP.
There's the buy.
Yeah.
It is going to be that lock-in. It was banned away in that first game, but let through, and will be the combination here. Maybe the Ahri comes through.
Yeah.
See this combination between the mid-jungle that we talked about is probably the premier matchup in this one, at least for the side of Darkseer Dragonsteel, and how this mid-jungle connects.
Yeah, so it's still a lot of, wow, okay, so it gives you, it ends up giving you another sort of wombo combo, one we don't see as often, and it is that bit of a flex because we've seen Nico support come through. I would expect this to be mid for Toasty just because I'm trying to think of, it has, honestly, in terms of lane phase, I think Nico has a lot of good matchups into what is being played right now because you have a lot of range to play with.
But I like
he
it.
has,
I like it.
I'm hoping, you know, mid laner who likes Nico. I hope it's Nico mid, but we'll see.
The Poppy is going to be there, so try to deny some of those aggressive moves, the mobility champions away, and if they pick that Ahri, it's going to be harder to navigate, and you get that poke comp in the bot side with the Karma Varus.
Yeah, and again, the Karma is something that only 35, I believe, is the only one who's played it this split. It worked out really nicely with the Jhin the other day against Near Airport, something they're, again, perfectly happy to grab for themselves. It will give you a good lane, especially if you're playing into that Nico support, because you just go double comment and you ruin their lives. And of course, you get to buff up your teammates later on, and that only gets more potent with time.
It does indeed, although I will say some pretty potent picks coming through from Darkseer Dragonsteel now, with the Rumble also locked in.
Yeah.
Some big OPs on the first 3 drafted for them. It is the Gwen ban as well from their side of things, so taking away some of those Rumble matchups.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't pick it. While you want to deny that champ, it's really important to you know, pick what's good for your comp, but not letting Winthrop get that one I think is really smart in this situation. It would be really strong. And I also like getting rid of the Caitlyn just because you want to make sure you don't have any particularly lane dominant picks into what mobility and only 35 are trying to set up at this stage. And now Winthrop, we'll see, maybe they want to ban a support, maybe they don't believe Cryogen is going to be picking up on this Nico, but it could go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it could. And we do end up getting a ton of respect paid over to Denethor, which is rightfully so, as well as their last series, but also a lot of their other series so far this split. Denethor has had a big impact. It is the Misfortune locked in, though, for some continuation of the Wombo combo coming through from Spawn.
Makes a lot of sense. It does give you that bit of pressure in lane, but I think it makes it even tougher because I think a lot of what makes Misfortune so strong and popular is that you have a lot of lane dominance, but support matchup is really important here. And if it really is going to be this Nico into the Karma in the support role, I think it's actually not going to work out very nicely. So my hope is that Cryogen, because there's a lot of CC, will go something in that ranged pool. What am I trying to think in terms of range support? So technically Milio is up, though not great this game. Renata would probably be my favorite, just going off the dome.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Do you like the Victor Aatrox lock-in for the solo lanes of Winthrop, though? A lot of carry potential between the two, a lot of flanking potential, at least from Denethor's side of things.
Yeah, and I think it honestly feels really good when, as Aatrox or any fighter, when you see Karma on your team too, because those Mantra E's, they're going to do wonders for your sustain. And Aatrox, it's just about getting that little bit of time to get every individual reset that you possibly can, Lennon. So I think the Aatrox is just made that much stronger because Karma's in the game, and Victor, of course, offers a lot of scaling, wave clear, and team fighting later on.
All right, so we'll get that mobile champ out of mid lane. The Aurora going to be the lock-in instead of something like the Ahri, which is more that combo with the Vi, but still giving a lot of wombo combo-ness from Dark Zero Dragonsteel right now in these team fights. But I do want to focus first and foremost on Winthrop, because I think they're giving themselves a much better ease of execution, at least in terms of this game number 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Wilson because he's the sole kind of tank that has a lot of CC in his kit, but Poppy is really good at running solo tank in my opinion. So even with that pressure, I think Wilson can rise to that challenge. And yeah, it's easier. You have a double, what I assume is going to be a double Comet lane, getting you a lot of advantages. You have good range as Victor, so you actually have a pretty safe lane phase. I think Aatrox in the Rumble is maybe the most contentious one for Winthrop, but I think otherwise you're really happy with how this is going to go in that early to mid game. And as long as you can avoid the wombo of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, you have a path to win.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll see if Winthrop can get us to a game 3 of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, get themselves a first and second seed finish here in the regular season. A lot on the line for this super sub squad. Dark Zero Dragonsteel light coming in for the main roster, but they are no slouches individually. I'm expecting a lot of fireworks in bot side. Both teams taking a lot of lane prio in the 2v2. Both Kryra and Wilson more than likely pathing down that way early, but I'm also looking at the mobility out of mid lane between Toasty and Sword, where they're going to look to get out of lane and involved in the game.
Yeah, and again, really got to stress, Dark Zero, they have scaling tools, they have champions that will be strong later, but the longer this game goes, the more Karma is going to be able to help you sustain through some of this burst damage, because this is a burst comp from Dark Zero. It's just about your big combo, and if that doesn't get you a significant advantage, like a kill or 2 right off the bat, those teamfights are really going to be astronomically more difficult. So that's what Winthrop is up against. I think for them, even though they have a lot of they have a lot of safety later on into the game, they still have tools to work for in this early game, especially Wilson. I don't know if you noticed, Lennon, he's gone for the Hail of Blades Poppy.
Yeah,
so that
he
one's
did.
always fun. I think he wants a lot of early game damage, or he made a mistake. But it is a thing.
Come
but
on.
It is a thing. But it is a thing. It is a thing.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. Give him the benefit. If he didn't buy items, that's when you call him out. But you know, if he gets,
but you know why? Like you build Hail of Blades on Poppy from what I've seen when you want to go like a more damage-oriented build, or maybe he wants to rush the Umbral Glaive. But otherwise, you're in a comp where you're like the only true tank. So I just kind of assumed, you know, Aftershock, Conqueror,
you know
or something like that.
what they say about assuming. That I'm not allowed to say on broadcast.
But we all know.
But we all know. If you know, you're a knower. There's going to be these top side starts for both junglers, as we had predicted, going down towards bot side. Getting that early proactivity is good for both of them. But I'm looking at priority now and seeing how that's going to lean out to things. We still have a while till these jungles come to a head. There is still the possibility of the full clear into nothing. But with how dicey this bot lane 2v2 can be and how much it means, especially for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to get that lead going down there, I want to see if they get active early.
Yeah, I actually kind of want to take a look more on the bot lane because I'm curious how that one is going to go. I favor the Varus Karma just because that's historically a really strong combo. And double Arcane Comic, just the thought of it pisses me off, Lennon. I can only imagine what it's like experiencing that in lane. But right now, Spawn and Crouchin getting the better of them, it seems.
I think something you always have to be wary of, and something that I love that they're giving to mobility, a guy that has a great mindset when it comes to playing bot lane, is the utility aspect that Varus has once you hit that level 6 mark. I mean, that CC chain is a masterful engage starter for the team, and I love that they're giving that onus over to mobility, where they are lacking a little bit in that premier engage for the team.
That's right, and mobility shown, can play really well on the carries, can play really well on the utilities, so that flexibility has done Winthrop really well.
He's literally the engage. Like if I'm looking at, I mean, Denethor can walk. What are you doing? You just walk at him?
Yeah, that's how you play Poppy, bro. You just pump your chest out and walk.
That's not like a hard CC engage. That's like, they have a bunch of champions you can walk at them, and you know sometimes it works.
Yeah, especially when you have Karma speeding you up, feels really good. To make it even easier is Sword, respecting the fact that there's certainly a timer and he's in danger.
Do you feel like it's one of those
35
moments where you're
wasn't
like
there.
in the woods and all of a sudden the eyes start blinking, like yellow
You don't
eyes
even
in
see
the
it,
dark
though.
woods?
You just
And you
feel
just
it.
back away. Yeah.
You're like,
I'm being
something is
watched.
wrong. Yeah, I need to back away now.
Something spider senses. But
exactly.
we are just going to get that reset from both junglers after getting those opposite side scuttle crabs. Not going to be the bot lane 3v3 that I dreamed of. We might get a little bit of action in the 2v2. Root is not going to connect, or does connect rather. Crowdgen can't find the CC chain on the other end of it. But that does mean a little bit of vision play from against Dark Zero rather. We'll see Kryra out, but they're going to go for the play. Wilson tries to find Tenacity, flashes away from the combo.
Whoa.
Able to get away now. Oh, that Flame Spitter doing some work on the back end of things. Kryra looking for a potential angle, but just wants to clear through this wave for Tenacity. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Tenacity starting to heal up a bit. Let's keep up in this 2v2. Dragon is spawning now, but on the opposite side of the map, as backs are going to be coming through here.
Well, that is a really big cover coming through from Kryra just to ensure Tenacity has a good back off. That wave will now bounce back towards him. And I think, do we have a fight? Yeah, we do. Kryra's, I think he's almost got a kill.
I mean, Kryra wins that all day. The early levels for Poppy is so annoying. But the Hail of Blades, maybe it's enough. He gets the Kronk. All right. You take those.
Kryra's still here. Oh,
that's
yeah.
greedy. Oh, that's greedy.
He
That's
has to
so
flash.
greedy.
I think he has to flash.
Well said. Okay, he's not going to go for it.
He just wants to steal the wolves.
I thought. Sorry.
I did
Sorry.
too.
Yeah.
I did too. No, I was with you. I got fooled.
I thought he was going to go for the kill. Come on. Anyways, those wolves going to taste real good for Kryra as he takes those away. The next scuttle will be coming up as well, so maybe being able to time that one here. Will be spotted out on his exit by the roam of only 35, so they will know that he was up in this top side, getting a little bit of information to Wilson. Still, the priority is going to be gained by Spawn and Cryogen for Dark Zero on the bot side, so Dragon going to be harder to get if Winthrop want to take an early one.
I think what Kryra did, though, should open him up to a bit of a lead. He's only down 5 CS, but has so many camps to play for because of that pressure he's put on Wilson and what he was able to steal. But right now, Wilson's taking that opportunity to put some threat over to this bottom side because Kryra is still quite a while away, but I don't think anything's going to come with it. And unfortunately, Lennon, not only were you right that the junglers were going to full clear into nothing, I think they full clear twice into nothing.
We had like almost 2 kills a minute. We were not actually close to that. We were like a kill and a half a minute last game, and now we're 7 minutes in and we've had nothing.
Maybe they can make up for it, you know?
Yeah. Just throw yourselves at each other once you hit level 6. Speaking of, throw at each other, throw at yourselves at each other. That level 6 mark is hit. That might be Crouch going down. Heal comes out here early though, as the Hail of Arrows is going to slow down Spawn. Big hit in first blood. The predict again, the flash play for mobility. Gonna get that one, and Winthrop go up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop have done some clear prediction training before they went into this match.
Right?
That's 2 games in a row. They predict a flash, and that's the power of that poke there from this Forest Karma and the 2 Arcane Comet Keystones. Cryogen, both summoners gone, and still died in the process, but Kryra, he's going to get something back.
He did it this time. Oh, he's going to heal up, though,
mind.
from the root. Yeah, I mean, only 35 heals so much from that early.
Karma.
Kryra is going to start up the Dragon now, though. Sad B, classic emo from Toasty in the mid lane. He's going to try to keep pressure here so they can freely take this one. The Grubs are spawning on the other side. Wilson is already in place. If Dark Zero Dragons still want to move over there, they will have time.
Yeah, they will use that timer that Winthrop had to back on to secure that first Dragon again. Now, I think they, like you said, they have time to make it over to that Dragon. The only problem is spawning Cryogen and won't be able to actually go for a lane swap. But considering mobility's not in a place to back either, I think it is just going to be battle of the top sides here, and our bot lanes are going to be chilling while this goes down.
See that first blood hit here, and you've got to respect the double poke bot lane, especially that hitbox of the Mantra Q.
Yeah, it's basically unmissable, especially
Literally,
at that range.
It's insane, man.
Yeah, and I like for mobility just using that heal to get the speed up. and is able to land that piercing arrow. And we'll see it right here. Oh no, he did flash. Never mind.
Yeah. He flashed.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, you get that closer because I mean that projectile is a little bit slow. And
Yeah.
so getting that much closer, and the hitbox doing him a little bit favors there as Cryogen flashing straight back. And that will end up being, as we go back into things here, 3 grubs completed for Winthrop. So a bit of a different storytelling here in this game number 2, where Winthrop are actually finding a lot of promise with the neutral objective contest.
Yeah, it is nice too, because Winthrop, they will definitely have opportunities to siege and hit turrets. So the fact that they got all 3 grubs and achieved that Grubageddon, it's just going to make it that much easier for them, especially if they want to either overload a lane to rush first brick in a couple minutes time, or if they win a team fight and they have an opportunity to start pushing onto Dark Zero's side of the map. So Dark Zero, they weren't in a great spot to contest, but still could hurt them in the long run.
Could indeed. I'm still... Really, I feel like we're waiting on a beach. It's 4th of July. We're waiting for fireworks.
I know.
In that bot lane, and nobody's gotten the message that the fireworks aren't coming. But that 2v2 is now going to lean into outside of lane focus there, because the 2v2 in lane didn't really lead out to anything. And you have to think that Dark Zero Dragonsteel, if they can execute well in their composition, the strength that we set for them in the draft is that Wombo combo, and they will still have that available to them in folds.
Yeah, they just have so many big ults to work with here. Whoever Kryra ends up ulting almost certainly just pops like a balloon instantly when you think about bullet time, the between worlds, and even the equalizer. So one thing I want to see from Dark Zero is a bit of measure when it comes to using their ults, because they actually have so many teamfight tools that I'm kind of hoping they don't just blow them all at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want them to just use a couple big
Wait till
ones.
you see the whites of their eyes.
Yeah, you want to use a couple of the big
references.
ones, and then after you secure kills or you blow summoner spells, then you use the rest of them, and it really depends on, I think, Cryogen and Kryra specifically, the ones with those big AoE ultimates, to be setups for those individual phases.
We are on first items here, and you were correct. The Umbral Glaive for Wilson. I am cringing just a little bit at the thought of it, but we'll see if it works out for them. If it works, it works. As he was the only real tank besides Denethor, and Denethor was building Bruiser, and maybe just punished here as the flashlight coming through. CC chain from hell, and the Flame Spitter will bring him right back down as Denethor goes into that one. It will be the trade back, and Dark Zero tie up the kills in the game.
Yeah, and Cryogen and Spawn, well aware that they're the play, just playing very cautiously, laying down vision, trying to get the jump on Wilson before he can surprise them. So good on them playing this safe to deny a response from Winthrop University, and that time spent gives Kryra an opportunity to take away more resources from Wilson. He's going to steal a camp before Wilson can get there, and he's going to be able to walk away with that on top of the kill.
Just a little side note, I just feel like Fi is going to be able to do Poppy's job, but better in this game. The Bruiser item is definitely feeling really good right now in the state of League of Legends. And Vi was banned away in game number 1 for a reason. She is a menace in these games, and now going to be at the hands of Kryra as Dragon number 2 is on the horizon. A little bit of resets coming out from both teams. First items going to be completed as well, specifically for mobility and spawn. That's the next big ticket.
Yeah, one thing I will say, Wilson, with this particular Poppy build, the only damage, or the only pure damage you build will end up being the Umbral Glaive.
Yeah,
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, he's just going to be going into full tank the rest of it. Maybe Sundered Sky, maybe a Dead Man's Plate, just something. Actually, honestly, it's got to be MR related, just because of how much magic damage Dark Zero are working with. But more tank is basically what I'm getting at.
But these early fights, they do matter.
Oh, yeah.
If he can do a little bit of pop damage. Does have some vision clearing as well, some utility. But we will be looking at these next ult spreads. Obviously, a lot of executionary factors on Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Being able to find that engage from mobility, or being able to walk at them, as we said, also from Winthrop, are the big things that we're looking at. As Dragon already started up, Dark Zero not even close to contesting. As that should just burn down. Mobility trying to find the exit now. Winthrop collapsing. Oh, this is dicey. Toasty going in. Big wobble combo. Pop Blossom. And that's why you draft the composition. Spawn cuts them down to size. Gets Feats of Warfare. Now only 35. Is stuck in the pit like a fish in the barrel. Shotgun to the dome. And Toasty will get the kill.
Yeah, and that's it. As soon as Winthrop were separated, that fight was over before it began. That's the Wombo combo that Dark Zero Dragonsteel are working with, and it's a bit of a preview of what's to come later on in this movie, Mazel, because there is more where that came from.
Oh, yeah, a lot more. And the sneaky little Pop Blossom right underneath all of that. It all looks glitzy, glamorous, and then you get the follow-up that just locks you in the entire time. Now Tenacity going for a 1v1 onto Denethor. Does have a lot of healing here as the Aatrox, though. Tenacity, just be a little bit careful. Gotta pop the equalizer. Flame Spitter up, Flash is there. Tenacity getting low. Denethor goes down. Tenacity gets the play. Wilson will get the counter and the shutdown over. But that was a banger, Tenacity.
Yeah, really nicely done there for Tenacity. Use that last Electroshock Harpoon to be able to secure the kill on Denethor. That was the action that we wanted to see, and we're approaching Game 1's stat of more than a kill a minute, but we're going to need a few more than that, boys. We got to keep this one up, especially as these ults come back online for Dark Zero. You got to imagine a lot of fighting is on the horizon.
We got quotas to reach. Kill a minute.
These are rookie numbers.
These are rookie numbers. But it is a good response. I think, you know, obviously Tenacity kind of throwing his life on the line there, but getting a big shutdown back over to Winthrop, who now are going to be back out looking onto the map. The Rift Herald has spawned. We're going to be getting closer and closer to another dragon, but luckily for Winthrop, they did tie that up. And again, we go back to the statements in draft. They feel a lot better in this game number 2 comparatively to game number 1 if things are in an even state. Even though they are at a little bit of a deficit, they have a lot of scaling that can come online for them as time goes on.
That's right, and a reminder of what's at stake for both of these teams. Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, they win this and get the 2-0. They lock themselves into top 2, granting themselves a bye in the first round of playoffs here in Split 1. And for Winthrop, getting wins here and trying to win the series is just them trying to further this positive trajectory they've been on these last couple of weeks. And of course, beating Near Airport feels like a peak for them, but maybe they can go higher.
Cryogen, he wanted it. He sees the choke point there, and he's like, oh, I can feel the Pop Blossom energy. Yeah. He wants to get in there, get the big combo. As they group up, it gets spicier and spicier. Kryra just goes for the engage down to Wilson, as Wilson's getting low, but it's really Kryra that goes down first. The Rift Herald goes the way of Winthrop as well. They're going to take the eye, take the kill, and Winthrop going to carve back about 1,000 gold from that 2,000 deficit they were in.
Nice play, and Dark Zero not really getting the most out of that Wombo combo. Tenacity wasn't really in a position to follow up very much. There was no bullet time as well to be able to make full use of, and it just becomes that much easier for something like this Poke Forest or for this Victor who's really starting to scale up there to do damage. Worth noting, Mobility is already getting pretty close to his second item. A lethality build, of course, is a little cheaper, but also having 3 kills, it accelerates you a little bit.
It does indeed, and this could be a really good boon because, again, they're trying to bridge build until Sword and Denethor really get to those unstoppable moments. We are already with that locket completed for Wilson, by the way. They're going to have a little bit more of that tankiness given to him. Also has the Rift Herald play in the mid lane if they want to take that one down. There's going to be a lot of setup now needed for Dark Zero Dragonsteel on the other side of things, though. They still will always have a lot of strength, but you really want to be up in tempo here. And they are about 1,000 gold up. They need to keep that up about a minute until that next dragon comes up.
I like this cover from Wilson, too, just to make sure his mid laner is unencumbered to get this next wave in, because Dragon is coming up very shortly. And once Mobility and only 35 get to this mid lane, there is that opportunity, if they get this wave in, to be able to get some sort of vision setup. But because Cryogen and Cry are here first, it's looking like that isn't actually going to be an option for them, because this comp does make blind checking a little more dangerous, Lennon.
Yeah, it does. Cryogen has Flash, has Pop Blossom available, but he's getting chunked. Luckily, he hits that Tangle Barb. He might have just fallen there. He's going to need to back now. The Dragon is going to be spawning here. Might have enough time to get this back off unless only 35 wants to stop him. Does he see her out the court? I think the lip is too much He couldn't see the bag coming through, but they will try to find Kryra in the end. Kryra has had some questionable moments in these last little bits. Needs to not get caught out ahead of the dragon
they
fight.
got him.
He's going to have to burn the flash there in the end. To make it rain on top of the bullet time. Is the Between Worlds going to come through? Toasty just looking at Chunk Wilson. Cease and desist, and Wilson is caught. Just like that, the dragon snaps. And that's going to be Dark Zero Dragon Steel going for the second dragon for themselves.
Oh, Winthrop, they go a little too far, and they're even more danger. All Wilson and Winthrop really needed to do was to let Cryogen back and use the fact that there's no support, no wards to speak of, to allow you to get vision control over this area. Again, Dark Zero's comp, it's so dangerous unless you know exactly where they are, exactly where they're coming from, and if you are grouped as a team. Otherwise, you are easy pickings.
Oh, speaking of easy pickings, Toasty in a lot of trouble now. He's under turret, gonna try to get out of this one. Flashes on the Chaos Storm, though, will get shut down by Sword.
Nice catch out there to be able to get them something. Toasty's flash and his life, very valuable, and it's gonna let them get some hits onto this tier 1 turret. And Sword living means he's gonna be able to save that wave on the top side as well, really limiting the response Dark Zero are working with. Even delaying Tenacity's back, I think ends up being pretty huge here, because it'll allow Winthrop to get this next wave, get first brick, and get some more gold back in their pocket, shave more off this lead.
Yeah, the first turret going away to Winthrop and to Mobility. Now Tenacity getting soloed out by Sword, who's just running him down. Not able to get in the flash play. It's not enough. Barely able to survive, but he does survive. And now Sword's in a lot of trouble. Cry, we're going to go for the combo now. Cryogen around the corner too. Wilson thinking of it. Double pop blossom from Cryogen, but he's getting locked down. These flashes are going to go completely wide. Cryogen goes down to Denethor. Denethor's starting to cook now. He's on 1.5 items. Cryra gonna dash out of that next CC chain. The Denethor will even the odds in top side.
Gotta give Sword some credit, living as long as he did and still getting those resources out of Tenacity. Because his teammates had time to join and they got enough space, they can use this Herald to get more gold. Actually allows them to get a lead for the first time this game. They're gonna be able to hit the second turret too. And I mean, Cryra's here, but you can't do anything.
Really can't. Just gonna swoop in and take that Rift Herald down, but about half health on that tier 2 turret and top side. Now they've overextended maybe. World Ender gonna be popped again, and they want the fight. And Cryra just doesn't even get to play the video game. As now all of Winthrop are gonna move up towards top side, try to take this tier 2 down, and Cryra fumbling the bag a little bit here on the Vi.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what that was, Lennon.
Yeah.
Not sure what he thought was gonna happen. But Denethor knew what time it was. Yeah, unfortunate. Nice use of the World Ender's gonna get some space.
Oh, he wants the bullet time. Okay,
he's
gonna get caught. Bullet time right back in though. He's gonna get a ton of damage. Mobility wanted to step back up, but can't find it. Wilson looking for the angle now with the wall bang, but Spawn gonna try to run him down. Flash play, not able to get the double up there in the end. Spawn playing very aggressively on this 3-0 misfortune. Does not have the flash now though, and that can be easily punished.
I mean, we see the damage. Spawn is very strong at the moment with the completion of that Infinity Edge. The autos, the double ups, and of course the bullet times, they hurt. So it is going to get some space there for Dark Zero while Cryra gets back on the map to secure more of this bottom side, because while they don't have their soul point, they still have two Drakes to speak of. So it does mean that they want to take this opportunity to keep stacking.
Dead even game. 22 minutes in. This is much more the Winthrop that we had seen this week already. And I know a good finish would mean a lot, keeping their heads held high going into playoffs themselves after just having secured their playoff berth in their last series. Being able to take down another upset would be so massive. Getting us to a 3 game would be so massive, but now they're getting super massive by the entire Wombo combo. Dark Zero wasn't enough though. And you said earlier the burst, if it's not enough, what do you do? It was not enough beatdown. Cryra goes down, and Winthrop now feeling really strong. Gonna try to catch out Cryogen. Will end up getting the Chaos Storm burned by Sword, so that is a big cooldown down. They're still gonna try to hunt over here though. Tenacity and escort Cryogen out, but that should be the entire bot side jungle of Dark Zero, at least being under threat here. The blue buff going down to Winthrop.
Yeah, I think you're really just not scared of Dark Zero when their ults are down. They're like a tiger without teeth and claws, and the immense strength that tigers tend to have. So Dark Zero, it's all about the combo, and it really is about picking and choosing the right moments so that you can get the most out of it. Otherwise, you're just going to lose members and slowly lose control over this game. And we're seeing the value more and more, again, that a Karma adds not just to this comp, but especially a champion like Aatrox. Denethor also went for the Mauve Malmortius, so he is really hard to kill. Any bit of MR he's able to get for himself, he could go Spirit Visage this game, and I'd respect the hell out of it, just because the healing and shielding he's receiving will be so valuable.
Spawn completely caught up by Wilson's speed. Take notes, says only 35, as he'll be taking notes from the death camp. As Spawn is gone, Dragon is spawning. Spawn's probably not going to be back up in time for that, and that's a big piece of the Wombo combo gone.
Yeah, even without MF, maybe.
My God. The vision play. Dark Zero's just walked into
What are we doing?
No vision.
What are we doing, guys? Like, real talk. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. You lose your AD carry and face checking a bush. Like, that's just beyond disrespectful, especially from a really experienced player like Tenacity. So because of that, Winthrop, they get Otacon, they get Prio over this Drake. They get so much off of these fumbles.
They about to get this game too, is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
for real.
This is looking hard because we said for the draft, like, Winthrop loved the scaling conditions for themselves in this one.
Yeah.
Still always have to be threatened of the Wombo combo from Dark Zero, but it just feels like when Winthrop are meatballing it up, they can't do anything. It's now Toasty going to get a good chunk onto mobility. Billy's able to fire back a little bit there. He's on 3 items now with that Miramana completed into the Man Immune. And now, at least, or other way around, rather, Dragon is going to be started up by Dark Zero Dragon Steel to get their 3rd Dragon of the game. And Winthrop, without some of the tools available for them, specifically the Chaos Storm, they don't feel confident here. They will put themselves on a bit of a 5-minute timer.
Yeah, I think it's fine because using that focus they got off those back-to-back kills to get Otacon, I think is way more valuable than their 2nd Drake, especially towards a Chemtech Soul. While I do see some of its value here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, it's really not that impactful of a Soul. So I think you're really comfortable as Winthrop leaving that 3rd Drake, going into Dark Zero's pockets and just going back to farming it up, keeping control over the side of the map that really matters at the moment, and that's the side with the Baron.
It is indeed. We saw some pings coming around there, some vision control being laid down by Winthrop. The composition starting to come alive here, getting almost a 3rd item for Sword, who is just going to be doing ridiculous amounts of damage. But the Walkie U comp is working, Beatdown.
That's right. It's just, I wish I knew the name of the song. It would be really easy for everybody to understand, but it's just a song I heard on TikTok. Winthrop, they're just puffing their chest. They're walking into Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and it just feels like this burst isn't really working for them. It still will work if used correctly, even in this game state, but it's harder. Your margin for error is narrower, and it means that if you slip up even in the slightest, you're just going to lose so much more.
Tenacity has gotten his Oblivion Orb, but as well as his Zanya's. Zanya's ain't going to save you from poke coming through from mobility in only 35, though, as he will have to end up backing. And we're just going to have a little bit of a siege potential over this mid lane, but this benefits Winthrop as they have so much poke to layer down, but also the 3 grubs to try to get some of this down. Really good clearing coming through from Spawn and Cryogen, able to dissuade that fight there, but Winthrop now looking into the topside jungle of Dark Zero.
Yeah, and Winthrop are the ones who have some time on the map at the moment here, so I like that they're using it for mid. I like that they're using it here.
Dark Zero Dragonsteel forced to burn flashes from both Tenacity and Kryra. They'll lose the red buff, and unfortunately, Vision is not their friend in this game, and they've been playing towards it.
And you can see it now. Toasty just going to go ahead and get that bot lane pushing even further. Someone's going to need to answer top as well for Dark Zero. They're losing a lot of ground on the map, not just because they're getting plays forced upon them, also because they're spending a little bit too much time away from these sideways. Right now, there's not a whole lot to fight for. Winthrop, I think, just putting a lot of focus on getting the last tier 3 turret, and Dark Zero are holding on, looking for their opportunity to actually win a fight.
I think this game, one more fight for Winthrop, if they win it holistically, makes this game really hard for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. But at this moment, we're on a precipice where it's a banger, man. Somebody's going to take this big next team fight and it's going to be a big decider in how the next parts of the game work out, especially that we're on this timer for this dragon on the soul for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, waiting for those third items. I gotta say, Toasty is going to be pretty massive on the Aurora on 3 items once he can get that Rabadons as well. Trying to match Sword, though, not going to be as easy.
No. It's not, and this Azir alongside this Varus just only gets that much more irritating and dangerous. You saw that. That was a full BT shield. And the piercing arrow took that and then some. Big chunk out of Spawn's health.
Oh, Chains of Corruption is down. Mobility flashes. Cease and desist going a little bit too far. Keeper verdict. The Pop Blossom was denied. The big bullet time is not going to be nearly. It's just tickles. It might just be Dark Zero losing out on this fight again. As that was a masterful Keeper's verdict from Wilson to deny the Pop Blossom of Cryogen.
Yeah, and a great response from Mobility. Good reaction time to instantly flash and pull Kryra further away from his team, and the equalizer that Tenacity laid down, so it got no value to top it all off. And now Winthrop, they're going to take this opportunity to 3-man the Baron, and it doesn't really feel like anything Dark Zero can do. Again, no ults. This is a Tiger without teeth or claws.
They're going to try to take down Mobility in the mid lane, but he is tanking up a storm. Will end up falling. There's the Zanyas from Tenacity, going to get him out, but that Baron is going low. Toasty trying to get in there. The Baron is so low, but will go down to Winthrop now, as they're going to try to take the fight. And Toasty is gone. A big Mantra Q coming out onto Tenacity from only 35. He's going to try to chase him with the root. But it's the kill going down. A solo bolo for some Portal combat to only 35.
And a Baron buff in the hands of Winthrop University. Tenacity immediately wanting to collect this wave and getting that first look onto this next dragon here that Winthrop should easily be able to obtain. We talked about experience last game. Look at Denethor now, Lennon, level 17. He's a big, big boy here with that third item almost being completed.
Indeed, and it does not get any easier as time goes on. Now that this dragon is spawned, this is all Winthrop's side of the map. Another turret will go down in mid lane, leaving even less defensive structures for Dark Zero to play off of. And that Wombo combo is looking like a dream at this point, because the dragon going down fully means that Winthrop are in control. They'll get to 2 dragons now, stop that stacking from Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and propel their lead to about 5,000 gold.
Yeah, and honestly, the individual Drakes benefit Winthrop University a lot more, especially with that healing and shielding power. When you have a Karma on your team, when you have an Aatrox who is healing buttloads of damage that he's taking in these team fights, the more of these dragons Winthrop get, the harder it is for them to deal with. And now Winthrop,
they're going to try to catch out Denethor. Bullet time over top. He's so damn tanky. Is it going to be enough? He gets the shield from the Maw, and now Kryra is the one caught out. If that's not the definition of what this game has been for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I don't know what is.
I'm sorry, boys, but Aatrox was not the target there.
Yeah.
And I think they learned that lesson the hard way. They give up that much more space because of it, even putting some pressure onto Cryogen and Toasty. They're just going to get more on the map. That's a another tier 2 turret going down, and they were knocking on the doors of Dark Zero's base.
And I know Toasty was very adamant in saying, you know, this team deserves a little bit of slack. They're not getting as much games. They're not getting much plays. But there's some plays in this game that they're definitely going to want back. That slack ain't enough for some of these decisions. But Kryra, obviously one of the newer pieces, trying to make it work, has not been finding it. You do end up getting the pick on only 35, and Winthrop finding this massive game over Dark Zero Dragonsteel to bring us to 3. And it's just feeding off the momentum that this team has been building off. We talk about how many games they're playing, but it's all about NACL right now, and they're focused sharp.
It is. Again, it's such a big turnaround that this team has been going through. Mobility in its interview after beating Near Airport even laid it out. How many matches they've been playing between CLOL and NACL, and that kind of tipping point for them and turning things around was that loss in week 3. And, of course, them losing to Ole Miss, who are Supernova in this league, in CLOL. So what ended up happening is they had a talk as a team, just talking about their performance and what they expect from each other and this team as a whole. And he just verbalized that ever since they had that talk, they've been trending upwards since.
They have indeed, and you also got to remind yourself how important this is for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Try to lock up that first or second seed. Niles had so much confidence in them This game number 2 not going their way. They're going to try to force something yet again, but we've seen that play time and time again and time again. It does not go up the way of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. As now it is going to be Winthrop pushing up towards topside, trying to take a tier 2 up here. 4th items are there, at least for mobility. Let's see if he can put in some of this poke damage to make it sink.
Yeah, I like this patience too from Winthrop. They have supers going in the bottom wave too, so they don't even need to be very aggressive. They just need to wait until someone goes to respond, like Tenacity. So it's going to give them the space they need to take the final tier 2 turret and just continue that slow march into Dark Zero's base. You got to imagine this tier 3 is about to go down too.
Siege defense is there. Toasty is here. He has some good wave clear as well. As next focus should be this double inhib push by Winthrop, as they've got top line focus with the 4. They're going to be sending Denethor in his solo. Okay, bullet time coming out on mobility. Mobility has no escape. Does still have flash and barrier. Spawn loses a massive chunk of his health because of it. And the siege is ever present from Winthrop. They will end up backing away from that top lane siege, and Denethor will pull away from mid.
And well, they, again, Dark Zero just using their tools to get space, to get time. Not really using them in that same wombo combo way we saw early on or expected when we looked at this comp in draft. And the more time goes on, the harder it is to play into Winthrop University. They didn't lose anything in that last fight, Lennon. No flash, no ults, maybe just mobility's ult. But I mean, it's on a really low cooldown, especially with him being at level 16. So he's going to get it back before anything relevant happens.
And dude, mobility is just on fire, man. This guy is just taking names, and it's been really a pleasure to watch in this latter half of NACL, because it didn't necessarily go great for them in the earlier parts, and there was definitely some troubles with the team. But after all this time spent together, all these games in recent memory, mobility is just feeling himself, and rightfully so. Has been a major carry factor this week specifically as well for Winthrop, and in this game trying to bring them back and get this to a 3-game series.
And it's great to see a player like him be able to keep climbing to these heights, because we've talked about it pretty often, how we're excited about this being his official rookie debut split, because we have seen him do some subbing on AoE last year, and of course in spring 2023 for Evil Genius Challengers, which was the first time we saw him in this league, and he's just come such a long way from that moment to be able to play here on Winthrop. This team who struggled to qualify into the NACL these last couple of years, now that they're finally here, he continues to grow, this team continues to grow, and they keep finding success.
Collegiate starting to take over. As,
yeah,
now we're going to have a couple
squads
squads there in the playoffs, as well as next split. Still having the Ole Miss squad slash Supernova in it as well, but this game's getting a little bit out in front of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. About a 6,000 gold lead developed by Winthrop. Still trying to keep their head in the game here, though, with the Baron up on the table. See if anybody wants to try to force the hand here. More pings on that side of the map from Winthrop right now as they all circle around it.
And Dark Zero, of course, doing their best to hold on, but they're in so much danger, especially with the map state where it is. They have very few opportunities to actually be together as a 5 and use the power of this wombo comp that we keep talking about and building on so far this game. So now they're just doing the bare minimum that they can to keep waves away from their base and just trying to make sure they're around and ready to show up when a Baron take like this happens.
Dark Zero will be spotted out trying to walk over this way. The Baron's already gone. Really late response. Kryra in the pit. He's not going to get it. Secured by Wilson. Bullet time goes wide. Spawn isn't going to find anything. It's Denethor going over the wall in a 1v3. Pop Blossom's there, but the world is ending for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. The double flash comes through, and Wilson just running down Tenacity here. As Toasty locked down by Denethor too. And Winthrop are going to look to even this one up. A domineering performance from them over Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
A nice draft, nicely executed, and just a great game from Winthrop University overall. Only 35. He's not going to get the cancel that he's looking for, but with Toasty being the only one left, we're going the distance in our first game of the final day, Lennon.
We are indeed. Wouldn't have it any other way. A finality here in game number 2 as Winthrop take down the first Nexus turret. That'll be Toasty flashing away as well. And the momentum is right back in their quarter. And they'll find this win. They'll get us the 3. And we'll see if another upset is nigh for the Eagles.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Winthrop. Not only do they take themselves to this game 3 and give them a chance at upsetting not 1, but 2 of our top 3 teams in this league, they also deny the chance for Dark Zero to guarantee themselves in that top 2, because you said it, they needed a 2-0, and now that's not an option anymore.
And getting those 2 wins extremely important for them to move forward in that first and second seed. But it's insane. I might have to start calling Winthrop Hercules here. I don't know, man. It's actually insane what they've been able to put on this week. A lot of those CLOL performances, obviously coming into this, the LAN performance as well, leading all of this to some really, really backbreaking performances from them, and just real good realization of how their composition worked, even with some of those fluctuations in the earlier parts of that game number 2. Wilson ended up with like a 50-60 CS lead over his opponent. But we'll see as game 3 is on the horizon. We'll step away for a little break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025, as we are right back into the thick of things and right back into another 3-game series as Winthrop tied up against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a game it was.
A convincing one at that from Winthrop University. A really nice turnaround, all things considered, because game one really didn't go their way, despite some good moments in those first 10 minutes. Now it was their turn to get some swings back onto DZ. And while it didn't start off great for them early on, I think Denethor had a really great game on the Aatrox, was really empowered by the Karma, and he just became the problem.
He did indeed. And I think there was no problem solvers on the other side of things. I'll just shout out, there were some really questionable decisions by Dark Zero Dragon, so obviously we got to give them the benefit of the doubt in terms of like the newness of the squad and not being able to play a lot of stage games. But even then, I gotta say some little bit of egregious things. But there were some moments that looked pretty good from them, and trying to see that wombo combo through didn't work out necessarily, but we could see the potential there. But that's where you got to give such big props to Winthrop. I mean, they performed so well. They go back to the form they looked like against Near Airport, and that gives a huge doubt to what this game 3 can be for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and how there could be another killing of one of the heads of the Hydra here at the rounding out of our regular season.
Yeah, there's a chance Winthrop are just going to be the Kingslayers of the league, because I think the only other team who's been able to get wins off both top teams has actually been Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And, transitive properties, if a Winthrop gets a win, they're automatically better than all of them, right?
They're going to Worlds!
Yes, exactly. You get it.
Yep, exactly. Stakes could never be higher, though, as we were talking about beforehand. For Winthrop, they've already gotten their spot, but how funny it would be to knock Dark Zero Dragonsteel down a peg. Again, they're collegiate rivals, as well as just taking a look at what the season is bringing out to be. Dark Zero Dragonsteel need 2 wins to get that first or second seed, and be able to stave them off of that would be absolutely huge. And again, it came down to compositional strength. It came down to know how to play the composition well. And I got to give big props again to Wilson, who navigated that early game. It was tough, but became so impactful. And I look back, I don't think we got to see it, but I look back to that big keeper's verdict to pop off Cryogen during his Pop Blossom as the big backbreaker there that ended up signaling Winthrop having a lot of victories after that fight.
And time was never on Dark Zero's side, so Wilson and the rest being able to stall that long and recognize that, all right, if they can't get their combo off, we're going to win eventually. And doing so really is just credit to them. Again, playing comps that are less than common here in NACL 2025, the fact that they just have that clear understanding of this style and how exactly they need to play against their opponents has been really crucial for them. It was crucial against Near Airport, and that recognition is what won them this game too.
And that does also mean we got to start focusing on game number 3 with full Fearless in effect. It means we're going to have 30 champions not playable, obviously 20 from the first 2 games, and then we'll have the 10 bans on top of that all. We'll see exactly who gets onto blue side, who wants that red side, but specifically it's about what picks are still available. There's been some really big ones taken off the table, but before we get to that, make sure you obviously focus on our socials that you'll be seeing in the top left, because if you missed any of the action from the first 2 games, you don't know how we got here. And I think it's really important to know how we got here, as Dark Zero Dragonsteel looked dominant in game number 1. Winthrop looked pretty dominant in game number 2, and now we have to see what our culmination is going to be for this game 3.
Yeah, so we have our first side swap of the series as well. Dark Zero will be on blue side, Winthrop will be on red. So with that in mind, we're going to see some interesting dynamics maybe change up. Could give an opportunity to really make use again of Denethor's jam pool, which I think Winthrop is doing a great job of in their last series, even today with the Aatrox that we don't see a lot of here in NACL, to do a lot of great things. And that's really what they have going for them into this final game. And Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I mean, despite being this light roster that we call them, still a lot of skilled players and some experienced players on top of it on this roster. So being able to get it together into this third game is definitely within their ability.
And I know it means a lot to them, right? Like I'll be absolutely 100 with everybody. They should have been playing at NACL. And to get them to finally have that opportunity and have those moments, I know it means a lot to them to be on the stage, but it also means a lot to the organization, right? Dark Zero Dragonsteel came into this week expecting to be first or second seed, to have that bye, to have all that prep, and they had a lot of confidence in this squad to deliver it to that expectation. So we'll see if they can turn it all around in game number 3, but in the end, it's just been Winthrop who is on fire, burning red hot, and these Eagles are soaring. It's been really a pleasure to watch. It's not just one piece to the puzzle. It's been them coming together. I think only 35 as well hasn't been getting a lot of shout outs, obviously, but deservedly needs some, as he's had a lot of impact in these, and we'll see exactly what impact both supports want to have in this game number 3, as those support drafts are going to be a little bit harder to come by here as we're going into game number 3. It is Dark Zero Dragonsteel on that blue side, like you had mentioned, Winthrop on the red side. See if any of those bands do change up here.
Probably not in that first rotation, but I think second will be very interesting to hear. Again, a big pick, I think that's available in this final game here for Denethor. I'm really thinking about the Gnar. And in terms of a safer 80 carries to play, I mean, Ezreal is out of the picture. The only one really left is Xayah. So I'm wondering if that's something Winthrop will try to get rid of earlier on, especially if Dark Zero Dragonsteel don't pick that one in that first rotation of bans. Because you get rid of Xayah, you put Spawn on something more hyper carry, less movement focused, you make him really susceptible to a pick like that.
I want to see, though. I will say I see Lilia up on the top ban list. Lilia is still available. Vi was the pickup there on the other side last time. So Lilia is a big pick for Wilson. I will say I could see the comp still come down, even if the misfortune is not available there. The Mbessa has been a big focus for Winthrop in the end in terms of what they've been wanting to kind of keep away from Tenacity, but he's going to get it this time, and I'm expecting a full dive comp from Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I mean, no Vi, but there are still plenty of options to pair it up with. I'm wondering if Spawn will actually go for the Kai'Sa instead, as we see Mbessa and Kai'Sa usually together a lot in a lot of drafts. And instead of Gnar, Denethor, just going to go for something more lane-focused. So he's just going to try and get some advantages early on and snowball them.
Through that, I think there's still so many big picks taken off the table when you look at everything coming into this game number 3 and what Fearless presents. Obviously, we haven't got a best of 5s, but it's still fun to see it go the distance as we have so many times. I love the Renekton pick here for Denethor. It's not going to be the Camille as it was banned away, but getting still some big power in his own hands as well to take the fight his way. The Maokai is going to be there, a lot of utility for Wilson as well, but providing a ton of space buying in these objective fights.
Yeah, I do like the Maokai in general. It just gives you so many options. That Nature's Grasp works in so many different ways and situations. So it does tell me that we're going to need to see something carry-oriented there for Sword and mobility. I mean, Lucian is out of the picture, but there's still champs like Jinx and stuff like that. Tristana being grabbed, I wasn't thinking about her, but really is kind of the perfect response in that regard, especially with being one of the few mobile marksmen left in the picture. That rocket jump, super valuable.
It is. Got to look for those resets and also providing some flexibility. It could go mid, maybe. I know Corki has been a big focus in the second phase of bans, which we will be getting to here soon. It is the Xayah locked in, though, for mobility. Cannot get that lovers duo, I believe, but it still is going to be the fact that you have a lot of safety on the side of Xayah and being able to use that Featherstorm as a defensive nature.
Yeah, really important, honestly, to be able to get that one, just because when you're thinking about Mbessa and Sejuani, it's just better to be safe than sorry, and still does a lot of damage later on, especially with these health stackers on the top side making space for him. So at this point now, I like the Ziggs ban. You just want to remove some AP options because Dark Zero are really lacking in that regard, and you really going to run the risk of them being in a bit of an awkward situation. Like, it's probably going to be Tristana. I think this Tristana probably has to go bot lane now, just so Toasty can go a mage. But we'll see.
We'll see what they end up wanting to do. Again, a big series for both sides. Also, some big names in the coaching staff behind the scenes. Obviously, Wes Rice helping out the light roster, but also Artemis on the side of Winthrop in there for a while now. Trying to keep up that legacy here for them. But that mid lane focus is going to continue to be there for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. With that Hui ban, we'll see the Caitlyn ban by Winthrop on the other side. So realizing it could be that flexibility with the Tristana.
Yeah, just really limiting a lot of Spawn's options this game. I like that targeting, just that recognition that Toasty really might be playing this champion. And I like the response as well, too. Yeah, you just get rid of these mage picks because both of these comps right now really lacking in terms of magic damage, so they need to round out the damage profile. And I think both teams are doing a pretty good job at removing some of those options. I think Syndra's still up. That's worth noting. And I'm kind of expecting them to maybe go that route, but for Winthrop, that does seem really dangerous because you're not very mobile.
Yeah, you could be. I like the comfort ban towards the sword Orianna too. I think just giving comfort in game 3 is super important. The Lilia does end up coming through, so it looks like it's going to be a support Maokai.
There you go.
So they were playing with a little bit of that flexibility themselves here, and it will be yet another comfort pick for Wilson. Yeah,
and I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see a last pick Corki there for Winthrop, just because now you have a really good magic damage dealer. You're going to put Lily in a position where your opponents really aren't looking to build a whole lot of magic resist. She'll love that, and you're perfectly fine picking an 80 champion there at the end.
Talked about melee mids for Toasty. He's going to go for it. Also a nice combo with the Sejuani. Still gives you the AP.
Yep.
The ulti is not going to be the greatest so far. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But we'll see him just constantly take that one. The ulti lullaby not necessarily going to be as much impact, but we'll see what the tie-in together is. They need some more tank. They need some more front line. It's going to be giving them the double horn combo of the Sejuani and the Alistar. Yeah,
that is a lot of... That's going to be a lot of health bar to cut through in resistances for Winthrop University. It's a good thing they have the Lilia. Zaya is not the worst at trying to cut down tanks and champs with high HP bars. Yeah. But you are... I mean, if we're looking in that mid lane, something that can build Leandri's, I think, would be so good. It would feel bad to go... Unless...
Let's go! Okay.
I like it. I like it. Forget everything I said. Forget everything I said about magic damage, Leandri's, garbage. Never mind.
Garbage.
Sword Zed, on the other hand, that's what we like to see. That is a pick he's super comfortable on. Yep. It gives you a lot of options to get some serious damage into the carries, the people that you really want to be getting damage onto. You land that death mark onto Spawn, even onto Toasty if you get ahead, like that, they're gone.
Yep. And that's the craziest part, but it has to come with a thin line of execution. Yeah. There's a lot of meatballs in that soup, and you're looking for the little things in between. And it's going to be really hard when they have so much CC to go down. It's a bold pick, but I love it. You got to put some confidence there into Winthrop, who've been feeding off of this momentum. Can they make another upset of the century happen in the same week? Does lightning strike twice, as they say, as they take Dark Zero Dragonsteel the distance in this first best of 3 of the day on this super final day of week number 7, the regular season of NACL. Dark Zero Dragonsteel versus Winthrop University. Game 3 kicking off now.
And I think a lot of the success we've seen from Winthrop, especially lately, again, has been leaning more towards their own style, playing to these comfort champions. This is not the first Zed we've seen from Sword here in Split 1. And he's very happy to bring that out in the right circumstances. Even coming through with the Ignite does make his lane a little more volatile, being able to snowball, of course, if he's able to secure kills. But those reset timers are going to be very important so he doesn't fall behind.
Minions have spawned.
Got to see how often they want to play through this mid jungle. I know the mid lane was exactly where we wanted to focus in this one. And both guys having wonderful performances in their last series against different opponents, but now coming to a head here, it was Toasty who absolutely got the better game number 1 on his classic Azir, but I gotta say Sword had his number in game number 2. So the culmination of this matchup, if Toasty can put down Sword here, it could be a big leaning towards Dark Zero Dragonsteel's compositional strengths, but both teams definitely leaning in the team fight and the scaling aspect of things here.
Yeah, and I'm really kind of having difficulty placing which comp I definitively like more in the late game. Because you're right, they both have options to lean into team fighting later. They both have great scaling tools. And what's I feel is going to be the difference for me is Sword. He's got the Ignite. He's playing the Assassin in Zed in a meta where Assassins really just aren't popular and not commonly very good. He has to be that difference maker to get onto somebody like Spawn. on the Tristana, because Spawn is the carry when we get to late game. And it's really Sword versus Spawn this game, even though we're highlighting that mid lane matchup. If he can kill him, Winthrop will win. And if not, well, Dragon Steel, excuse me, will probably get their chance to be top 2.
See if they can do so here. We are getting clears coming through from both sides. Obviously, a little bit of speed from both of them. I think both have actually pretty hefty clears early, but I will say Wilson on the Lilia will be a speed demon once those faded ashes and things start coming down for them. We take a look at priority as we come to the culmination of the jungle pass. Top side still going to go the way of Winthrop, but not going to find any love for another game in this one. But bot lane could be the focus earlier on. I know Mobility will want a little bit of action there, maybe trying to use that Blade Caller early to get some prio there. They will end up having that push.
Yeah, and the key for me is also going to be for Winthrop, the laners. They got to really understand the timers where Kryra can impact them, because if you're looking at Sedge versus Lilia, one of these junglers has a lot more early game impact, and the more you can be self-sufficient in this game and allow Wilson to just power farm, the better off you're going to be as a comp overall.
Wilson came around that corner and said, nope, I'm walking away.
Unless?
Absolutely not. Now he has teammates. That's when you want it. That's when you want the fight. But you are fighting into a Sejuani with the permafrost early. The Kryra just going in now. Toasty trying to find the kill to Wilson.
Wow,
Kryra will go down. He just went boldly where no man should go. And now Sword gonna be ran down with a splash from Spawn. He canceled his auto. He canceled his auto. Oh, Spawn misses that play, and now Winthrop finds 2 kills down. And Spawn's in a lot of trouble, going to try to use the blast cone away, but he might just go down. The Blade Color there. Feats of Warfare completed at 4 minutes, and Winthrop are here to play.
Dark Zero collapsing at the seams here. The fact that Sword walked away with 2 HP, I'm told, is just utterly ridiculous, and something Spawn is going to be kicking himself about well into playoffs.
I need to see that. I need to see that again if that is at all possible production. I need to see if either he auto-attacked the turret, he canceled his, something happened. We're going to take a look back at it.
Yeah, I really didn't think this fight was actually going to be good there for Winthrop, but they made it work. Wilson was able to stay alive, and I like the focus and the hold off on the Ignite from Sword to go on the lowest health target. It turned into that kill, and now we're going to see that moment. No camera.
Are we going to
go
see
back
it?
To Spawn. Yeah, okay.
Maybe
Spawn.
in the corner.
Watch Spawn.
So one more auto comes after this, or he cancels it. I think he just cancels. Oh,
I think he's worried.
No.
Yeah, it looked like he does cancel it, and he's worried about the Shuriken. I don't really know why. You wouldn't die. So that's a little too cautious, it looks like. The red buff certainly helped.
Winthrop, though, let's go.
I know.
Man, turning it on in the last week of the regular season, taking down some of the giants of the league so far. And now, even though it's still early, have a pretty hefty advantage with a composition that loves to be in the driver's seat.
That's right, and really such a big deal where I didn't think Winthrop's comp this early should be looking to fight. I was just talking about how Lilia wants to farm, laners should be self-sufficient, but shout out to the confidence of this team knowing their limits and being able to find these examples. You know what? I'm not satisfied with our conclusion on that auto attack, so I am actually glad we're going to watch this again. My eyes are like an inch from my screen, guys.
If he gets the kill, he gets the reset, right?
Exactly.
And that makes such a big difference in this moment. I think he just cancels it. Dude, how does he not die to the lethal tempo?
He does cancel it. He literally does cancel it. And the reason he didn't die to lethal tempo, it's the red buff. The health regen came through. So, oopsie from Spawn. Again, he's not going to be happy about that one. And in one fell swoop at around the 3-minute mark, Winthrop University, they get feats of warfare. They have 3 kills to their name. And look at where those kills are.
Yeah.
I couldn't pick a better place. I couldn't blend it.
Literally across the board for everybody, getting a little bit of love here. Now they'll have this little mini item spike going for them ahead of this if they want to try to take this early dragon. There's about 1:20 until the grub spawns, so maybe seeing if Dark Zero can refocus on that a little bit. I still think objective control is going to be extremely important to kind of keep out in front of you for both sides this time around. But we see a lot of presence now with these kind of the BF sword, not only for mobility, but the pickaxe start there already for sword, and the haunting guys completed for Wilson as he comes out onto the map.
That's right. And I will say, as much as this is a good opener for Winthrop University, Dark Zero still have the easier to execute comp. Really simple team fight, a lot of CC to work with. So they're far from out of this game, but the mental aspect of losing a play like that is not lost on me.
As Catalyst is completed for Toasty, he's going to be a little bit stronger in some of these fights. We're obviously still waiting to get those first item spikes, but reset now coming from Kryra right ahead of the Grubs. At least just trying to get on the same page as Wilson, going to be able to complete the double giant belt that we've seen as tradition for Sejuani. So going to feel a lot better if they do need to stick a fight up here. But level 6s are going to be abounding. Who's going to take out that better of it? We finally get to the threshold that Dark Zero Dragonsteel can start feeling good in these fights.
And speaking of, I think we're going to see a fight soon, maybe around these Void Grubs, although not a lane swap. So there's that opportunity for Dark Zero actually to get a potential advantage if they want to move up there. But Spawn, he cancels his back. He wants to get one more wave in, and because nobody is really committing a whole lot, Wilson on the Lilia, you take these really quickly as this champion, so this should be a pretty easy take from you. He might have to flash though.
Does end up flashing away from the Glacial Prison. The Stolen Nature's Grasp is going to connect on only 35. He doesn't have his own version of it just yet, but they will end up getting the 1 for 2. If they can finish this one off. Kryra doesn't have the smite, but they go for the fight anyways. Onto Wilson now. Toasty looking for an angle here. They go on to only 35, but into the pit, into the fight. Tenacity goes, sweeping through, and this Abessa, there's a reason why it was banned 2 games in a row. Cryogen's gonna fall, and Sword tries to go back, but Toasty's sitting there waiting for him like a teen after curfew, and that Toasty finding a big pick.
I love that decision from Dark Zero. Abandon that last grub, take the fight angle that looks so good, and they get it because they can take the grub afterwards. So they find themselves some kills back in this game and in some great places as well. 1 for Toasty, 1 for Tenacity. 2 champions that will cause a lot of headache for Winthrop later on.
And we're going back to what game 1 was, an absolute slog of just fighting and chaos. We're not there to that 1 kill a minute yet, but it's a lot further towards that than that game number 2 was for sure. We are going to get a little bit more tempo clears coming through from both junglers now, though. There is this next, or at least the Dragon setup is going to be the next thing on the docket for Winthrop, as they do have Prio and bot side through mobility.
That's right. It's going to be an easy dragon take here, but a late one for Winthrop. So it'll be a bit later of a soul if they're able to continue stacking those dragons. But otherwise, it's just going to be them going back to neutral and not much else to really fight for. Next thing to keep your eye on is in Rift Herald in a couple minutes' time. And of course on Kryra, because again, it's so much easier with more downtime after the objective timers have been altered on this patch. There's more time for champions like Sejuani in particular to just look for plays, see what advantages they can get.
The 1v1 between the ADCs and now Cryogen trying to come over to get mobility. Mobility will flash away from the CC that Cryogen was trying to layer down. So we will end up getting flash trades by both ADs, and the ultimate from mobility is down.
Only 35. My man, sit in the lane just a little longer. You have been level 5 for like 2 minutes now, and as Maokai, that's just not acceptable. You need that Nature's Grasp really badly. Can only imagine how it would have impacted that fight, but okay, he's just gonna recall. Our producer just called him only 5 and a real, honestly.
Incredible. That's real good. We gotta get you on the live side of things.
I've been saying.
It is really, though, a situation where Toasty could probably ult twice before he even gets his, and now Sword goes all in but gets locked down. That's that CC chain we were talking about. The ulti right back, and Toasty will take him down now as well. Toasty is not going to try to find that re-engage as well. The fight going the way of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Really good combinations between Toasty, Cryogen, and Kryra.
That Sejuani ult was like 1 centimeter away from only 35, but still a successful fight either way from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Again, just shows the ease of execution on this composition, and Sword getting a little too far ahead of himself. Oh my god, he's in! That's it! Now we can call him only 6.
Let's go. He did it. He's only 4 levels down from Toasty.
Yeah, it was
to be fair, Cryogen will probably be almost level 7, but at least he's even now, and that's all that really matters.
He's caught up. He has the ult, so that's really.
And it's a dead even game. So what does it really matter?
If you're Dark Zero, not that much, really, because you're still in a really good position, in my opinion, especially with how much Sword has been struggling in the mid lane against Toasty. Really wise of him to go for that Catalyst. It looks like it was just for the health, as we see the Haunting guys picked up as well. So probably going to be looking for the, I guess, Rift Maker.
Spawn getting chunked.
Could be Leandri's.
A pretty hefty 2v2 going down there. Both sides looking for a little bit of CC chaining. I will say, though, a little bit of a check-in on the Zed. I know it's glitz and glam. I know Sword has played it before. I'm struggling to see who besides Spawn he can really kill on this the other side of the map. And honestly, maybe it's enough. Maybe that's all
I
you
was gonna say, that's fine.
Denethor gonna go 1v2. He's going Godzilla mode. Is it gonna be enough though? Tenacity cutting down the size. He's gonna get the flash. Oh, he's running straight into Toasty. He's waiting for him on the other end. He's gonna heal a lot, but it's not gonna even matter as Tenacity gets the cleanup kill on the Denethor. We'll go 2-0 now on this Ambessa.
Yeah, and it's really hard to respond. Again, this top side really lacking in CC. You have the sleep from Lilia and, of course, the stun from the Renekton, but it doesn't really hit the same as the Arctic Assault from the Sejuani or even that Glacial Prison. So it's so much easier for Dark Zero to skirmish and team fight. So it does mean that Winthrop really have to be respectful of these timers where Dark Zero can make these plays and only take fights if they absolutely have to.
This is a prime position as we are looking at first items coming up for multiple members. Almost everybody on the side of Winthrop now with the double Eclipse popped in the solo lanes there as well. Gonna have the Yuntals for Spawn completed, the Heartsteel there for Kryra. So maybe a little bit more fighting strength going on either side of things here, but Dragon coming up in less than a minute as well. Could be a second Dragon for Winthrop or tying it up 1-1 for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
It's pretty tough. Wilson is currently on the other side of the map. He has some time. You can see only 35 wants to get some presence, but without Wilson, this is so dangerous.
It is indeed. Oh,
Unless...
Glacial Prison going a little bit wide there. Taking notes. Thank you, only 35 for the call out.
Yeah.
It is the Nature's Wrath still in tow by Toasty. So really no way for you to walk into a lot of these fights. Toasty's going to get the reset and does have the TP to come right back. Still engaged tool down for Cryo. Does make things a little bit more difficult to handle. Has a nice play. Try to get only 35. Delivers it right back to Spawn. Here comes the TP in, though. Spawn has to buster shot out as only 35 will pull his Nature's Grasp as well. Toasty is here, waiting to see if he wants to utilize that now as Rift Herald spawned across the map. Both Tenacity and Denethor. Tenacity's TP coming up now, but will have TP if they want to take this fight.
Yeah, but Winthrop, their most important team fight ult's gone now. Only 35 forced to use the Nature's Grasp, while Toasty is still holding on to his. I can't imagine it's going to last much longer, but the threat of it is enough for Winthrop to take a delayed response to this Dragon. Delayed enough that they're actually just going to let it go.
Oh, under turn Tenacity! He's about to get chopped down, just like a bite-sized meal by Denethor, trying to chase him out. Public execution.
Oh my God!
Tenacity! Put some respect on his name. Tenacity is back in action in the NACL.
Oh, Denethor, he was tunneling too much on the E from the Renekton. It's gonna get solo killed as Tenacity. Yeah, they got him. Shield.
It should go pop, and there you go. Only 35 gets the kill in the end. Would have liked that on Sword, but cleaning up the kill in any way possible is going to be a good thing. Rift Herald is up on the other side. Can see if Dark Zero want to go ahead and go for that now, as Kryra is pathing that way.
Oh my God, Wilson getting to eat up this whole wave has just got to feel wonderful as a farming jungler. So that is a small win for him as well. Hey, it's like, what about me? He wasn't going to get it, but he, you know.
He wasn't.
There's still that feeling like it should have been me, not him.
He will end up continuing to clear. Finds a decent advantage over Kryra, just as we said earlier. The clear speed from Lilia gets ridiculous. And even if Sejuani does have a fast clear speed, not going to match the deer prancing through the forest. Rift Herald can be the focus now as they did get pushed. Toasty started his back, but going to reassemble over this Rift Herald pit. As it is spotted out. Winthrop can contest this one, but they were going to have to bring Wilson around the corner. He's pretty far away for it, but maybe a flash play, maybe a fight. They do have all the tools available. They go for only 35. They lock him down, and now they won't have any contest over this as the Rift Herald going the way of DZ.
Yeah, it's tough. And the Maokai support is something we see a lot of, but the fact is, with support economy, with support experience, you're just not as tanky as you would be in the jungle. So only 35, not being careful enough with his life and respecting the fact that he is the most important team fighter on Winthrop University. That Nature's Grasp is so crucial to them being able to even engage in these objective fights. So with him getting picked off like this, a back-to-back, is not great for Winthrop's chances.
See if they can steady the ship. It's still a dead even game, sort of, in the 1v1 against Toasty. The health bar difference is definitely coming back to bite Sword. But now, with these plays kind of developing, getting closer to second items as well, specifically for Spawn. Really want to see them getting Spawn involved in these next fights. Still think that the statement rings true that he is going to be that major focus on this side of things for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Absolutely. Especially once Spawn picks up that second item, it's going to feel really good and just continue to feel really good as the Tristana, as it's really only up from here. And we're finally going to see that confrontation between Sword and Spawn, because that is really another crucial part of how Winthrop's comp is going to work. If the Zed can just bypass the front line, use that Death Mark to take Spawn out of the picture, and give Winthrop a fighting chance. I know.
As soon as you ult, you're immediately getting a target painted on your head, as he's going to dodge out of Toasty. That was really good from Sword, as the TP is going to actually come out to try to save that fight in the 2v2, trying to pick out Toasty, but now Tenacity might want to look for it, as well as Rift Herald being popped in the mid lane by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Is the charge going to be enough? Not just enough. Trying to get Spawn in there to get the explosive charge on it. TP coming now from DZ. Toasty looking for it. The turret's not long for this world. They will end up going down, and that's first turret to Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, some more gold into their pocket. They're going to get the second brick as well. Toasty really just TP'd for the pressure. Now he's going to collect that wave on the bottom side. So Winthrop really, they lose 2 turrets and they get nothing in trade, which is probably the worst feeling, because this map opens up that much more on their side while this dragon is coming up in a minute's time. So it's just going to make it harder for Winthrop to make good on that first dragon they were able to pick up, because I have a feeling it was their last.
And Tenacity is almost up like an entire item on Denethor. Obviously, Denethor still has to back, but he's got the Tunneler and second item as well, so that's a lot of gold that Tenacity has been able to accrue for himself. This Ambessa that had been locked away this entire series, unleashed in game number 3, and there was a reason why it had been locked behind bars.
Yeah, and it's tough too. Denethor really not in a strong position item-wise, as you point out. He doesn't have teleport. So it really just feels like Winthrop will not get this dragon, should not contest this dragon, and really just need to see if there's anything they can take in exchange.
Mobility. He's going to be fine. Still has the Feather Storm available to him. Actually putting some damage back into Cryogen. Wilson coming around the corner. Oh, Toasty's got a flank, though. They don't have a turret to go back to. He wants it. Glacial Prison just going to be wide, but the double combo pincer maneuver.
They got him.
Shut by Dark Zero. 4-man sleep isn't enough. Sword is not going to be able to chunk through all these health bars, but maybe he can get Cryogen. He at least gets the one back. Now Denethor gets Buster shot out to get to safety from Dark Zero.
Still, it's the 1 for 2, and Wilson, the jungler, is the one who goes down for Winthrop. So Dark Zero, again, they come up in terms of kills and gold. They also have the smite available, whereas Winthrop, I mean, we're around, but there's really no angle to actually make this one work. Denethor, fortunately, not strong enough, even with the Dominus.
As we take a look at how that fight kicked off here as well, Toasty was trying to come around the corner, and Tenacity and him connect at the exact perfect time.
Yeah, I think only 35 just waited too long to use that Nature's Grasp. Really needed to make space, especially when they were in this numbers disadvantage. And he ended up holding it until his death, never actually getting a chance to use it.
Look back into live, and that will be the Dragon secured by Dark Zero. So they will go up 2-1 in Dragon score in a Mountain Soul. So you're going to feel really good for either side, but especially that tankiness on the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel now. Second item is that Navori Flicker Blade for Spawn, so we're going to have that extra cooldown reduction on the abilities, which is going to feel really good. and Dark Zero Dragonsteel are looking for a final outer turret in bot side, but they will be focused on now that Wilson is here. Tenacity expertly dashing out, using some of this healing, but it's not going to be nearly enough. And Denethor should be able to clean this one up. Public execution down. The shutdown actually goes to Wilson, so 730 gold goes his way, and that'll be a really good reprieve for the moment. But speaking of, that reprieve is only instant as the Atacon being taken on the other side.
And I don't know if there's going to be time for a response. Even if Denethor were to clear this wave back and get his teleport up, he doesn't have the dominance because it was used in that play. So I'm not confident in Winthrop's ability to actually win this fight. But they want to look for it anyway, Mazel. This one's dicey.
Spawn is just like not auto-attacking the Atacon. They just want to go for the fight now. Explosive charge is going to be through there as well. But now Sword looking for that backline. Sword needed one tool, one find, and is not going to get Spawn. Wilson going low now as well. Toasty goes on a rampage, but now he's in the thick of things. Goes with a double kill, but he will fall immediately. Spawn and Crouchin now looking for the follow-up, looking for the cleanup. Tenacity has TP'd. The Atacon not taken. Bloodbath aplenty, but it is 2 for 2.
Yeah, and they take advantage of the fact that Tenacity was not on the map, sitting on the gray screen to get a 2 for 2. It's pretty brutal because they were 5 versus 4, but given the game state, it is pretty good, all things considered. And I think we're starting to see examples of how Winthrop really needs to be playing these team fights. Because right now, I think we have a fight here. No, we don't. I was baited.
So they need to play these team fights? What were you saying?
That Winthrop, again, being able to pressure Spawn is so important. Sword didn't actually kill him, but he chunked him and he forced him away. So he didn't actually get very many auto attacks in that fight. So even that pressure alone is very valuable. The question is, can they actually do it again? Because Dark Zero, they're out straight back to the Otacon. No teleports for Winthrop.
Spawn wasn't auto-attacking. It took forever to take down. This time they are all inning it. It's already down in low half health. And try to take it down quickly, but Winthrop trying to scramble, trying to get an answer, trying to get a response. Wilson going to try to steal it, but it is going to be secured. Now they have that extra team fight potential, but big knock-up coming in. Crouchin should make it out the Unbreakable will, and now they have to reset the fight as Sword. Stuck on his lonesome. He's going to go in and try to rejoin the rest of his team. Tenacity struggling to find an entrance, though. Toasty going to pop the Nature's Grasp onto 3 members now. Denethor trying to find Spawn. It's still the reset they're looking for. Tenacity comes in. Denethor is going to go low, and now Spawn has his sights set on the rest of Winthrop. He's waiting for his entrance now, though. Looking on to only 35. Winthrop are trying to fight this one out. Tenacity getting a little bit low. Lilting Lullaby is going to be there. Blade Caller through. And now the Tenacity's gone. The front line is not there. Spawn has not found his entrance. He's been waiting the entire time. He might be waiting until playoffs at this point. As he doesn't go through, Winthrop will take the fight.
And that's another fight. Again, we've been crediting Winthrop for understanding how their comp needs to be played out. And while this was a really shaky...
Oh, he gets the counterplay, the explosive charge plus the turret. Sword unable to execute on the Zed. They do get the turret, but Spawn will go on a killing spree.
I respect the vision from Sword. Unfortunately, it was super risky. You get Spawn's flash for it because there's no world where they get Baron. I guess it's okay. Or not as bad as it should be. I won't say it was okay. It's not as bad as it could be. But overall, not a bad fight from Winthrop University. This time it's Denethor who's taking that approach to keep Spawn out of these fights. Again, they just clearly understand Spawn is the problem, and if he can't auto-attack, they won't win.
That's been the case across the last couple fights as well. I will say, though, Tenacity now on 3 items. He is a big deal. And with a lot of squishiness of the side of Winthrop, if at one point they don't focus in and realize that he has such big entrances into the back line, he will absolutely make mincemeat out of them. We are on 2nd items there for everybody. Obviously, that catalyst still sitting in the inventory of Toasty, something we've seen as of late. I know Cubby talked a lot about it, but still keeping those stats in tow while he goes for the next items in his build. We have 30 seconds until that next dragon spawns. Soul point for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, or an evening of the odds for Winthrop.
Yeah, and this isn't a Chemtech Soul, unfortunately, for Winthrop. It is a Mountain Soul, so every Mountain Dragon the Dark Zero pick up, it just increases the value. Oh, hold on.
He's in trouble. Only 35. Just takes the engage. Double explosive charge from the Navori. Flicker Blades is able to get that down. Spawn, really nice utilization there, and bringing Kryra into bear too with the Glacial Prison. Now they might be able to force this Baron. Only 35 is that big setup tool for them. Really no other forms of engage and they won't be able to do anything about it. Wilson just walking a little bit too far forward.
Okay.
He's just going to be cut down. He can't do anything. He can't go golden. He's going to burn. He's still alive. He's barely kicking. And now Denethor goes on to Toasty. Toasty tries to go forward with the blade collar, but can't do it. Toasty's going low down mobility. Gets him down. Mobility will go down. But now Spawn trying to find his entrance yet again. Denethor is a scary croc, but Tenacity is here to back him down. Spawn waiting for his entrance here with the rocket jump. Can go through with the explosive charge. Denethor waiting for the slice and dice to kill Spawn. You know he has him in his sights. Dragon is still up and available. Tenacity is still big, strong, as Wilson's trying to heal up in the jungle before this fight.
Small bright side for Winthrop. Only 35 died with his ult, so now that he's showing up to this fight, there is a chance.
TP coming in. Denethor's full health. Denethor's got the flash as well. Only 35. Giving his health bar here. Wilson trying to go for the 50-50. Is this going to be the time that they decide to make it break? And now the Dragon goes the way of Wilson. And Denethor cuts through everybody. Spawn doesn't have much mana. Wilson has to wait on the other side. And only 35 gets out with the blast cone.
That, I can't express how important this win was for Winthrop. Again, every Mountain Drake Dark Zero gets, it's so much harder for Winthrop to win. It adds value to every bit of health all their members get because of the increased resistances. But Winthrop, they recognize they have a moment. They win the 50-50. So not only do they deny those stacking resistances, they deny the soul point. They keep themselves in this.
And just thinking of this track record, man, like Winthrop, if they are able to take down Near Airport and Dark Zero Dragonsteel in the same week, absolutely insane, absolute cinema. As we take a look back to this one, and Wilson keeping these Dragon hopes alive for Winthrop.
Yeah, and I gotta say, only 35 has died with his ult up a lot this game, and I really don't like it. But this time specifically, it ends up working out for them because it allowed them the space to walk into this Dragon. And again, a lot of AoE coming through between the Lilia, between the Renekton, just being able to get a lot of AoE damage off to force Dark Zero out of the picture and secure that one kill.
And I know I talked about Winthrop's story of things, but Dark Zero Dragons, so they want this win. This is the last series of the split. They want first and second. Niles is expecting it of this team to get that bye, to have that time to prep and get into locked action for the playoffs. And to fall to Winthrop, to have these fluctuations, not going to be a happy coach there for sure, but they still have a big fighting chance. They still are in a big, strong position with Kryra's advances, with his engages, and Spawn now having hit third item with that IE. He is monstrous.
That's right. Mobility on the other side has hit that third item. Wilson going for the, I think it's called Bloodletter's Curse.
Yep.
Bloodletter something, yeah. So that MR reduction, I think, going to be really valuable for Wilson and his damage this game. And to your point, too, Dark Zero, not only does Niles expect it of them, you got to imagine these players, they expect it from themselves. Especially with the record they walked into when they got subbed in for the original Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad. These players, of course, very skilled, experienced, talented in their own right. Only need to win this one series to give themselves that remaining hope for top two. They have a lot of expectations on their shoulders from those around them and, of course, themselves. So Winthrop, they're looking to disrupt them with this potential to win the game.
See now, a couple backs going to be stopped. He makes it.
Wow.
Nice little shield. Going to get him out of there. But right now, we're just waiting. We have about 2 minutes till that Dragon spawns, and that's not even the end-all, be-all here, as it would just be third Dragon for either side. And we've had a very contested series so far. We finally reached that 1 kill a minute mark yet again.
Yes.
It's not a slow burn like that game number 2. Both teams putting everything on the line with their final series in the regular season.
Yeah, and this is it. This is the time to put all the cards on the table. And again, you got to give credit to Winthrop. Their comp, definitely harder to execute, especially as this game goes on, with how difficult it is to play assassins like Zed and how hard their job is to put pressure on Spawn. But they are making it happen. They are making these fights close. And Dark Zero, even with that pressure on them, they do have a pretty easy to execute composition. So as long as they're able to protect Spawn and keep that focus on their marksman, they should win.
into a very tense state of the game, but I will say Wilson's been farming up a storm.
Yeah.
There's almost a full item over Kryra as well, and the Lilia ain't no slouch in the later parts of the game. Still waiting for that big entrance from Sword. I think he's had some serviceable moments as well, but really looking for why this Zed pick came in 5th, why Sword feels so confident on it in his second competitive playthrough of this champion. He's already played it once this season as well. We'll see now if it does end up paying off against Spawn.
And I like what we're seeing here from Winthrop. Not pushing too far, but doing their best to maintain some kind of vision presence so it won't be as hard for them to actually walk into that river. With Dragon coming up soon, Dark Zero not as dependent on this soul, and with Spawn being where he is in terms of items, they're going to rip through this Baron very, very quickly. So with that in mind, Winthrop, they got to do their best to make sure this Baron can't get stolen away from them when they're not looking, but they also really want this Dragon. That's why you're seeing Mobility and Denethor move that to that area.
They burn it down so fast,
They're
so they're two-manning the Baron already. Giving that over might just be a benefit of the doubt here given to Winthrop.
Oh, they know, yeah.
And they will just end up giving that one over, so it's going to be massive as Nature's Grass going across behind it. Eventually take down Kryra, but Nature's Grass used a trade of the Dragon for the Baron, and now it's all about what Dark Zero Dragonsteel can do with this Baron for the next 3 minutes when the next Dragon is still 5 minutes out.
Yeah, that's right. It is an unfortunate trade for Winthrop because that Baron is so potent, so powerful, but how unfortunate is going to depend on them and how well they receive this Baron push. That's going to be coming through in these next couple of minutes. Already the resets are coming through. Spawn has finished that 4th item. He's also at level 17, so the Tristana passive with the increased range is almost maxed out. And it does make it easier for Spawn to interact with Winthrop's composition because of it. So, and Dark Zero, they're about as online as they're going to be, Lennon.
See if they can use this buff to get this lead out in front of Winthrop. It's been heavily contested. We're almost 35 minutes in. If that doesn't speak to the stress of this final series for both teams, then I don't know what does at this point. The tier 2 turret under threat and topside by Dark Zero with this Baron buff. They still have the cannon minion up. Not as much range on the side of Winthrop, so these sieges are going to be very, very hard to handle. As TP coming in way behind over here. Look how much damage Spawn is doing to Sword.
They
Sword
got him.
Caught out. Sword unexpecting. And now the rest of Winthrop are going down one by one. We'll get that Blade Caller out to save off Mobility. But Toasty having the Nature's Grass now, they can look for this siege. And they're going to look for the turrets here as well. Maybe they just crash this Baron buff into a win. There's no way. Only 35 is caught. They just dominoed Winthrop. All those games, all that stress, that close moment. And now it seems like it's running out of reach. 3,000 gold up into the siege here with the TP from Tenacity available. They have the resets from Spawn. They could look to finish this one off. What once was a soaring eagle has been clipped, and now Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They want that first, second seed. They want that win. Niall gonna be very happy as the coach of this squad to come in and finish the job that the premier squad started, and they'll find that first or second seed in the buy-in playoffs.
And a really nice catch out there from Dark Zero to close it out. Winthrop, unfortunately, crashed down to earth with this loss at the end there, and it's one that they are not going to be happy about looking back at that final fight. But Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they make it happen. This is the risk of playing champions like Zed in this current meta, and unfortunately, while there were good moments, Winthrop couldn't pull it over the finish line.
That tempo play actually was very impressive right there. Just to see how quickly they pounced after the turret falls. You have to respect a lot of the length of engage that this team brings to the table.
Yeah, and again, really just good snap engage, and of course a little bit of unfortunate play there from Sword. Dying with Deathmark, dying with Flash. In those final moments, I think no one's going to feel that loss more than him.
For sure, but it's still something to be proud of, bringing Dark Zero Dragonsteel the distance, having that very tightly contested game number 3, but also that roundabout victory in game number 2. We're going to step away for a little break. On the other side of things, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Don't miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. On our final day of the regular season, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they handle the business set out before them, and they will end up getting that first or second seed in the playoffs here with a 2-1 victory over Winthrop University.
Yeah, as for that final bit of seeding, we're going to have to see where our Super Day and our Super Week plays out towards the end of it. But you got to give props to Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Even though it was pretty contentious at one point, they managed to get that win out in the end, especially in this game 3. I think Winthrop made it really difficult for them, but it's just good recognition and positioning there, particularly for Cryogen, who I want to credit that secured them the win, and especially that fight that won them the game.
We take a look back to the auto that never was for Spawn.
Yeah, that was funny.
Still coming out with a victory makes all this go away for sure. It's a really good positioning in the latter part. I think he played really reserved in this one, even when maybe it looked like he could go forward. He's still knowing and respecting Denethor's strength in a lot of these situations, respecting the kind of up close and personal fighting strength that Winthrop had. And I will say that it was a holistic effort from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I think obviously Tenacity had a big say on the Ambessa being able to close in a lot of these pincers for them, but overall it was a team effort. Yeah,
and this comp was just easier to execute. At the end of the day, Zed, there's a reason we don't see Assassins come through a lot. Again, Winthrop, I honestly think, I like the look. I saw the vision, and they played a lot of these fights pretty well. There were just moments like this one at the very end that were just misplayed, because those are moments where you can't get caught, especially with how strong Dark Zero are at this stage of the game. But again, credit to Cryogen and Kryra. I think they played their role really nicely this game, and were big reasons why, despite Winthrop's efforts, it was really hard for them to team fight.
It was indeed, and you could see some of that here in the later part. Honestly, really good props to Dark Zero Dragonsteel, just realizing that they could take that one Baron. They had like a minute and a half left on it. They took that in him. They were like, no, we can end the game here. And being able to do so, I think, takes a lot of guts, but also just a lot of know-how on how to win with your composition. And those kind of decisions, even though maybe it looks like bare bones, something that should be easy in Tier 2, I find that it's really nice to see teams pull that kind of stuff off, because it just shows decisiveness that sometimes is a little bit lacking, but you expect from one of our top tier teams, even if it is a sub squad of them. And really, really good stuff for them to handle. We'll be able to talk to somebody from Dark Zero Dragonsteel here pretty soon and maybe get their looks on what's looking forward, what the playoffs could potentially look like, but what this means for them to be able to live up to the expectations of securing that first or second seed. But as we get into that, make sure you go check out all the socials from this last game. It was a 3-game banger. Winthrop, they were so close. Unable to take the victory in the end and fall to Dark Zero Dragonsteel 2-1. Our socials are in the top left of your screen. Make sure you go check all those out. You'll be able to catch all the clips. But refocusing onto this, I still think that it wasn't as one-sided of a series as maybe when you came into this one you would have expected if you didn't know what had happened earlier this week for Winthrop. But I got to give a shout out to both teams, laying it all in the line. The 2 games with like a kill a minute in the final series for both teams feels real good.
It does, and I think there's still a lot to be excited about Winthrop University, even though they end up losing this series, where I think we're still seeing that rise that led to their defeating of Near Airport earlier on this week. Just kind of continuing to show us bits of that brightness here today means that, playoffs, they might still be able to do some damage. Yeah, so they'll be exciting to watch. Yeah, and of course, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, another team we're going to be really excited to watch, as well as the other teams in our 3-headed Hydra.
I will say, if Luminosity end up winning their series, it does mean that Near Airport will be in 3rd, and that means that one of the first matches we'll get will be the Winthrop Near Airport rematch of a potential upset. Oh my god, it would be so banger.
Wow,
but we'll see.
Out.
Obviously some time before that comes down, but we'll be talking to one of the members of Dark Zero Dragonsteel on the other side here very, very shortly. But it really came down to that focus on the mid lane, mid jungle that I love to talk about coming into the series itself. I think there was a lot of strength in the early prio. I think obviously the setup around this moment for Dark Zero Dragonsteel was really good in their execution of the early game pathing, specifically from that side of things.
Yeah, it's really nice to see this from the Dark Zero's Dragon Steel roster, especially with the kind of situation that they ended up coming through in. The announcement of that 10-man roster was pretty recent, but still, now they've been able to make full use of that roster, and it feels like though they do need a little more time playing together, as some of the players have stated, that they are coming together really nicely in this short period of time.
Yeah, they are indeed. I do believe we finally have our interview ready to go. I think we're going to be joined by Cryogen from Dark Zero Dragon Steel and get to talk to him a little bit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys lived up to Niles' expectations. You secured first or second place. You got the bye for the team in the playoffs. What does it mean for you guys to step in and be able to secure that?
Honestly, like at first, like having to step in like mid-season, it was very challenging, and like especially for me, like having my first match against like Double Lift and them, it was pretty nerve-wracking, and like overall, like from like when we were back to polls, we were scrimming a lot, and then like the 1 month break, so it was like kind of like hard to transition back into, but now we've got our footing back, so it feels good.
Yeah, and I want to ask you more on that too, where you guys, you know, there's some shake. It's a little shaky because you guys are only just coming together, but you've done a pretty good job at working together as 5 in a short amount of time. So I wanted to ask you, what did it take for you to get to this point?
I think so. Like last year, I was subbing on FlyQuest Challengers, and like unfortunately, I didn't get my time there. But I did learn a lot through like Chime and like Sajed, being able to work with them. And then during the off season, I played a lot of solo queue, and then worked with Ido, obviously, and Ido helped me a lot. He's a big part of like where I'm at right now. And then like the pull situation, and then like now we're picked up by Dragon Steel, and I'm working like a lot with Draxer and West Rice, so it feels good.
I like it. I like it. You gotta have that personal improvement too. I gotta ask you, speaking of, what do you feel like has been the biggest lesson you've learned for yourself over this start to this split, and now coming in? Is there anything you've really taken away that you're like, this is something I can hold on to?
More of just like just asking, like a lot of the times, like during practice and in games, like I have to sometimes ask, because like I'm like more of a newer player, so like I have to like sometimes like figure out what I have to do at certain times. So like just not being afraid of like not knowing what to do, and like just being like receptive to learn.
I like it.
And you got to respect that humility. And you have a great resource in the bot lane too, with Spawn, right? A very experienced player. So can you talk more about what it's been like to work with him? Do you lean on him a lot as your bot lane partner to kind of help you bridge this gap?
Yeah, Spawn has a lot of knowledge and like matchups and just like knowing how to play the game overall. Like, I think he's really smart about the game. He's actually a really nice person. I don't know how he hasn't flayed me yet, to be honest. Because
he's so wholesome, man.
I gotta like grief him like 90% of the time, but like it's just
That's
like
your job.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, he's a really nice guy, and he knows a lot about the game. So it's like, and he's always there to like help me whenever I need help, and just always telling me like what I need to be doing, and like what I should be doing, and like what he thinks is really good. So it's been really good being his teammate.
I like it. It's been really fun to see you guys come together. I gotta say, it feels good for you all, I'm sure, to get your second win as a squad on the NACL stage. I gotta ask you though, if you don't know, feel free to deflect. It is what it is. What's going on with the roster going into playoffs? Are you guys gonna be starting? Do you have any idea how that trajectory is looking like?
So far we have actually no clue. Like,
okay, no problem.
Everything's still kind of in the air, still undecided, but
understandable.
I mean, this could possibly be our last match, but we don't know yet. Yeah.
Well, that being said, I'm going to give you the stage here. Anything you want to say, any statements you want to put out, anything you want to talk about, or anybody you want to shout out?
Yeah, I want to shout out my teammates. They like constantly put up with me playing bad, and like definitely like Toasty and Tenacity, and like everyone's pretty vocal on the team, so it makes it easier. Shout out like Draxer, West Rice. Like Draxer's helping me a lot, and same thing with Ido. Like he's always there to help me too. So, and everyone that's watching me, like you are.
All right, then I'm going to make you put yourself on the stand one more time. Any statements, any phrases that you want people to know when they think of you as a player?
I'm gonna keep working hard, and then I'll be there in LTAs. Yeah.
Let's go. That's what I wanted, man. I just had to get it from you. Thank you so much, Cryogen. It's an absolute pleasure, man. I hope to get to see more of you. All righty, we're going to take it back from him now. And obviously, we have our MVP to give out after this. But great interview from Cryogen. Obviously, the guys know that they need to strike when the iron is hot. They need to take advantage of every opportunity given to them. And they absolutely did.
And it's nice to hear from him, too, because, I mean, to his own words, last split, though he was a sub option there for Chime on FlyQuest, it wasn't really much of a chance for him to actually play. So it's nice for us to finally get to talk to him, to see him play more, of course, in the NACL, him being one of the many players on this roster who were like, yes, they have a chance to play. We wanted to see them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have our MVP now, who we're giving it to. It's obviously based off of KDA, so we'll see who ended up having the better of it. It is Spawn on the Tristana, playing very reserved in game number 3 and coming out with the MVP.
Yeah, you got to give him some credit because I think despite the focus from people like Denethor and Sword trying to get this Tristana out of the fight, he did actually play his lives really nicely. I don't think he actually died very often. Yes, he was forced out sometimes, but I think he was honestly just doing the maximum damage that he was able to do. And that does matter in the end, especially with him being the biggest source of damage in this team comp.
It absolutely does, and that, yeah, that veterancy, pretty nice to see pay off. You hear Cryogen talk about it as well, but definitely an important factor to think about. A guy that's been growing in his own, even if he does have some of that veterancy, even if he does have some of that LCS time, it's still a guy that's finding ways to find that personal growth, be it as a leader of the team, but also as a huge part to the carry potential of Dark Zero Dragonsteel now.
Yeah, that's right. Good look, good plays coming through here. As of course we've been saying, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they lock themselves into that top 2. However it ends up shaking out, they're guaranteed to have a bye in the first round of playoffs. And as for their opponents, Winthrop, they still are there in 6th place. There is that potential for the rematch in the near airport, which is really exciting to think about. I hadn't considered that at all. Man. And I feel like this is the best time to just start talking about our next series, Lennon, because we got one more series, 2 more actually. Nice try, Juke 2. How about our next one is near airport versus Polestar. Polestar hopefully getting a win under their belt. They're currently 0-8. They need something here, and it's near airport, of course, doing their best to hold on to 3-headed Hydra status after their loss to Winthrop University.
Yeah, now that Dark Zero Dragonsteel have gotten one of those spots, there's only one left available. Luminati Gaming still sitting above them. They still play another series after this. The best thing that Near Airport could do right now is just win this series. A 2-0 would be preferable. But just win this series and set yourself up for the best possible solution. Luminati Gaming will still have control of their destiny in that last series. But we see this team here coming back together after taking last week off with the bot lane 2, as Double Lift and Biofrost are back into the starting roster. We'll see if they can find a little bit of consistent performance for this squad.
Yeah, and then we'll see if they've been able to get some more practice in after that week off from this bot lane. Because again, while we got to give a lot of credit from Winthrop University, it was still a surprise to us that they were able to get that upset victory. I will say part of it is because Winthrop playing for more of their own style. I think that game 3 was the most telling because of that Nocturne that it feels like they didn't know how to respond to. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get that one back this game.
That's what's terrifying, man. We're going to take a look at TF Blade. I'm just going to say his stats took a massive downturn in that last series, as I think he was like 0-7 or 0-8 or something along those lines. Definitely tough on the Nidalee, but everywhere else, this guy has been a stud. Been finding so much promise in that top lane, and now needing that here to try to finish things strong for Near Airport in their regular season.
And you got to give him a lot of props, too, because he came into a team filled with LCS legends. People who have just been around the block over and over and over again and showing a lot of great success in their time there, too. But this was his first time starting on a team, playing competitive. And he's shown a tremendous amount of growth and understanding of how to play this game in a competitive setting. And you got to give him a lot of props because he's able to play multiple styles. He plays out the tanks really nicely. He can play the carries equally as well, and for a player to be not only keeping up but also just rising the way he has been in this league has been a nice thing to see.
It has indeed. Let's take a look at the other side of things. Polestar looking for their first win of the season at the very end. Can they get a big strong finish against Near Airport? God, it would be funny. to see the end of the season go that way, and would be a really big boon for this team to go into that promo relegation squad with a little bit of chins held high.
That's right. And again, it's been a really tough road for Polestar because of all the circumstances surrounding this roster's late inclusion into the lead. We're formally competing under the banner of Slated 6, and it's just been a game of catch-up ever since. And while they have shown improvements, they started from behind, and it feels like they couldn't get ahead of the 8-ball. And since then, they've been able to sneak some wins here and there. It wasn't enough to take a series win. So it's just, I think, in my opinion, about improvement for them continuously, because even though they do have the chance to win their way back into Split 2 with the promotion tournament, there are some good teams in the qualifiers that are going to be trying to take that spot away from them.
For sure. We're going to take a look at Dr. Calculus, who is one of the brighter parts to the Scar constellation that is Polestar, and has been really nice to see some of the moments from him, as well as some of the kind of 1v1 setups in the top lane that they've been going, and today, important enough against TF Blade 2.
Yeah, that's right. And even though we haven't seen it on that most played champ list, I think Camille's also something that's popped up a lot for him that I know he likes to play often too. And yeah, him and Bio are really the ones who are showing a lot of good performances. I think Hub has really stepped it up since the beginning of the split, even though it hasn't been enough for a win. So we'll see today if they're going to be able to actually take the win. And looking at our predictions, well,
I think it's going to be one-sided again.
Maybe.
You know.
Oh no! How did that happen?
We were all right in the first one. We didn't get egg on our face this time.
No clown makeup.
No clown makeup this time.
Yeah.
Maybe that. Honestly, I will physically put clown makeup on my face if we're wrong in this one. But it is going to be interesting to see as Polestar go into their last series alongside Near Airport in their last series of the regular season here. Different trajectories for both teams, but a best of 3 nonetheless. That is extremely important for Near Airport's hopes in that bye of the playoffs. Now, we are entering with Near Airport on that blue side. They're going to ban away the Ezreal and the Azir. It is going to be the Varus Tristana ban towards double lift on the side of Polestar.
That's right. Might be angling for a first pick Rumble. Just with that Aurora ban, we don't see that one come through very often in the first rotation. But otherwise, we're going to have to see what Polestar are going to be able to cook up in this one, because Near Airport, despite their upsets, still one of the strongest teams we have in the lead, and Polestar have their work cut out for them to be able to, if they want to get this win.
Yep, and we should just see the trade of some OPs going down the Vi lock-in for Spica. They're definitely going to be playing towards facilitation somewhere else as well. I think Poe Belter deserves a lot of praise for what he's been doing for this team, even in that loss against Winthrop. And I think we can look elsewhere for what happened there, as well as the Sejuani going to be locked in for Polestar. Nice little 1-2 punch for them, but now the big response from Near Airport.
Yeah, and I'm kind of expecting maybe not this Gwen lock-in, but definitely a Talia, because for the last couple series, Vi has just been banned almost exclusively on blue side first rotation to avoid the chance of that 1-2. But now it's available if they want to go for it.
Steal the Yone.
Instead, yeah, they'll steal the Yone to deny the Sejuani with the double solo laners. So, I mean, I think that's fine too. Really fits with the Vi who wants to go in for this dive. And you do put Gwen in a position where she's going to be the only magic damage dealer on the team. So she's going to love the fact that no one's probably going to build any MR.
Yeah, I do wonder how this steal is going to work out for them now that the Corki is on the other side. I do like the Corki in the end. It's also been something that we've seen banned away from a lot of teams in the NACL here as of late. As we go into the second phase of things, Rakan is the first focus for Polestar.
Yeah, I like that one because they opted for these not the really potent pairings that we saw from Vi in the mid lane, not Vi Talia, not Vi Ahri. You want to remove those really good support synergies, so I think Rakan is the perfect example. We got to look at Nautilus, I think, at this point, because even though he's not the tankiest, he's a great answer into the more mobile champions like the Corki. So they don't ban it. Yeah. Maybe they want to take it for themselves on 4, because it'll pair nicely with their comp too, but either way, that's where I'm looking.
The Nico ban, I like to see it. Just been such a thorn in the side of so many teams, and Polestar don't want to fall susceptible to that. It will be the final ban of this Poppy that could have been flexible towards that support role.
Yeah.
Seeing what they want to go for this lock-in in the 2v2 bot lane. They will see the Jhin now, so they could look to counter that as well and give something over to Double It to really put his hands on this game number 1.
Yeah, I like that angle from Polestar. Just give some utility for Hub because you already have Corki, you already have Rumble. That's a lot of damage and scaling to work with. So, and you also give the opportunity for that support counter pick. Should give you a good time in that bot lane 2v2. And near airport, wow, they are going for a timeless classic with the Jinx and the Thresh.
That's actually so based. I love it. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen this combination come through. It's also one of the top 5 played of Biofrost in his long career. But I'm just going to give a special shout out to Double Lip. Just a little one. Okay. Emaru did end up getting the better of him in the AT&T Annihilator Cup last night on the Jinx. So maybe he's having recurring nightmares from that one. Coming into this one, having a little bit of fun with it here, but also giving himself a ton of carry potential. The answer on the other side was the Nautilus to provide that lockdown that Polestar so desperately need.
Yeah, it is going to pair really nicely, but I think that Dark Passage from the Thresh is going to make that one, honestly, a little more bearable. As long as you're able to hit that Lantern, you should be able to escape a lot of situations here.
Indeed, we're headed into game number 1 of our second series. 2 of 3 done here after this one. And it's going to be a banger nonetheless. Implications abound throughout the day. The 3-headed Hydra, their heads are at stake near airport. They need a win here, and then they need a loss from Luminosity Gaming in that next series. So the best thing they could do for themselves is give themselves a 2-0 here over Polestar. But boy, would it be funny if Polestar in their final series of the season find their first series win.
Lennon, you couldn't have said it better than that because it would be funny. More than anything else, more than exciting, more than earth-shattering, it would be funny. And that's exactly what Polestar are here for. They have the chance to do something hilarious, guys. And it would be, honestly, really nice confidence booster going in to that promotion tournament. Because, again, some really good teams in the qualifiers that are going to be fighting for their spots.
It almost gets us that much closer to a Winthrop and near airport rematch and the first matchup of playoffs, which, you know, I'm all for it. I really want to see that. That was a banger series. If you didn't catch it, go watch it again. Absolutely deserved. You can go find it on our socials.
Yeah, there you go.
But it is now looking at the map state of things. It is going to be bot lane start for both junglers going up towards top side. An important factor will be the solo laners in this matchup.
Yeah, and I've been trying to think about how I want to talk about near airport's composition. And it's weird because I'm seeing a lot of elements of an anti-dive comp. I mean, Thresh is really good at absorbing dive. Same with the Gwen. But I'm also seeing Spica on the Vi. And you also have the Yone in the mid lane. So I think ultimately, there's the way near airport want to play these team fights is that Spica and Pobelter, they're diving solo. Everyone else, they're going to be, you know, part of these situations, but in terms of going deep into the backline, it is on the mid jungle of near airport, and it's primarily a space-making tool because you have Double Lift on this Jinx, this hyper carry, who wants to carry later on.
And honestly, if you're going to put that kind of pressure or that setup, I would want it to be on Spica and Pobelter. Probably the 2 best performing members of the entire team for this split, at least the most consistent. And they have been so damn lethal. They move together. They find a lot of roams together. But the timings, it just feels like they are playing in such synchronicity. And we'll see if that comes to fold here as they stole away that Yone from Adam, a pick that he definitely loves, but really wanted to pair up with the Sejuani. That early prio is going to be very, very important, as we do see Adam is going to get the better Pobelter here early. We still do have this push from TF Blade and top coming too. Oh, TF Blade. The flash play. He's in trouble. TF Blade, he's going to go right down first blood to Dr. Calculus. Yeah,
and Spica, he wasn't there in time. I think Bio's fine, honestly. He's just going to walk away. But it was a really nice angle. Bio went for that rush to assist Dr. Calculus, and I like that look because we're taking advantage of the fact that TF Blade, he's not working with Flash. Yeah, Gwen is going to be a problem later, and that exhaust is going to be super valuable, but during lane phase, does make you that extra bit more vulnerable, so I'm expecting more plays like that.
Trying to get a play in mid lane. Pobelter already popped the soul unbound, so Spica is just going to be caught in transition here, looking to go fight for the double scuttle, but he's not really going to have any move from his bot lane. He's kind of all by himself, and the roam has already happened from Polestar. He's still going to try to fight this one. Face checks the bush into 3 members, and he goes down.
That's like a see me in my office after this game type of play. I don't know what the hell that was. You have your bot lane's pushed in, your mid lane's pushed in. I'm not sure in what universe.
Dude, are the buy buttons just not working today?
No, they must be. They must be. It has to be the champion.
It's the champion. It's
gotta be the champion.
Anybody listening in that last series today, stay away from Vi. Don't pick her.
Yeah, there's some bug going on where it makes you needlessly aggressive and die way more often. Riot's working on it, don't worry.
Yeah, the patch incoming. We're going to watch that top lane fight where Dr. Calculus ends up getting that first blood over TF Blade. And another mistake that feels a little bit bad.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really good play there from Bio. Again, just good timer, trying to get the Gwen before the wave goes in. And they got there before. Spica was able to show up. There was that bit of an advantage because he was a little closer to Bio's side, but either way, good play from Polestar.
Giving us some good looks in the early game. But honestly, in some of their series, not all of them, the early game is where Polestar thrives.
Very true.
And finding those proactive plays has been the name of the game for Bio. And he's been really good at finding those little advantages early. Obviously, when it comes to mid to late game, that's where things kind of buckle down. And that's exactly what Near Airport are trying to get to, right? I mean, this team composition, when it hits first item spike, is going to be ridiculous. And honestly, as it gets a little bit more and more second, third item, maybe unkillable.
Yeah, Jinx, Gwen, 2-3 items are going to be pretty disgusting and very hard to deal with. Yone, yeah, is pretty good too. But I'm really scared of Jinx.
You said pretty good?
I said pretty good.
I'm still on the Yone is a 1v9 champion train, and I will not jump off of it. I am a lifetime subscriber.
Do I believe that?
To a train?
I mean, it is a good
TF Blade in trouble? Okay. He's going to get out. Dr. Calc. Bio's going to throw out the Glacial Prison.
It's so over.
Spica doesn't have level 6 yet, though. A little bit of a level advantage. Dr. Calculus trying to heat himself up. Does not have any tools available. And now gonna go for the flash play, Dr. Calculus. You overstepped your bounds. Spica will take him down, and Bio gets the trade back. Feats of Warfare completed by Polestar as he's gonna try to get out of this. There's the dash through with the Arctic Assault at the same time. Synchronized swimming in the top side, but still hefty trades going the way of Polestar.
Yeah, and the last...
Play from Adam. Nice flash.
Yeah, good force there from Pobelter to be able to get that summoner spell out. A really scrappy fight on the top side, but at the end of it, Bio is going to get that slight edge up by using the last of his mana to queue away. I want to bring it back to what you were saying about Polestar. It is true that not all of their games, but there are a lot of games where they look pretty good early, and things kind of fall apart later on. So I think the way that they're going to be able to find these advantages in later team fights is try to focus double lift. It's really hard because Biofrost is working with a Thresh, but if Tubbs is able to CC chain, you drop some wards on the Lantern, as we've seen happen time and time again, and they can get double lift out. He is the biggest problem, I think, on the team. Pobelter is one as well. I'll give you credit there, Mazel. But I think double lift is really the focus here for Polestar. If they can get him out, they can win. They can win.
See if that does come to fruition now. Some movement around this dragon pit as the grubs are spawning. Bio realizes that is going to transition up towards top side. They do also have the Glacial Prison coming back up for him, so he'll still have his engage tools available to him. Looks like dragons might take a backseat or might be the objective of a trade. As Bio's being left out here by himself. The back is coming through from Adam, and he has no TP. The grubs take a long time to take. They'll bring Dr. Calculus down, but luckily for them, Near Airport nowhere near for a contest, and they'll get these grubs for free.
Yeah, the problem is that Polestar's bot lane has just had a good amount of control so far, while Hub is down a lot of CS. You can see double lift doesn't have any of his summoner spells. We didn't see it happen, but there must have been an all-in. There must be a lot of pressure being placed on this bot lane because, you know, you're Jinx. You want to scale up. So it allows them to keep vision over this bottom side. Because Spica doesn't really have a lane to play with, they have to let go of both objectives realistically. But even still, they're rotating hub to the top side instead. So they're ignoring the dragon.
They might be, but they also realize Dr. Calculus can have some strength in that side lane too. Spica going a little bit zealous here over onto Tubbs. Bio right here has the Glacial Prison. Now Spica in trouble yet again. He can't get out of this one. Uses the Vault Breaker, but he goes down again. As Hub will pick up the kill all day. TF Blade left on his lonesome up here to try to defend this turret. They are going to try to push down in that bot side, get some plates for Double Lift.
Yeah, but honestly, that kill is nice, but I don't really understand why you would want to go for the 1v2. This only benefits near airport because you have this Jinx that is happy to pick up turret plates. It's just happy to farm unencumbered. And I really feel like it isn't worth it because of how this is going to help Double Lift scaling later on into the game. I would have really liked Polestar to keep these lane assignments, take Grubs, and take Dragon because they had the timer and the access to do both.
See if it comes back to bite them now as near airport redeployed out towards the Dragon, gets chunked very quickly as that's a Sheen in Spica's pocket.
Yeah.
So he will be I think, going for that
Trinity Force.
Which I haven't seen that on Vi in a long time. That's what I used to play Vi. That feels good to go back all that time. But now Spica will have a little bit more given to him as a lot of damage coming out of the Vi.
Yeah, nice thing is it has popped up a tiny bit back lately. Yeah. I don't remember exactly why, but it was also when I was playing a lot of Vi, so I liked it. But I would also go Hail of Blades because it's way funnier.
True. Very fun. Very fun.
Yes.
Based build. Now we're looking at top lane from Polestar that they want to try to gank onto TF Blade under turret. He does have needlework. He has exhaust. They're bringing everybody. He's just going to all in onto Hub. Pop the needlework already. He needs to try to get some healing off, but the CC chain is just too damn much. Hub's going to pick up his second kill of the game.
Unironically, there's just no response to that. I honestly would have liked it better if TF Blade didn't even bother with the exhaust because it was truly worthless in that exchange. And then this is a pretty good angle there for Polestar because you can see Dr. Calculus, he's got a wave that he's been keeping in mid. He's able to hit that tier 1 turret mid lane. And there was also a moment where Double Lift, he's only just now pushing a wave back to this bottom turret. So he hasn't actually had an angle to hit this turret, collect turret plates. He's just stacking this wave instead, actually giving time for Polestar to respond to it.
Giving them a little bit of breathing room here. About a 700 gold breathing room for Polestar, but still not nearly where they would want to be. Yes, they still have the Corki very strong, yes, and the Rumble obviously scaling, but you look at the difference in that trajectory for near airport on the other side, and you start to get a little bit worried. We are going to get our first items here. Collector completed for Hub. Got the Heartsteel for Bio. Going to be very close to Adams as well. But you got to remember, we talked about it, near airport's first item spike, also pretty powerful in terms of what they want to be aggressive with.
Yeah, particularly Povelter and Spica are the ones who are really going to like their champions at that 1 item mark. So we'll see if they'll be able to find a little more action and activity because so far it's been all Polestar all early game long. And I mean, while this is consistent from what we've seen from Polestar throughout the split, it is a nice thing to see them do towards a team like near airport because remember, Polestar, this is a team that's 0-8 this split, a lot of struggles so far. So trying to find these, rather succeeding in finding these early game successes against a team as experienced with as much legacy as near airport has got to feel good.
It definitely does. And you know, they're going to be feeding off that euphoria of finding these early games, but still got to lock in.
Oh yeah.
This one under toe here. As Adam's still not going to be on that first item just yet. We're going to be getting closer and closer to the Rift Herald spawning as well. See if Polestar want to try to go for a prio on that as they do have the 3 grubs. It makes that siege so difficult. And I think the 3 grubs are going to be something we have to factor in as time goes on because the siege is pretty strong from Polestar if they can get in an advantageous position.
Yeah, and having that Grubageddon will make that turret damage very, very potent, very, very useful.
It feels weird to call 3 Grubageddon, but you know what?
Know.
I'm with it.
It is. Maybe we think of another name. Grubtastic.
We're reaching into the bag here. Speaking of, Polestar going to be without their top laner. As Spica reaches into the bag, gets a kill. Going to get that side lane push. This is the combo. They're just going to continue playing towards these two until they can get those 5v5s going.
Yeah, that's right. And again, despite the early game successes from Polestar, I still don't agree with leaving Doublelift kind of on his own to farm. Not only is, I mean, this is the last player I want to see on Jinx have an easy early game, but just in general, when you consider this champion and how vulnerable she can be early on, and the fact that Doublelift's just been able to farm, you can see the lead he's gotten. Almost 30 CS over Hub. No deaths to his name. He's holding on to both the summoner spells, and since they got blown earlier on, I feel like he's been under no pressure. It feels like a mistake.
He's going to be scaling, that's for sure. Still about 20 CS over Hub. And getting stronger as time goes on. Those first items are there. We got the Rift Maker completed for TF Blade as well in that top side. It is that Bloodthirster start for Adam, so he's going with the Shoko tech on the Corki.
Love it. Oh, I think we have a bit of a situation here, but the ward is going to give Pobelter the information to walk away. But this pressure on the map is what's important, because Polestar, while I don't like that they gave over that first dragon in favor of diving TF Blade, they now have control over this bottom lane where they can exert it to get themselves the next Drake. And they can start dragon stacking in their own right.
They can deny some from near airport. And it is not going to be the Infernal Soul, but will be an Infernal Dragon at least. It's not even going to be started up as they want to contest over the Rift Herald here. And I said how powerful this can be. Once you have those 3 grubs, the Might spawning, a lot of extra siege potential there. Looks like near airport will think better of it. Try to go for the all-in play on Dr. Calculus up here though. Speaker can't get over the wall, but now going to potentially look for the follow-through. Does have the cease and desist coming up now and available. They're going to go for the dive. His first turret gets taken by Pobelter in the bot side. Here comes the dive. Mega Death Rocket will not hit, but the tower is actually doing work. TF Blade not going to go down. Gwyn is immune for just a little bit, but eventually will fall to Bio as he smacks him with the flail. And then we take a look at this setup for Doublelift as he's going to look excited off of this turret and go into the fight. Potentially coming through here as well. They get the combo going, but they've already lost Spica. As now they try to get Doublelift into that fight, but Bio wants it. Pobelter has arrived and does have a lot of damage on the Bio. You're getting chunked at Poro, not long for this world. And Doublelift gets the play. He is turning it on right now. Look at this man.
Oh my God.
Everything. Finally, he's going to get taken down by the auto that you can't dodge as Adam will take down Doublelift.
Yeah, Doublelift feeling himself maybe a little too much in the end there, but secures the kill. And it just ends up being, again, a trade up, in my opinion, for near airport. Any gold that they're able to get, it just seems more valuable to me than it is for Polestar. And especially when it goes into the pockets of Doublelift. This game is only going to continue to get harder for them, especially that he was able to be part of that first brick going down, being able to pick up that kill, allowing him to get his first reset.
Going to be almost on that second item, though. Pretty in par with Hub, who also was able to pick up a little bit of gold in that last exchange, too. There's Dragon now. Was thinking about being started up by near airport. They're going to bring the power of Pobelter over. Now that he's got the Boots, Noon Quiver, and Blade of the Rune King. And the fighting potential for near airport is starting to skyrocket. Polestar need to find a way in.
It's not really looking like they'll have the chance for it. It's going to be the second Drake coming through for near airport.
Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, Ocean Soul coming through. That bit of healing and mana regen with the soul. Going to be pretty helpful in these longer fights later on. And extending these fights, I think, is just really nice for near airport, because any reset you can get on Jinx. Oh yeah, they got him.
Hub caught window shopping, will fall to Doublelift. And near airport pick out Hub. Now they can move over here if they want to go ahead and take this Rift Herald.
I think it's going to be pretty easy for them. They're going to do a quick vision sweep. Maybe take away the crow.
Adam actually got the big one.
I feel like we're just egoing a little bit. Let's just go do the Rift Herald, guys. Just let it go.
Looks like Doublelift has that in mind here. They will be positioned around that one. This turret should also fall, so that would be all outer turrets taken by near airport. And you're starting to see this lead get out in front of Polestar.
Yeah, we are. And it's tough because we talked about how difficult it's going to be for Polestar to play the game later, which is why the early game success was important. But unfortunately, it stopped becoming a one-sided trade, started becoming even, and now near airport. Once we saw those first items come through for Spica and Pobelter, they were able to turn this one around, combined with Pulse's decisions for some of the trades they went for. And it just gets harder now because, again, nice hook.
In trouble as well.
My God.
Gotta say, the shot going a little bit wide there. Doublelift trying to fight back now. Equalizer on top of him. He should burn down the kill. Coming through for the level up saves him, though they do lose out on the turret. He's gonna get that back off. The turret's gonna fall down. And Polestar with a nice counterplay here. Gonna get back within a 1.5K.
And a much needed counterplay too. It's tough though, because of that commitment. A lot is being dropped here on this tier 2. Dr. Calculus can't take that wave from far. Actually, luckily, he'll be there to at least get the experience from the cannon and collect the rest of the wave. So it doesn't feel as bad, and it is nice to see that proactivity because, again, Polestar, you got to be laying down this pressure. Use the Sejuani ultimate. Use the Nautilus ultimate. You have a lot of ways to get on top of Doublelift, especially with him having no summoners available.
Yeah, that's the perfect time to capitalize, and I will just refocus on some of the stakes in this one. Near airport, they need a 2-0. Like a loss here makes it even harder because even if LG lose that next series, they still will be tied in game differential, and LG has that head-to-head as well. And so they absolutely just want a clean 2-0. That is how they put themselves in the best position to get first or second going into playoffs and get that first round bye. And after that loss to Winthrop, it definitely shook things up a little bit. But now trying to refocus into it. They do have this Rip Herald in tow. They're going to be second items completed here for majority members. And their scaling, again, we said, is way better in this situation.
Yeah, unfortunately for Polestar, that means we are in the danger zone. Doublelift, you're already seeing how quickly he's able to. I'm glad you saw. I'm glad you caught that. Doublelift, being at 2 items, you can already see the damage he's doing to clear these waves. He's only getting stronger.
Here comes Spica. They want to get the equalizer on top.
Nice
Fate sealed onto 3 members, and Pobelter has made his entrance. Doublelift getting low, trying to take down Pio, and now he's going to get all excited, and near airport fans abound, going to be screaming at the top of their lungs. Doublelift getting a double kill, and Adam going to flash out after all that. 4 down for 1 in favor of near airport.
Wow, Bio did his best, but they weren't able to kill Doublelift. Biofrost is doing a great job at playing defense. I mean, watch the thresh again. He drops the box, and there is a moment where Doublelift is getting pressured, but the death sentence immediately is going to keep him away. And again, unless you can actually take Doublelift out of these fights, you're just going to straight up lose. And while Adam is doing a respectable amount of damage, he's not going to be enough to make the difference.
I'm going to make a little meme out of it, but Biofrost and Doublelift said, I'm tired of getting gapped. They're going to find a lot. I mean, in those last couple games in the Winthrop series, felt really bad as well. Obviously, the AT&T Annihilator Cup, where it's a lot more fun for sure for Doublelift, but still not finding the victory there. And now coming to this and say, lock me in the Jinx Thresh. Let's bring back an oldie but a goodie. And let's go ahead and go ham, friend, as it's really nice to see these 2 guys reunited once again and looking to finish the season strong.
Yeah, and it's looking like they have the tools to do so, at least in this game. While they don't have that first look around this dragon, they're in a great spot to just go ahead and walk their way in and clear vision. It's looking like everyone's got their ults up. Oh.
Fortunately, Gwen is immune.
Yeah, not the target.
Will be a little bit of trouble. Dragon actually started up by Pulse. This is bold. You got to think Pobelter waiting for a TP angle here as Adam has joined the engage.
Wow!
They find him. They throw everything at him, and they get him. Shut down goes the whip hub. They get 2 for that kill on the curtain call. Now that depth charge going to be used as Pobelter joining the fight with that TP, but not able to find the influence. And Polestar, they'll take the fight and find the stop of the Dragon stacking.
Yeah, really great CC chain onto Doublelift. You said it. Now they're able to get that 3rd dragon, so it isn't a sole point here for near airport. They do get themselves a little bit of space on the map. It's going to cost them the tier 2, Oh, and maybe more.
Belter
Yeah,
has
they got him.
decided that Hub does not get to exist. That's his right as a Yone versus a Jin. Spica now looking for the follow-through, and Belter and Spica, they're picking up the slack right now. And Belter, it looks like a menace with blood in his eyes, goes with the soul unbound to try to find the trigger on a bio. They continue going forward. Mega Death Rocket gonna go a bit wide. Now it has to be Belter getting back over to the fight, but TF Blade has DP'd. The double needle work, the snip, and TF Blade will find a double kill as they try to get bio down. They'll give it to Spica, and it is a catastrophe for Polestar as they get aced for nothing.
You gotta be kidding me. Even when Polestar win, they still end up losing. And that Rift Herald timing was so nice from Spica because while that whole fight was going on, the Rift Herald knocked down yet another turret. And of course, Spica will be able to collect and make the best use of that local gold. So now mid lane inhibitor is exposed. Another tier 2 is about to fall. And even though Pulse showed us one of the best looks we saw this game, it feels like they lost even more than ever.
It is an inevitability. We said it from draft. You have to be ahead. You have to be in a good position. You have to be way far out in front of near airport before they get to this point, and they have reached the point. The train has gotten to the station, and it is a 3-item completed for double lift, getting closer and closer for Belter and TF Blade. So from here on out, it's very difficult. I mean, that lead skyrocketed now to almost 6,000 up for near airport.
Yeah, and you can see it. The objective bounties are up. If Polestar aren't careful, near airport can just do this Baron on spawn. I mean, you have a 3-item Jinx. Yone and Gwen are no slouches in terms of damage as well to objectives. So Polestar really need to do their best to get some kind of vision presence just so this Baron doesn't get stolen away from under them.
Hub gonna have completed his 3rd item. A little bit of response there. I think there is a little bit of a difference in Jinx and Jin though on 3rd items.
Maybe a little.
Maybe a little. He doesn't have boots, by the way. Still sitting on the paper bags, which as a Jin, that makes me cringe, but I see the vision, Hub. You know, really needed that Lord Doms, and I agree.
He does,
this composition is very difficult to melt through, especially as the Jin, so getting as much damage as you possibly can. Gonna be the name of the game for Hub. And Polestar slowly bleeding out here, seen by near airport as they have about 6,000 gold now, looking to threaten this Baron that they do so quickly.
Yeah, and now it's just a 2-man. Biofrost can give that information, play defense. They have pings because they have to check, but near airport are just so much stronger right now. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, they just turn it all the way. Face field in. Belter melts Tubbs. Goes right back into the Baron pit to finish this one off. Bio trying to get in. Bio is going to get through. Biofrost missing the death sentence now. They're going to pull off the Baron. No way. Belter is going to try to take the fight. They've already found double lift, and now the curtain call out as well. Trying to find the 4th shot. Another shutdown goes over. Polestar. They're fighting so much. And in the bot side, TF Blade dies to a solo bolo over Darky Calculus. Polestar fighting fights across the board.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Oh, no. I think this is the perfect moment there for Polestar. Belter has to run. They need to turn and look at this Baron. They have such an opportunity here from what I have to call a fumble from near airport.
What
but whatever.
Happened?
One man's fumble is another team success as Polestar are going to be able to secure the Baron, remove the objective bounties, and find themselves a way back in this game.
Oh, Belter getting low.
Nice
Gets hit by the deadly flourish by Hub, and predictability is king. Shutdown goes to Adam, and we have a 2,000 gold lead now only for near airport as they fumbled that bag.
Fumble doesn't even begin to describe it, but again, Polestar very
happy.
happy.
Off the bridge.
And Polestar very happy to be sitting in the water to catch it, Lennon, as they now removed so much of that gold lead. They collect the Baron. Adam got a 1K shutdown in the back half of that too.
Though.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Jin doesn't scale as nicely as Jinx, Corky Jinx scales pretty great.
Oh, in a little bit of trouble is Bio.
He's fine.
Should be fine. He's got a lot of tankiness too. Dragon's coming up now. Would be Soul Point again for near airport. Would be a 2nd Ocean Dragon or Polestar. Here goes the fight set up around. We got to look at the tools. Curtain call is coming back.
I love this.
Belter is going to be able to TP back.
You know, I love this too. You have Baron. It's not their soul. Who the hell cares?
Exactly.
Just take turrets, use your Baron buff, and just continue making this game more difficult for Near Airport. Smother them. Good call.
Dude, I love the decisiveness right now. They're going to find it in him at 28.5 minutes in. They are being surrounded like sharks right now, though, as Spica looking for the combo. Goes for the catch out, finds Adam, and Adam is the first one down. One by one, though, they go in as Pobelter will end up falling in the end. Look at Double Lift, though. He's getting excited. He's finding the combos, and now Bio should be chased down by the likes of Near Airport. They can't get the distance coverage on him, but now Double Lift going for the outplay. Bio Frost saves his life. As now Tubbs is the focus by Near Airport as they run them down. This lead will balloon right back up after that big pickoff.
Oh my god, Tubbs actually is going to get out though. Respect. The problem is these timers that we're working with. Yeah, Near Airport, they're going to be able to knock down an inhibitor. These Baroned up minions should prevent them from taking more. But 2 inhibitors are actually going to go down because of this one. Yeah, we still have a while for Dr. Calculus and Adam. Wait. Can they look for more? No, I don't think so.
No, just the 2 inhibs. I was wondering if they were going to try to wait. Oh, Double Lift, yeah. That's scary.
No flash? Okay, yeah.
I was wondering if they were going to wait for Double Lift to get excited to kind of try to barrel down the rest of the base, but
so
not able to get him in range there. Just taking the permanent damage for at least the next little bit in the inhibs going down in mid and bot, but very contentious game. Polestar, like when you look at the records, when you look at the names, you look at the teams, like there's no way this should be this contentious. But Polestar do get caught with the hand of the cookie jar.
Yeah, really nice call to isolate Adam, who wasn't, he didn't have a flash to speak of, and you're allowing Jinx to get excited. It's going to be really easy for you to snowball these fights. Still, I honestly think a lot of credit to Hub, or rather not Hub, Polestar in general, for how they've been able to kind of punish Near Airport for their mistakes, turning that into a Baron, turning that into multiple shutdowns, and now putting them in a position where the gold lead, it's not that big. If you want to compare bot laners, both at 4 items, Adam is actually ahead of Pobelter in the mid lane, and Dr. Calculus, while not as far ahead as TF Blade, still has a lot of utility with that carpet in the equalizer.
That being said, we still really prefer the Near Airport squad as time goes on, and this is their perfect timing, right? They're on 4 items now for Double Lift, and looking even closer and closer to that for TF Blade and Pobelter. Those big 3 coming through here. And Near Airport, they want a 2-0. They want a clean finish to their regular season, put themselves in the best possible position for that 1st and 2nd seed bye in the playoffs. They're looking around this top side, trying to use Pobelter in the side lane as best as possible. They're going to bring TF Blade back towards bot. He does have TP, no objectives on the map, but a tier 2 turret in their eyes.
Not only that, they're going to be able to take that one down very easily. And TF Blade on the other side is escorting that super minion wave to create a position where Near Airport can get some pressure in the mid lane. Gotta imagine they aren't going to be able to touch this tier 3 turret. So we're in a really tense moment right now. I think Near Airport, I still got to give them that slight edge because Double Lift is playing this Jinx that's scaled really nicely. And of course, the resets coming through from that Get Excited passive. All Near Airport need to do is get Double Lift 1 takedown, and he should be able to reset enough to actually win the fight. It's going to be really hard for Pulse to play after that.
See if they can try to use some of that range potentially, but as soon as Pobelter finds the right angle as well, there's just so many threats that you have to deal with at this stage of the game. You can see the Polestar trying to circle around Double Lift right now. Gonna open up the curtain, and they got the instant cleanse out. He's going to get the Dark Passage away. Force Shot is not going to connect there, but they still use the Equalizer. He's going to have to burn the Flash too. Here comes TF Blade on the back line though. Mega Death Rocket going to go into a healthy target of Bio. TF Blade buying a lot of time. They're going to get Dr. Calculus down. They will trade top lane though as Bio. Now the next focus. Double Lift now wheeling and dealing. Going to dodge away from the Dredge line. He is the big focus. Adam fights him.
Oh my god,
as a double kill comes through. Hub and Adam combining to be the Wonder Bros here for Polestar in the last-ditch effort of the season.
And again, Double Lift caught with his pants down. Gets caught out even after using both his summoner spells. There's no Baron to be spoken for, but 2 marksmen. You have a super minion in your back pocket, Mazel. I think this is it. Those super minions on the other side, they shouldn't be able to do much.
Gotta get back.
Speak
No,
is
I
so
think that's
late.
it.
The turrets are already going down. They needed a
that's it.
2-0 beatdown. I don't know if it's enough. Speaka does a ton of damage. Speaka does a
does
literal
Up.
work here. They're trying to get him down now. He doesn't have a lot of health. Another super minion is here. Their base is burning, but is it going to be enough? Speaka goes for the flash
nice
play.
flash.
Finds the kill there. Now on to Adam. Trying to take him down, but he will fall. TP play coming in. Speaka, guys, a double kill. They want to try to get the base, but now it's too little, too late. Dr. Calculus trying to go for the play. Absolute chaos reigns as the equalizer used. Polestar back away. Their finishing touch will be rebuffed, and now Near Airport can look to punish just as hard.
Yeah, that feels really bad there. Dr. Calculus expending that TP to basically nothing. So now, I mean, as a result, Near Airport, their base is in shambles. Those Nexus turrets will respawn in a couple of minutes, but for the moment, the Nexus is exposed. Near Airport will be able to get that Ocean Soul as well, and I think with these TPs and this wave coming in, I think NA will be able to end the game now. 18 seconds. Adam and Hub need to come back for Pulse to hold on.
Felt like a little bit of a hot potato for a game number one, but we're tossing it back and forth, and now we're looking at a finishing touch from Double Lift as he hits a picture-perfect Mega Death Rocket. It's going to be the signaling of the end for Polestar in this game number one. Double Lift is feeling himself. The entirety of Near Airport want to continue as they get the hook in, and now they go all the way through towards the fountain here as Double Lift is hitting those rockets, but it's onto the Nexus, and a game one win for Near Airport.
And probably one of the closest games I've seen all split Lennon. Both Nexuses exposed, but Near Airport going to satisfy our predictions, at least for the moment, if not in the way we expected it to happen. Props to Polestar. Some good moments, punished, some really big oopsies from Double Lift and the other members of Near Airport, and they almost won the game.
They did, and unfortunately almost only works in horseshoes and hand grenades, but
that's right.
It still matters that they were able to take a pretty healthy fight into Near Airport time and time again. We'll see if that actually ends up being the case in game number two as well, but at least for game number one, it looked damn good. And I really, really appreciate that even in this finality for Polestar, before they go to promo relegation, they are still giving it all she got, because anytime we talk to these players outside, we see their mindset, obviously, on socials. They are positive about what they've been able to learn, what they've been able to grow from this moment. And we'll see if that ends up coming to a head here, if they can extend this series against Near Airport, or if Near Airport get their much-needed 2-0 win after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we get through our second of 3 series of the day. It's Near Airport coming out with a 1-0 victory over Polestar. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a victory it was. It had everything you could ever ask for.
Yes, it had broken Nexus turrets. It had back and forth fights. It had Baron throws.
Buy from Arcane.
Yeah, it had buy from Arcane. We're still working on that buy bug that makes you overstep into dangerous situations. Again, I don't know. The players aren't really picking up on it. I don't know why the league ops haven't banned the champ temporarily, but it is what it is. We make do.
Yeah, and I'm trying to make a joke about Double F being jinxed from Arcane, but it sells itself here at this point, and it was a little bit topsy-turvy. Yeah, it was a little bit topsy-turvy for Near Airport, getting caught out one too many times, giving Polestar a lot of entrances into these fights, but still in the end, really good decisive plays from Near Airport and realizing their win condition. They were playing towards it the entire game long, knowing that the scaling is going to be in their favor.
Yeah, and I think even though it was a really shaky game, I gotta give a lot of credit to Biofrost. I think he played the Thresh really nicely. We know this is a big pick for him historically, and honestly, he did his damnedest to peel for Double Lift on the Jinx. He had a lot of great moments where he was just creating space, making sure the Double Lift could free hit to the best of his abilities, and I think that was a big reason why a lot of these team fights worked. And of course, Pobelter is the GOAT.
Yeah, Pobelter's just been such a big part to Near Airport.
Yeah,
I know they talk about it even so, like outside of the game, how much he provides to the team, but really is that kind of steadying force a lot of the time. And I just love the 3 pro. I guess Spica went like the Trinity Force, so more damage. So 4 damage dealers for Near Airport, and just run at people, especially Polestar, to try to finish this one off. And Near Airport desperately wanting that 2-0 victory here to put themselves in the best pole position to try and get first or second seed.
And Polestar looking to try and get a win here and hope that they can maybe take us to a third game and give Near Airport another upset this week. Near Airport going 0-2 would be probably the funniest thing I've ever seen since joining NACL. But, right now Polestar are 0-1, so it's a long road to travel if they want to make that one happen.
And again, and little thing I know, but if NA lose, then that makes the head-to-head a lot more dicey against LG if they are to end up losing the next series too. Yeah. So it really means a lot to get this 2-0 for this squad to even be in that contention. But for Polestar, trying to figure out what works for them going into the promo relegation tournament. I do think this, at least first iteration draft, looked really good. They obviously had Bio on a much more facilitation pick like they have had, but he is a big current to this team composition a lot of the time, and how they win in those early games that we said have trended to be successful for them. But it's hurtful to know that even if you win those early games, even if you go in early game comp, you're still dealing against such veterancy, such knowledge of the game, they know how to kind of withstand that. And if you didn't catch that game number 1 or any of the other games today, make sure you go check out our socials. They will be in the top left of your screen, and you'll be able to catch up on anything as we get over this halfway point of the day.
Yeah, that's true, because we do have a third series later on, so this is kind of officially the hump. As we still have a series to finish off here, and we'll see if this ends up really being halfway, because of course there is the chance that maybe we go to 3 games, maybe we see some upsets. That's what I want to see.
Polestar. 6 best of 3s go the distance under my tenure.
It would be the whole week, right? Hasn't every series this week on the 3
No, we had a 2-0 yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Blue Water. Yeah. Blue Water just had to ruin it.
Why couldn't you take one for the team, Blue Water?
No, but also probably seeing how this week's going to pan out, there's some pretty one-sided matchups to finish off here. And speaking of, we have this one right here that's up next, game number 2 for Polestar versus Near Airport. A lot of importance on what's still available in the meta. Yes, there were some meta picks taken off the table especially, but there's still so many available, especially at the jungle role.
Yeah, honestly, this is the last game of the split 2, most likely, or rather, most possibly, whatever, you know what I mean. For Polestar, this is tough. This is their last match of the split. This could be their last game. I need to see them pull out all the stops. Unless they win.
Unless they win.
Unless they win. But I want to see them pull out all the stops Adam, I've seen a Nivea banned against you, all split long. Just play it. I don't care what you're playing into. Like, if there's ever a time.
I don't think it got banned in game 1, did it?
No, not in game 1. It's been banned less lately, but yeah, something that we've had to notice. Yeah, me too.
Full comfort. I also wonder if the Nefiri still has to stay banned. I do believe we got word that Polestar was choosing blue side, and we're going to be going into draft now. So we'll see what they want to go ahead and go for on that blue side B1 pick, and what is going to be that prio for them.
Yeah, I'm really curious what that priority is going to be. Something that doesn't really get banned from them often, that Bio plays a lot and quite well, I think, is maybe the Skarner. Is not very common right now, but it is a good facilitator. And again, that's when he shines the most on this team, and is responsible for a lot of that early game success we've seen from them, even if they aren't always able to turn that into wins. So maybe B1 Skarner will take us it'll take us back to the end of last year. So it'll be a nice recap.
As you take a look at the picks that are banned away because they were played in game number 1, you get to see a little bit of what we're looking at in game number 2 as the bans are coming across. It's the Victor towards Pobelter there. We know him to be a dominant Victor there. It will also be the Jace banned by Polestar, who are on that blue side. The Azir banned by Near Airport, trying to take that one away from Adam.
And honestly, I'm kind of wondering, because I feel like these are just going to be pretty stock standard bans, not a whole lot of changes. I'm wondering if Bio goes for something like the Skarner, or maybe he just wants to get Xin also.
I want to see the Nefiri, man.
I do too, but I think Spica's really good at it.
Yes, it is, but imagine Bio taking it into Spica.
That'd be kind of gas.
That would be awesome as a last little kickoff here. But we'll see what that final ban is going to be. If they really do want to ban away the Nefiri, just in case there's some fluctuation there. But the Tristana is going to be that final ban towards double lift as well.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of premiers up. Jace is banned, so he's out of the picture. And Bessa's up. Xin is up. I think Xin Talia is a combo that we got to be really afraid of. Yeah, Nefiri is up, and there it is. They're just going to slam that one immediately. You got to imagine this is just... Surely this is like Xin or Talia or something. It's just a really strong pairing that Near Airport could go for. Pobelter's been so good. Just put him on something crazy like Talia. I don't know.
I feel like you might need to start stealing away some things. You've got a 1-2 punch here. Maybe you take the Shen just to take that away from the Nefiri combo. The Orianna has also been a big focus with that. I mean, that Shen-Orianna combo should not be allowed through no matter who is playing it, even if it is Polestar who haven't won that series. It is the Xin Zhao already first locked in, though, for Spica.
Yeah, and we're having a little fun hovering the Annie. She has been played very recently in our league, and she has been buffed, so it's not in the... It's honestly an okay position.
Shen Orianna here. Like, I know we haven't seen
Orianna. Would go pretty hard,
I know we haven't seen Orianna from Adam.
But he's a mid laner.
Gotta lock it in, man.
No, but he's a mid laner who's played the game surely for more than 1 year, so he automatically knows how to play Orianna. Like, it's just... This is kind of how it works.
OP here. The Shen will get locked in. It is something that we have seen from Dr. Calculus.
It's great.
Already, and it is just really OP. So that part of it is locked in. We'll see if they want to trend towards that Orianna for the mid lane matchup there, but still giving Pobelter a lot of room to wiggle here with answers he can have. I do like the Xayah for the side of double lift. We saw in the last series how contested that pick can be in the later game as a scaler. They are going to opt to steal away the Rakan, so the Lovers duo will not be available for the two friends in the bot lane.
Really heartbreaking to see them split up like this, Mizel, but I'm going to try and be strong through it. And at this point, you have a couple options as Pobelter. You could go to Talia, does give you a semi-global to kind of match the Stand United from the Shen. You could also go the Rise, but not as great into Orianna if we see that one come through. But they're just going to go for the Jax for TF Blade, which has actually been a really good pick for him so far. Even though it's not one of his most played, I think it's his best champion that we've seen.
Also just provides so much side lane pressure, so if Shen does end up going topside, which I'm guessing it is at this point, obviously with the Rakan locked in, but you can still, as soon as Shen leaves, have so much power to push that lane in. Nobody can really answer you unless they send multiple bodies, and then you have a lot of escapability, but then you can also stop the Stand United with the Leap Strike counter strike. So into the second phase, we do end up getting the Talia ban from the side of Near Airport. From the side of Polestar, though, they're going to ban away that Poppy.
Yeah, it makes sense. A lot of movement here on Polestar's compositions. You want to get rid of that steadfast presence immediately. I wonder if we'll see, okay, it is the Ahri. There's either Ahri or Orianna, I guess, at this stage of the game. So now the question is going to be, what are they going to try and lock down here for Pole Belter? I'm trying to think if they want to go, if they want to go with the elite ball knowledge, they'll ban something like Lissandra. Because I know Pole Belter will play that in these game 3 scenarios, and I think at least so far with what's showing, it actually is really nice. You know, the Fury's so mobile and kind of quick to move, but if, you know, you ever played Lissandra, you just press one button and you can't move anymore. Congrats.
Let's get the Lissandra and Nivea matchup, please. That'd be really funny.
That'd be great. I would love that.
They'll probably save the counter pick there for him just in case. So they'll lock in the Alistar. Interesting combo with the Xayah, obviously, but a lot of beefiness, pun intended, for the near airport front line. And now you'll have to get the final 2 pieces for Polestar, exactly what they want to tie their composition together with. They still need mid lane and ADC.
They need so much damage. Azir is not up, so you're not really going to see that in mid lane. I'm trying to think of what 80 carries are left. There's no Jinx, there's no Jhin. Ryze is fine. Wow, that's a lot of map movement options here. But come on, marksman. Give me a marksman. Scales.
They did ban away a decent amount of the misfortune still there potentially as well. We could see anything, like maybe the Caitlyn comes out if it is going to be there.
Tristana's good. Oh yeah, Caitlyn's good. Tristana is really good, I think.
It is banned away and on their side.
Oh, it was banned away.
They
did
not want to deal with double-ish Tristana.
Fair enough.
Potential setup for some follow-through with the misfortune, but a little bit of a weird pairing in this one. But still a lot of eyes on the setup between Bio and between Hub on the carry potential.
Yeah, and the last pick, and there's a lot of options there for Pole Belter. He could go the damage route. He could go the damage over time route, the burst route. He's gonna go for the Orianna in his own, which is fine. I think it's gonna pair nicely. It's a good matchup for her into Ryze as well, especially when you're playing with a champion in the jungle like Xin. So you're able to really control space and make his life really difficult and play from outside his range. So.
Dude, he had that ridiculous play on Orianna earlier this week where he chased down a triple kill all the way through an entire fight.
I think that was us watching.
Yeah. So it's an important one to think that obviously it is that takeaway, but into the Ryze, what that matchup is going to bring a little bit more control for the Orianna, but for Adam, finding that mobility out of that mid lane once he hits level 6 and finding impact is going to be really important.
Yeah, level 6 is going to be a really wondrous thing for Polestar. Because of the Realm Warp and the Stand United, there is a lot of opportunity with plays into a side lane. So I think near airport, that's going to be the biggest problem they're going to run into. But in terms of team fight, I like what NA have.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one for sure. The second game of this best of 3. Will it be near airport achieving the goals of today in a 2-0 to give themselves the best opportunity? Or will it be this setup from Polestar getting to a game number 3 and pushing near airport the distance?
And remember, Polestar, this is their last series of the split before they go down to the promotion tournament to try and win their way back. But on their way out, they have the chance to do something really funny. Again, they can play Blue Shell against near airport, also giving them their second loss this week. So that's what Polestar are working with here. They have a lot to get done before they leave, and it would just be such a great thing to achieve as well, going down into that promotion tournament, because again, that improvement I think is one of the most important things for this team, especially with the struggles they've had all across this split. And if they improve enough to win their way back into NACL and split 2, I mean, so much the better.
Exactly that. As we get into it now, though, I think a lot is going to rely on Bio versus Spica. It had a lot to say in that game number 1, that's for sure, on both sides of things. But now Bio not only taking something he's been comfortable with this split in the Nefiri, but taking it away from Spica. It was something that near airport left open, so they were willing to go for this matchup. And Spica's Nefiri is legendary in the league. Let's see if Bio can be up to snuff here, as we will see them both start on the bot side, trending towards top.
Yeah, the most exciting thing for me about Polestar's composition, again, Dr. Calculus, he actually went for the Ignite, so he went for the Chad Shen loadout. And you also have Adam that has access to that Realm Warp too. So I'm really curious to see if Polestar will take full advantage of that and make a lot of plays into side lane if someone from near airport overextends. This is kind of similar to the strategy we saw from Winthrop when they beat them in Game 3 in their last match, but it was the Nocturne. Basically punishing near airport for overstepping in side lane. It got them so many advantages.
It did indeed. Even though it was a very back and forth nature of that game, it still definitely felt like it was trending one way. A little thumbs up from Dubs there as he goes for a little bit more warding, but we will get that culmination of topside path. Some vision there being played through for the side of near airport, trying to see if they're going to actually get a little bit of vision on a bio. But these two guys, they also have been willing to kind of just go for that first clear and reset back. We'll see if that remains the case this time. I want to see action,
Me
but
too.
I don't get what I want all the time.
I know, it is what it is. Sometimes the games are slow, sometimes we don't want to fight.
Sometimes you have a series like the first series where you had 2 games that were a kill a minute.
That's what we need all the time, every day. I hope this game is that. I hope next game is that, even though we're not casting after this series. You know, I just want that for Mark and Matt. I think they'll be really happy about it.
He's called by the first names. I like it.
Yeah,
you don't know
the
who
government
those
names.
are. It's Rafa and Cubby going to be coming in for the next series, which is
They know.
yeah. We can dox them. It's fine.
Exactly. I mean, I can drop the address if we want. I will not actually do that. That's that's insane.
A series that actually matters a lot: Luminosity Gaming versus Supernova, especially off the back of this
Very
one.
true. Very true.
Near airport. Still in the thick of things in the 3-headed Hydra race. It feels like we're going to be cut down to 2 after today in terms of who's going to be getting those first round buys in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. Near airport, really important for them to get this 2-0 victory. Winning in Game 3 will still be good, but of course, not dropping a game here to Polestar will give them the best map win differential, which will help them in any tiebreaker scenarios. Try and take that last spot in the top 2, because as we mentioned earlier, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, by winning their match, have guaranteed themselves one of those spots.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It's going to feel really good for that sub squad to come in and handle business. We get a big push from Double Lift and near airport in the bot side, though, trying to take priority of this lane. Dr. Calculus getting closer and closer to level 6. Did end up seeing that redeploy from both junglers. Pika actually stopping off in the lane for a potential gank here, as Bio gonna tick over to level 5 because he was able to clear that Krug on the super clear. Is gonna now back, but back to his jungle goes Pika. So both junglers not gonna find early access.
I think, yeah, Biofrost actually got his back canceled, but at least Double Lift was going to be able to make it back. That matters more. But it is tough because unless Biofrost stays a little bit longer, Double Lift's actually going to have to lane 1 versus 2. So I think he'll stay a little bit and just look for an opportunity to back later. But for the moment, Bio's actually going to take this opportunity because of that extra gold he got from the back. He has a tunneler. He's going to use that extra bit of staff to actually take away the Raptors from Spica. He's actually kind of strong, but it looks like he doesn't actually want to do this. And Spica wins the 50-50.
Oh, in bot lane, Hub is getting low. He's going to have to burn the heal from Tub. Luckily, he was able to get over the wall there and get to safety. Will be both summoner spells, though, burned, and a heal burned by Tubbs, too.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Double Lift and Biofrost. It is going to create an opportunity to get a play onto Hub later on, because he has no summoner spells for these next couple of minutes. We'll see if Spica wants to make that play happen on that bottom side. I like what TF Play did just there. He didn't actually go for the proxy, but he just held the wave long enough that this wave would end up coming back to him. But now that he sees Dr. Calculus recalling without a teleport, I think he's just going to get this one in and try to match the swap.
Swap is coming through this time very much preemptively before the grubs, which we saw not be the case last time. Came after the grubs. But now about a minute and a half till that does spawn here. Polestar going to be first and foremost up this way. Double Lift is still on bot side. Biofrost still as well. Maybe not feeling super confident in taking that first grub fight. Maybe going for the trade on the dragon.
And we are seeing a lot of red wards On this bottom side, I think Spica has the perfect opportunity to go ahead and send this because they chose not to have Double Lift and Biofrost match. Kind of a habit we've seen from Near Airport, at least in this series so far. Not really going to match those 2v2s. They're very fine just sitting in these 1v2 situations, especially when it gets Near Airport to Dragon.
Especially because you're playing towards the Jax, right? And usually you'd want to get the global benefit out of Dr. Calculus, but now you do have a little bit of safety provided for TF Blade in the side lane. You can just play a little bit back, is under threat rather, but still can play a little bit safer. As now we actually see the redeploy coming to match in that top side after they took the Dragon, just making sure they can get the objective focus going down. It will mean TF Blade has to walk his way down bot side, might end up missing that one wave. But that does mean that Near Airport are ready for a fight up here.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's worth it. TF Blade was able to collect a lot of that wave in the 1v2. And as long as Double Lift is the one collecting the waves and not missing out, I think it's going to end up being worth it. TF Blade isn't really going to be much worse for wear. So now Near Airport, they have an opportunity to go for both neutral objectives early on. Oh, hold on. We have a fight top side?
Looks like we have a little bit of a tussle, but it's more so just Near Airport feeling like they're okay to give over these 3 grubs.
Yeah.
Seen them be willing to do that in the last game.
Or fight for one of the grubs, since Bio is now feeling a lot of pressure here. Yeah.
They still have the smite from Bio, so they should be able to get the 2. It will be the marking the objective focus, and that's just going to be seeding the early objective there in the grubs. A mini Grubageddon, if you will, for Polestar.
We're going to find out another term.
We're going to find a better name. We're gonna find a better name.
Same hat, same hat. Yeah, we will. For the moment, Near Airport pretty happy to give away those 3 grubs, not really looking for a force.
Pressing guard going to be popped now. Adam wanting to counter with Bio. As the flash comes out from Spica, that'll be really difficult to come back from as well. Obviously, really like having that flash, and Spica will have to play on the back foot for a while.
Yeah, I mean, using that pressure that Hub and Tubbs get in this 2v2 works out pretty nicely. You're seeing TF Blade really make use of this matchup. It feels like in a lot of the games we see Shen played, nobody has really had a perfect answer, but TF Blade, he's been playing this one really nicely, getting a lot of pressure, has been in no danger of actually dying to this Ignite Shen, where it feels like every time we see it, Shen gets a solo.
Yeah, indeed. It's a little bit difficult to manage there for sure. And we'll see once we get that big Stand United impact in one of these fights. But it's been pretty calm, cool, and collected for both sides. And honestly, maybe benefiting going into some late game team fights for both of them. Both have a lot of scaling options. Both have a lot of team fight tools. Oh, they actually get the stop on the Tubbs a little bit late on the back now. Doublet smells blood, though already here to defend his brother is Hub. They will back Biofrost and Double Lift away from the fight.
Still, it doesn't really cost you.
Whoa, flash play, Realm Warp. Luckily, Dr. Calculus came on the other side of that Realm Warp. Is going to make it through.
It was a little odd, but yeah, at the end of the day, it keeps Adam alive, but at what cost, right? Because you don't actually secure much from it as Polestar, and you give TF Blade alone time with this turret. I mean, he's able to collect a lot of plates. You can see him really start to grow this CS lead. Dr. Calculus is starting to fall behind, and it only gets harder for Shen as time goes on. TF Blade is going to be a side lane menace. He's going to be a problem, and Polestar are going to need to find a way to answer him.
Yeah, I don't think there's a singular person that can really answer TF Blade, even at this point, honestly, but as time goes on, for sure. It's going to be so hard and difficult to manage, at least for Polestar, who we're always looking for those early game advantages. Have not found the typical one they go for in this one, but looking to opt into their scaling comp a little bit more. Would like to see Bio get involved in any way, shape, or form back onto the map. He is going to reset here and try to even up the item differential with Spica. He does get the Shojin's completed first item.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice spike there for the Neferi, but Bio alone isn't going to be able to kind of pull this game into a win for Polestar. You're going to be waiting a little bit for Adam to come online as the Rise. Roa hasn't actually been completed yet, so from that point on, you still have to wait for 10 minutes. Hub hasn't quite hit the first item either, so while there are scaling elements, it's going to be quite a while before Polestar can actually take full advantage of them.
Polestar trying to find a fight on Double Lift and Bio. Frost Since I realized Bio.
Yeah.
Can't call him Bio in this one. I've been pretty
Yeah.
good about it, but I can't call them both Bio.
man, no one's
now it is that.
perfect.
Yeah. Dragon coming up here within a minute, though. Could be another one for near airport, but is pretty late stacking. Pobelter in trouble. Gets caught by the River Shen as he's just going to be burned with that Ignite coming through. And first blood to Adam for Polestar.
Really nice move and a good use of the timer there from Dr. Calculus. Pobelter wisely just doesn't bother with the shockwave. Just going to go down. And that's going to give some space here for Adam to be able to collect more CS. Maybe get a turret plate as well. But of course, again, every time Dr. Calculus moves away from the lane, TF Blade is just giddy. Like, yeah, leave me alone with this turret. That's fine. I'm going to keep knocking down turret plates. Now he's going to proxy because he knows Bio is on the other side. He got confirmation from Biofrost. In fact, after that wave, they want this TP play.
They do indeed. They're going to get TF Blade into the fight. Now Bio in trouble. Goes for the dragon. Doesn't get it. Spica Smite steals it away. And near airport, we get their second dragon of the game.
Ooh, and it's a Mountain Soul to boot Mazel. That one is going to feel really nice for near airport to have if they can secure it. We're going to see this one again. While Dr. Calculus is risking a lot for the plays and roams that he's been going for, they have been working for the most part. And this one especially is nice for the Rise to be able to get first blood.
The River Shen strikes again.
Yeah.
Against the old guard, you know? They were playing when River Shen was a thing. All those years ago. I know you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, but you know, it's fine.
I'm familiar, like, roughly. My cousins used to watch a lot of LCS at that time, so they would tell me random things. I even know about season 9 or season 9 Nidalee or 7, 8.
Okay.
You know, the one where her spears were tactical nukes, like each individual one. They wouldn't stop talking about it, actually. And me, like a person who didn't play League of Legends, was like, oh wow, I'm sorry for your loss.
That's
I
so
couldn't
funny.
like fully feel it.
Yeah, the change felt everywhere. We are on first items here. Titanic Hydra did get completed by Dr. Calculus as his first, though. We did get that Rose starting to stack for Adam. Did end up losing that turret in the side lane, and now this bullet time from Hub, a little bit zealous as Doublelift is caught now too. Double engaged Blade Caller is going to be enough, but Adam coming in now, and they're going to shut Doublelift down too. Adam trying to find him. Shockwave from Pobelter, his buddy in crime, not going to save him as Hub gives him the double tap of love, and Adam's going to try to run down Pobelter. That Seraph's coming online at the perfect time. Don't step to the POV if you aren't ready to respect him as he takes the double kill.
Wow, really nice turnaround from the best performing member of Near Airport. Again, since they showed up in the qualifiers, Pobelter has just been crushing it. And he keeps finding plays. He's him, man. I don't know what else to say. And this not only earns him double buffs, he's going to get a turret as well for his team. And he's keeping Near Airport in this lead that we see, him and TF Blade.
Dude, the flash command attack gets me every time. He's done it across both times he's played this week on the Orianna. It is just disgusting. As you see, Dr. Calculus died there in the middle of those fights in the side lane by himself. And there is officially an unstoppable avalanche for TF Blade in the side lane.
That's right. We got to put a wanted poster on this guy, and it's got to be as many people as you can to try and collect it because he's going to be really difficult to deal with. And I don't know if Polestar are going to be able to find an answer, especially with this dragon coming up.
They want the fight, though. Stand United going to be used here. No answer, but Pobelter's coming with the TP, and Dr. Calculus on the back line on Doublelift, trying to take him down. Blade Caller is going to buy some time, but look at Pobelter. He already finds one. This might be the shining moment for Pobelter. He's been untouched. He's looking for the big engages. TF Blade's going to find his own. Double grand entrance from Tubbs. They go with the double knock from Frost now, and all of a sudden you blink and you miss it. Another double kill comes through for Pobelter. Straight onto the Rift Herald, goes near airport.
And it looked a little dicey, but you said it. They won the fight. They are going to get the Rift Herald, and it's just this opportunity for them to stack more gold. It doesn't matter that they don't have a single grub to speak of, Mazel. They have enough space on the map because they keep killing members of Polestar. And now, with how much damage TF Blade is doing in the side lane, I mean, with this Rift Herald, it could be so much worse.
It could indeed. They can absolutely snowball this, and the big POB, 5-1 in the mid lane on the Orianna, and going to be so difficult to deal with because you have so many other members running at you, so many things to deal with, so many things to look at, and you gotta keep watching that little metallic ball. It could be just your doom. Gonna be getting closer to second item as I speak about it. Just finished his Leandries, and this guy is cooking.
He is, and he is a danger. Again, the solo laners from near airport have just been that constant bright spot since they showed up in the NACL qualifiers, and that continues to be the case as goodbye, Adam.
They're hungry. Adam will be left to the wolves, not the hounds. Difference. As Biofrost now trying to run down Dr. Calculus.
Everyone say bye to Dr. Calculus.
Preemptively take down the Ignite there just to burn him down. Blade Caller used beautifully, and nobody from near airport will be taking any classes from you today, Dr. Calculus.
That's right. There's nothing to be done there. As again, another successful play from near airport, seeming like they're locking in a lot more than they did in game one, where things were a little dicey. And again, this is such an important series for them if they want to be able to get that first round bye. It starts with the 2-0, and they're going to have to wait and see how Luminosity Gaming performs against Supernova in the final match of that regular split. So it's a good start here for near airport, and to be able to show us more of what we expect from this team.
Exactly that. As Rift Herald still in tow, they're going to take this dragon. This would be sole point for them as well. About a 6,000 gold lead developed so far. Going to continue ballooning up. Again, they can still get a lot of the standing gold on the tier 2 turrets if they charge with this Rift Herald. Slowly but surely going to take down this dragon. The response is in that top side, trying to take down that turret for Polestar with Hub and Tub. But unfortunately, they have TF Blade right there. Are they going to be able to get it? It is a pretty big shutdown gold. Coming over as they do have bounties activated. So getting a little bit of standing gold back for themselves would be pretty big. TF Blade's going to leave it.
Yeah, I think it's good that he does. It's just important that he buys time while the Drake is being taken, just to kind of minimize how much Polestar are actually able to take in trade. So it ends up being one turret instead of more. And TF Blade's just going to be able to continue farming. And it really is just a drop in the bucket compared to what Polestar have lost so far in this early game.
1,000 gold? It's not that bad.
Yeah, but they're down 5K.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Dude, I'm just saying the new
Mountain
bounties
Soul.
are nuts. The new bounties are actually insane.
I mean, I like the change because I think it measuring gold is a lot more important and makes a lot more sense. So it is interesting, though, how much they've kind of increased the comeback mechanics of it, though. So I know that's a bit of a contentious thing in the community. I'm personally okay with it. As long as it isn't like too obnoxious, and I haven't seen enough to say for sure, but for now I think it's fine.
That's what's crazy is we start our final week of a 4-day week on the new patch, so trying to figure out what's going right for a lot of these teams, figure out what the meta is looking like as well. As the Rift Herald is spawned up in the bot side, gonna try to take down this tier 2 in there. Doesn't have much siege potential because they weren't able to get any of the grubs. Now Pobelter's caught out. Stand United going to be played as TP coming in from TF Blade. Is the taunt going to be enough? Pobelter is still standing strong, defiantly so, as TF Blade going to have to get his way out of there. Bio goes untargetable. Dr. Calculus just goes down. That's so unfortunate. Shockwave combo. Biofrost is the delivery man, and that is the payment you have to pay for Polestar. As 2 go down, that should just be full control of the Atacon to near airport.
That was one of the best looks we're going to see. I mean, Dr. Calculus comes in with the Stand United. Ignite goes down. I guess Hub didn't find himself in a good enough position to use that bullet time, but near airport, they're getting everything they want. It's going to include this Atacon picked up with very little issue. As now the only timer really left to pay attention to is the dragon in the top left, because that's Mountain Soul for near airport. And if Polestar want a ghost of a chance in their last match of the split, it has to start with taking that dragon.
Try to stop that stacking going. A Mountain Soul to near airport would be so difficult to deal with. And you're already almost on 3rd item now for Pobelter, who has the Seeker's Arm Guard. 2nd item is completed for Double Lift, so he has the IE Essence Reaver combo now. So difficult. Oh, they called him out!
Oh my god.
Speaking of, a little bit of trouble on the bot side. Tubbs is making it out, but Adam is already in the grave. And that should be a tier 2 turret going down to near airport.
Oh, it definitely will be, and it doesn't seem like there's much to trade. Double lift trying to hold it down in the mid lane, but he's a Xayah with ult flash barrier.
Double lift! He's going for the play.
Oh, we got him.
Feather Storm.
Feather,
He finds
feather?
the killing spree.
Oh,
And step to double lift. Step to near airport. You better come correct. They find dominance in game number 2.
And they're going to find a bottom inhibitor as well. I think we are watching the death throes of Polestar. We're looking like they may not be able to get a single win here in the NACL.
A damning fact, but you knew it was steps against them here because it's not easy to finish off this end of the split that they have as well, and especially facing off against Near Airport to finish it off. Is a difficult task nonetheless, but trying to keep their heads forward onto that promo relegation squad will be the important factor here. And now this lead is way far out in front of Polestar and almost circling around the 10,000 gold drain. As Tubbs gives a thumbs up, he says he's A-okay, trying to make it out as this exit comes through.
He's trying.
Using the speed up. That's a fast Oriana. Might just call him Terminator here as he's going to run him down. I don't remember which one the Terminator comes that looks like Oriana, but there you go. Godlike goes Poe Belter. It's the newer one. And that just means that Near Airport are finding everything they could ask for, everything they needed to find in their last series of the split, setting themselves up for success. Okay.
Oh, and I think we got another fight.
I mean, they can just absolutely take this fight. Final Frost is like
Yeah.
soloing Hub. Now that Stand United comes in, but way too little, way too late. Shockwave rings out, and it is absolutely shuddering to the structural pillar of Polestar as they fall one by one. Near Airport are looking lethal.
Oh yeah, and I think Polestar have faced the front end of that lethality as now, I mean, with 3 members down, we're looking at 30 seconds. Adam only just now has the completion of that Rod of Ages, and he's gonna TP to the base in time to watch another inhibitor go down, and another one. As well as the global message that's gonna tell them Mountain Soul is gone.
Yeah, Mountain Soul on top of the triple inhibs going down, double super minions across every wave. A little bit of a response on to TFLA. They're going to Realm Warp over, try to get him down, but he's going to cut through the jungle here. Quickness combo, they get 1,000 gold back. That's a big shutdown back over to Polestar. Unfortunately, it goes to Tubbs.
Yeah, again, drop in the bucket, especially when you consider not just this gold lead, but the fact that Near Airport, now they have the Mountain Soul. The resistances from those individual Drakes, and of course the shields mean TF Blade, Speak Up, Biofrost are going to be very difficult to kill going forward. And while it took a lot of members to get TF Blade that first time, I don't know if there's going to be a second Mazel.
Don't see that in the future here, but maybe there's a way, maybe there's a will. But it's looking fewer and farther between. I mean, almost 11,000 gold down now. It is a sad affair to finish the split like this for Polestar, but it is triumphant one for Near Airport. I've loved the consistency that we've seen out of Poe Belter throughout this week, even in their loss. Biggest upset of the year so far, but still able to handle business when it comes down to crunch time. Obviously not in control of their own fate, but need to prop themselves up as best as possible. As they will just burn down this Baron buff. Tubbs is around the corner just to watch as he's just a party here. Down to about 2,000 health now. Should be smote away. Biofrost found the angle there. Walked all the way around to try to find Tubbs. Bio trying to get the pit.
Oh my god.
Bio will be taken down as Double Lift sinks some feathers into the Hound. And that is going to be the Hound's Howland, as now we got Adam in the 1v1 against the big POP. Turn it into a 2v1.
Oh, he's staying.
As that taunt comes through and Poe Belter goes golden. Trying to kill Adam here. He might be able to get the 1-for-1. Flashes down though as TF Blade now finds the kill in the base. They are losing everything. The back's not going to come back fast enough. In Near Airport on the verge here of a 2-0 sweep. A redemption from their loss against Winthrop and setting themselves up to be the biggest LG haters of all time. They end up coming in. They needed a 2-0. They handle their side of things. They will mean Polestar go winless in the season, but Near Airport take the 2-0 sweep.
And just like that, near airport, they give themselves the best chance they can to get the first round bye in playoffs with that 2-0 Mazel. And while game one was a lot shakier than any of us would have liked, we're not putting any clown makeup on today because near airport, they still get the victory.
They do indeed. They show up when they needed to in the end. A little bit of a rocky game number one, but a very solid game number two. Over 12,000, 13,000 gold up. They did nothing wrong. TF Blade was unstoppable on the side lane. Pobelter was running. I know he died at the end. I know he died. Yeah. They won the game because of that.
Exactly.
But also just finding massive purchase on the Orianna here, something that teams have to be thinking about going into the playoffs as well.
Yeah, 100%. It will be interesting to see how the teams adapt more on certain champions that are finding more popularity, like Orianna, like Shen, going forward. And I'm going to be really excited to see how that next match is going to go today, our last match of the regular split. And of course, I'm ready for playoffs already, man. Like, let's get going.
Playoffs are going to be really fun right around the corner for sure. But we're getting closer and closer to it here. And obviously in the last day, as close as we possibly can get. That was a pretty dominant showing, at least for Mir Airport in the 2-0 victory, and you love to see that kind of stuff from them as well. Really, really nice stuff. I do want to say, though, I think Mir Airport will still be a little bit sad about the first half of this one, but gonna feel good about this one. We'll get to talk to them after a short little break. As we go to that, we'll be back with our interview. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we get to the rounding out of our second series. It was a 2-0 for Near Airport off the back of an incredible Game 2 performance. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and I couldn't believe it in the end. A lot of those early parts in game number 1 were looking good for Polestar. We're wondering maybe there's this big upset coming through, but Near Airport handled business they needed to.
And they certainly did. That second game was completely unlike the first, and Polestar, while we saw some bright spots from them, were not able to secure a match win here in NACL Split 1. Feels really bad, but we got to hope that the improvement was enough for them to be able to win their way back going into the next split here when the promotion tournament comes around. And on the other hand, Near Airport, you said it, handled business, gave themselves the best chance left for them to be able to be a top 2 seed and get that first round bye. And they can start looking forward to playoffs.
Unfortunately, it's a tall task to ask for Supernova to take down LG. Honestly, at this point, Near Airport's rivals as one of their big losses, obviously. But they are definitely preying on LG's downfall in that next series. But they at least did what they needed to do. And it was off the back of some really, really good performances from Pobelter across both games.
Yeah, of course. Pobelter and TF Blade, I think, again, consistent bright spots for this team. All the way from a few months back when they were doing the qualifiers to promote to this Split 1 until today. And they've just been really good. I think Pobelter, if I had to single out one, has just been the best performing player on the team since this team's formed. And it's been a nice thing to see. Yeah,
it truly has been. Been picking up the slack where it's needed most. I think Spica and him have been such a lethal duo, and I'm very excited to see what they can bring us in the playoffs as well. These two guys having a lot of weight put on their shoulders, a lot of carry performances from these two guys as well.
Yeah, that's right. And as we see the last bit of replays here, and TF Blade's going to have a little fun. Given Hub the 80 carry experience, we kind of got to look forward. A thing you mentioned that I'm immediately so very excited for is I actually want Near Airport to not be top 2, for any spiteful reasons, but I would love their first round match to be Winthrop University.
Really
I think that would be hilarious.
And
Lennon, if Winthrop beats them again.
That would be really
Would that not be cinema?
It would be absolute cinema in NACL. Yeah. There's always one story. Every split, there's always one big story. An underdog, a miracle run. It happens all the time, even if we don't force it to. We'll see if that happens this time around as well. But I think Near Airport did look really good in this last setting. Yes, some slip-ups in that game number 1 for sure. But looking forward, they still do look like one of those really top-tier teams, the 3-headed Hydra that we had set out at the top of the day.
Yeah, despite the loss earlier this week, I think the Hydra's heads are strong, even though one of them will get the proverbial beheading as they're not going to be able to be a top 2 team. And we got to think of a two-headed. What's a two-headed creature?
Yeah, we'll come up with that for sure. I love it. It's a perfect segue into bringing on this guy. We have Biofrost joining us, though, from Near Airport. I'm excited to chat with him. Get you in here, man. After taking that win, you put yourself in the best position to potentially get first and second seed. Was that something you guys were coming into the day thinking about? Is that something that at least you guys really want to achieve, to have that bye in the first round?
Not really, actually. We came into today's game expecting our match actually not mattering for seeding, because we figured that SN wouldn't beat LG.
Yeah.
So we wanted to try like different comps. I think we didn't end up trying the comps though, because we're like, we should just do that in scrims. But we were like gauging whether or not to get like some stage practice on some of the picks that we were like less comfortable with.
I like it. I like it.
So I wanted to kind of pull back to your last match against Winthrop. I mean, sorry, like we got to talk about it because it was such an unexpected result. And we heard from them, you know, how they were feeling about it, what they thought of it. But I want to know from your guys' side, like, what exactly happened there? What was it really just the week off that you and Double Lift weren't around to play, or what's the story?
I'm going to be kind of honest. It's kind of hazy in my memory. I don't remember exactly what happened in the games.
There was a Nocturne, if that helps.
Oh, okay, yes, I kind of remember. Oh, yes, oh yeah, I remember. Our team comps were really bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
In our second game, we had like 5 seconds left, and then no one wanted to like pick their champ, and then it was suddenly like, Vincent, you gotta pick your champ. And I was like, wait, what? I have 5 seconds. So just pick Leona. And then we got instantly countered by Lucian Amelia. That has happened before. So for us to make that same mistake was slightly aggravating. And then in the third game, we had like a not so good draft either. So I don't think we were set up for success in those games. I do think though that Winthrop is a good team, and it isn't just like, oh, we messed up draft and we should have won 100%. It would have been like much more competitive than the showing that we put up, because that was just, we like cut off both of our legs and arms.
You're the Holy Grail style over here. Biofrost, I gotta ask you a little bit more of a personal question. I know I'm a big fan of seeing you guys reunited, but how has it been playing again with Double Lift? Obviously after all this time, but still having that friendship that brings you guys together. Have there been any new stories, any fun things that you guys have kind of re-come together and found between each other?
Yeah, I mean, when I first played with Peter, he was pretty toxic, but now like I think he's much older and more mature, and I think he has like a different perspective going around, so it's actually much more fun playing with everyone. Even if it gets like slightly heated, it's like nowhere near how it used to be.
You've seen things.
Yeah, I've seen things, and at the end of the day, it's all about like, we just think about the practice, think about performance, and even if we get into an argument, we go into the next day with like a fresh mindset, and there's no like hard feelings. And when you have an environment like that, it's very good for like growth over a long time, because people have the same amount of time for playoffs. Usually, like for LCS or whatever, people practice the same amount of hours, and it's about finding ways to improve faster than the enemy. And for us, that's extremely paramount, because we have very limited days, so we have to make our practice very efficient, and we can't really go through like pains for like weeks and just not really get any better.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I wanted to ask now, looking forward, I mean, you guys, of course, are guaranteed playoff. There is a chance, even though, you know, however small, that you guys end up being top 2. Is there, if you had to pick a team that you're kind of looking out for in the playoffs as the team to beat, besides yourselves, like, who are you looking for?
I think there's a... Don't we play against Winthrop like this round?
You can play against Winthrop, which is super exciting.
You probably will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you probably will if Supernova lose.
Okay, yeah, then we'll play against Winthrop. We should get our revenge unless
That's
we
the team to beat. All right, you heard it here first, guys. Wintrop's the best team in playoffs.
I like it. I like
really
it.
good.
They're cresting hard. Biofrost, I want to give you a chance. Give some shout-outs. Anybody you want to talk about before we let you go here?
Shout out to Near Airport. Make sure to watch our streams. We stream every practice, every match, so it means a lot when you guys tune in.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch you guys create content for this community. Thank you so much, Biofrost. It was a pleasure to get to talk to you. Looking forward to seeing y'all in playoffs, and I know y'all are begging for LG's downfall here.
Yes.
We'll see you on the next side, as we're going to take it back from you and break down that one here. And that being said, I'd love to hear some of the level-headedness from Biofrost. Always known him to be that kind of guy, but really nice to see him kind of lay it out for us there.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, it's really cool to talk to players from Near Airport and get their unique perspective on things when we can. And it is nice to hear, you know, that respect paid over to Winthrop University, both looking in the previous match and the future one that's probably going to take place. So I love that.
Now we do have our MVP to give, and
who is it?
We're gonna have another support focus here. As it will be Biofrost that gets the MVP. They're winning them all the time today at this week. It's crazy.
It's a great day to be a support. You love to see it, Lennon. And I mean, Biofrost, again, the Thresh game, even though that was not a great game from Near Airport overall, I think he played really well in that first game. I think he played great in the second game too. So this is a well-deserved MVP.
That play to save double lift in the mid lane against Sejuani with the depth center. It's really good. Iconic stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
And that duo still alive and well, still looking really good going into the playoffs there. But that's the last series for Near Airport before they get to playoffs, obviously. I know we talked about the implications they still have to handle, but pretty locked into the fact that they feel like they're going to be facing Winthrop, and that's the team to beat to get some revenge over that loss at the last little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely nice for them to, again, pay those respects and look forward to playing them again so they can get that revenge. I'm sure it'll feel really good for them if they're able to I get that success in playoffs because it's really where it matters, right?
Yeah.
Losing regular season versus in playoffs, like, it's night and day.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Best of fives as well, going to be coming through quickly. And that's where Fearless really starts to get a lot of fun. And that does mean that we're getting ready for our next series as well. And it's been a heck of a drive, at least through this first little bit. Do you have any takeaways, at least? It's not the day of upsets that we were maybe looking for.
No, not quite. My takeaways, I don't really have anything specific other than it's been really fun. I like that I've been casting with you like 9 out of 10 times. I can't escape from you, but as I said at the start of the day, I don't want to.
Appreciate you gotta add that in there, then it just looks bad, you know?
Of course, we don't want that. What about you? What are your takeaways? You're the play-by-play. People don't ask you things. What do you think?
True, because it's probably a good thing they don't ask me things.
No, I disagree. Please talk.
This one's been really fun. We've had a lot of really cool storylines. The three-headed Hydra era, I know we beat it like a dead horse.
It was
feels
great. That was great.
Really awesome, and I know this last series is going to absolutely deliver. And to deliver on that, we do have some reinforcements coming in, as Rafa and Cubby will be joining us here to cover that last series. It should be an absolute banger between Luminosity Gaming and Supernova. So welcome, fellas. We got the 4-cam going. We got the live. I've never done a live transition of casting teams, and we get to do it here. I'm so excited. And you guys are coming in to round us out with a big giant fireworks show in game, at least Series 3.
Someone in chat take a screenshot of this right now.
I know, this will never happen again.
This will never happen again. This is like NACL endgame right here. The portals came in, me and Cubby are coming for the reinforcements. On your left, baby!
Nice. I love to see it. You guys excited? What are y'all looking forward to with this next matchup? Y'all super stoked or what?
No, I think it's going to be an LG2-0 and it's going to be fast. Yeah.
I love it, Cubby. The honesty. We need that.
All the stops. We got the 4 cams, and just Cubby's like, nah, we're going to be a 2-0.
No, he's real. This is why I like casting with Cubby.
Beat down. You want to come in for a 3rd series, bro?
Dog, I'm going to say the same. I'm going to say the same thing, bro. I promise.
Oh my God! Come on, guys. Where's the fade?
Yeah. Oh, it's been a pleasure,
I got none left. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's been a bit one-sided on the predictions today. I guess we'll be getting to that here shortly, though. But fellas, it's an absolute pleasure to get the hand off to you guys. I know we'll be getting 2 things here in that next series, but it's been a pleasure to get this regular season underway, too. I can't believe we're on the final day.
I know. All right, Lennon, we got to hand it to him. Take it. Take it, guys.
I'm taking it. I'm receiving it. Boom. The power of the broadcast is now in our hands, Matt. We have regained control. And look at that. My name tag is no longer called Rawfind, as for those that tuned in yesterday, I may have dropped an F-bomb. But you know what? It was for Mr. Isaac Darkwings Cho. So he deserves it.
Whether it was on purpose or not, we're going to have to go see the tape, you know. But shout out to, of course, Desirux and Hawkcast, who have helped us really just put together the entire broadcast for the entire year, and everyone behind the scenes at League Ace. Of course, we are wrapping up the regular season today with our cherry on top for the Super Week and our Super Day to wrap things up. It's Luminosity Gaming versus Supernova.
That's right. And as both Beatdown and Mazel alluded to, Luminosity Gaming, with 1 series win, they should be able to solidify themselves as one of the top 2 seeds of the standings, which should give them that playoff bye. And Supernova, regardless of a series win or loss, nothing changes. They, credit to Blue Otter, have secured their spot into NACL Summer Split a couple months from now. So, you know, there's not that much pressure for them to necessarily perform. However, Supernova would love to end the regular season on a high note, their last series of the spring split, by being one of the few teams to have taken a full series win off of our top 3 squads here in the league.
I mean, this would be a monumental upset if Supernova were able to pull it off. And of course, going out on a high note, something that this team would love to do. Also, just to prep for some of the big C-Law matchups that they have this upcoming weekend, Rafa. Gotta imagine this is the best scrim that you can find, as of course that Ole Miss team will be facing Maryville on the Rift for that tournament in the top 4 in the upper bracket. But it hasn't been the same story of success for Supernova here in NACL. They managed to get themselves out of relegation with a good 2-1 win against Pulse. They ended up going down 0-1 in that series, which was a bit of an oopsie. But of course, able to find it in the back half. They are safe. We're going to have Supernova again in NACL, a brand that we were very familiar with at home, and I think it's definitely done some good no bias. I consulted for him at one point. You know, I can't be biased anymore.
Nicely done.
But still,
Nice.
nice of them that we secured that spot and have a chance to do some damage and really have a loss that could hurt the rest of the bracket or at least affect playoffs here if they were able to hand Luminosity Gaming one.
True. And of their opponents, as you saw, the full roster lineup just a moment ago is Luminosity Gaming, one of our top 3 teams. Taking a look at some of the stats from Fake God in the top lane, who, when we have seen Fake God in NACL, it has become pretty, I don't want to say common, but it has been deservedly expected that Fake God is kind of one of the best top laners that you can find in NACL. Even though his return to LCS last year with Shopify Rebellion wasn't exactly the triumphant return he and the rest of, multiple members coming up from the Disguised and C9 Academy roster were hoping for, they still were able to, make that return. And for them, it's all about trying to find a way to fight back into LTA going forward at the end of the year.
And again, it is really the I've lovingly said the entire split. They're the LCS rejects. We're used to seeing them play at that level. Of course, less teams, different teams in this time. We don't see them up there, but with the new format, they have a chance to play as 5 and earn their way back in. Definitely one of the favorites of the U. Stick together going into summer. And have another chance to prove so today is the Smash matters for them, securing that bye. That's really good to play one that's best of 3. You never know what can happen in playoffs, especially in a week where, as Beatdown was hitting, Winthrop did just take a 2-1 against Near Airport. Even though those drafts are pretty egregious for Near Airport, I think they're going to patch that up going into the playoffs. But hey, anything can happen in the NACL. And of course, it's our last day of regular season. Anything can happen today. And we'll see if Supernova are going to be able to dig deep, and maybe have a upset as big as I was trying to find a Galaxy reference, and I really just can't, Rafa.
Well, you're hoping that their performance will send them to the moon. There you go.
We're going to hope that they can have Luminosity Gaming go blasting off again and not themselves, right?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
can reference
little Team Rocket. Yeah,
not science.
I like that.
Anyway, Stray, Keel, Asaiwa, Shogo, Rhino. Again, this team, they're going to be back. Supernova's going to be back as a brand. They will be competing this weekend in CLAW, where they've shown a little bit more strength there than they have in the NACL. We'll see if they can really draw upon that strength and help out, or at least to help them out today, as I'd say it's a pretty damn good scrim against Luminosity Gaming and have a chance again to do some damage.
Yep. We're going to take a look at some of the stats from top laner on Supernova's side, Stray, who has come in for this roster, obviously also tied with the Ole Miss roster, since essentially the core of this roster is the same as the collegiate squad that is currently, as you already alluded to, in the upper final for the CLO bracket that will be played out tomorrow, which will be very, very exciting. Stray so far has been not necessarily alongside the rest of Supernova being able to show the great results as they've been able to achieve in the CLO bracket here in NACL, but there's definitely been some moments where I think even Stray playing the Gangplank, you can see, okay, here's some of the potential for this guy who has some niche picks. I think the one thing that I was a little miffed about is when they play certain strategies with Stray, there needs to be stronger communication, such as the York split push composition that they had for themselves.
Yeah, Stray needs to speak up for himself a little bit more, is where Rob is getting at, right?
Advocate for yourself, King, as we finally get into the draft here for Luminosity Gaming and Supernova. And you know what? Even though that the York necessarily wasn't super convincing in the true split push fashion, Stray did find good teleports. Even though I feel like you would prefer to use your split push pressure, he did find flanks with Yorick, and he was pretty monstrous after a certain point of the game. Luminosity Gaming are respecting it, and that's why the Yorick ban does come out in Game 1.
Of course, for Supernova, they got 5 wins on the season in terms of games. Stray's Yorick is 2-0, and as Roth is highlighting, it actually deserves a lot of respect being put on his name. Is Sion going to get taken away on the blue side? We'll say Sion's a really strong power pick. It has really emerged as a premier top laner in the meta. I think that there are a lot of combinations with Sion too that have been proven to be really strong, like that Sion Lilia. We've seen that really dominate the LPL as a top side. That really is if you don't win soon enough, we will win the game, because the forever fight with the Sion Lilia is really tough for a lot of teams to overcome. So
it's such a funny combo too, because you would think that, Sion, tank top laner, you should lose lane priority. Lilia wants lane priority so she can safely farm or go for counter jungling, but as you highlighted, most teams are not able to actually bully them enough, especially now that we have swapped to a slower overall game state with the Spirit Blossom map and the Grubs being pushed to 8 minutes in the game. But with all 3 bans on both sides being taken off, Jace is the priority pick for Luminosity, whereas Supernova thinking about that Rumble.
Of course, that Sion ban now makes a little bit more sense if they want that Jace, as Sion really started to emerge in the meta as the answer to Jace when people couldn't figure out what to play into that champ. That said, the Stray, his Rumble, it has been pretty good. We haven't seen it as much here as we have in Collegiate, where, of course, that format is not Fearless Draft, and Stray is very willing and willing to play, or ready and willing to play that Rumble. So this matchup, I think that in isolation, Jace eventually wins it, but of course Rumble can bring so much to a team fight, and I really feel like jungle presence in the lane needed, because there is a chance if Jace gets ahead that he can just dunk the Rumble and put him out of game. But also you have a Sejuani 4 Keel, get up against the Jace, get that Rumble ahead. Can be really nice for delaying the spikes that Jace has later on. So here's actually going to switch up that matchup as the Maokai now being picked in the jungle. Of course, Insanity does have that champion Ocean if they wanted to maybe pick AD or pick a different top laner now. Could play around with the flexibility of the Jace, and okay, not gonna be the case. It's gonna be the Yone. Nice from the Akali.
No surprises here on the side of Luminosity Gaming's draft here. Jace Maokai is still a staple combo ever since seemingly what I remember spring 23, and still finding ways to reemerge despite, you know, all the meta changes that we've seen over the past couple of years. Supernova locking in that Corki, even though we have mostly seen it as a bot laner these days, as just, you know, one of the staple bot laners that can get priority. We have seen teams flex it back to mid since he's still very capable of doing that. So Supernova, at least for themselves, have a bit of flexibility in terms of, you know, playing with their cards concealed against Luminosity Gaming.
I will say in this scenario, just given that it is Supernova, I think it's more likely it's in the hands of Shogo. Because of course Shogo, you know, help pioneer that different Corki build that we've seen more and more of throughout the split with the Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver, just the MF, like I'm on the map forever build, right? Unlimited health and mana if I'm able to hit creep. So it can be that answer in the Yone. We have seen it, Rafa, but for me, I think odds that it goes over to Shogo a little bit higher when it comes to Supernova. One thing I do like for Supernova moving forward, though, too, of course, they have that Corki flexibility that can hold that towards 5-pick, but if they want to have a support locked in here, I would actually like if they just picked AD or mid. I think support counter pick is really powerful with the change of the timers, your ability to get access to that early dragon. Of course, dragon, the only objective that spawns for the first 3-minute gap. Also priority on the rotations to answer the grubs. That bot lane priority, it gives you first move, first rotate. I think it's a lot more important on this patch. So curious to see if we're able to use that here for Supernova and Rhino. Is really have a choice here, Rafa. And you can see Luminosity Gaming kind of hedging their bets. They actually do throw out that Jinx ban, as that could be a Shogo pick, but also the Braum ban for me. You got to know if you're going up against Supernova that Shogo's ready and willing to play this Corki.
Yeah. I think another thing to consider is that they could also look for. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm gonna take that point. I was gonna say Tristana for the mid lane matchup to guarantee prio into Yone, but you know what? With Kai'Sa, that is definitely a Shogo favorite, and this Corki probably going to go over to Asila then at this point. Still guaranteeing that you get your choice of support counter pick for Rhino. Seeing that it is an Alistar, what are you thinking, Matt? In terms of what's your favorite matchup into Alistar at this point?
The Braum ban makes sense. The tricky part is that when you go into Alistar, a lot of the times you kind of want range to take advantage of the weak early levels. But when you have a Kai'Sa, of course, if you go with range, it's kind of hard to actually utilize the passive. So something like a Rakan might go up in value here, as you can kind of, I mean, we've seen that matchup a lot. We'll say the tactical Tristana. Luminosity Gaming were really big at actually bringing Triss back to the meta. It's not all the meatballs that you could want or possibly wish for to have in front of this Tristana, but tactical. Been avoiding the Malphite ults here in NACL. His Tristana has been really good. Was a big part of pioneering this one, and has been a pick that a lot of teams have been leaning on, as of course the scaling of Tristana just breaks the game.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing is that we initially saw Tristana exclusively mid lane, and then once Tactical had a field day against Near Airport in one of our opening series,
I can do that.
Yeah, everyone else is like, huh, Tristana bot looks good here. You know what? We should draft it for ourselves. Well, here's the final lineup for Luminosity Gaming and Supernova. A lot of control from the side of Luminosity with this Maokai. I'm always a big fan of getting that first item spike, and now that Grubs has been delayed to level 6, you have so much control with Nature's Grass and being able to set those saplings up, as well as going for that Leandri's first spike. I am curious though, Matt, because you did already allude to it. It doesn't really seem like Tactical has as many meatballs in front of him as he would prefer, especially considering your main tank in this Maokai is not going to be, you know, one more than likely rushing HP and resistances purely. More than likely it'll be a Leandri's rush. Whereas Sejuani, on the other hand, that's going to be a beefcake that you have to deal with early on.
Yeah, of course, Alistar ult might be able to help make up for that as getting out of the rift. I will say Supernova did make some decent use of that support prio pick too, the Leona into this thing. If Rhino plays it right, you can lean on Leona's passive ability to actually win out on the early levels, especially with Shogo taking the barrier and Tactical wanting to cleanse against the Leona, which does make sense. So for me, Supernova actually got some priority in that bot side. We'll see if they're going to be able to use it.
No funny business happening from either team. A couple of members were staring at each other menacingly in the mid lane, but nothing really came out of it. There was one ward placed aggressively on top of Tomio's Raptors, so Supernova have full vision that the Maokai is starting on the bottom side of the map, and Tomio does have a couple options here. You can either try to go for a accelerated full clear by starting the Raptors and looking for that respawn Raptors as soon as you finish your full clear on the top side of the map, or you could do something really funny, take these two camps and actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. This is just probably going to be a Maokai.
Yeah, we're not going to invade Sejuani with the bot lane priority. I do kind of like your idea, though, as, of course, Maokai, the early levels can be really strong. I actually did see a meta where Maokai would go like Raptors, Red Krugs, and then just invade if you have bot lane priority.
Yeah,
so,
dude.
Decent shot there, Rafa, even though I don't think it's a game for that, as, of course, Supernova... That Leona pick should pay off pretty decently, and I know that over in the Supernova camp, did have a change going into this week. Do want to shout out Rend, who is helping out. Rend, a coach that helped out with the Supernova Dark Matter team that I helped out with. I've been working with some ERL teams as well. Also was coaching Purdue Northwest, which actually had not just Prank Kuro from a different Supernova squad, but also Aojun was the mid laner, the CCG mid that's in NACL. So shout out to Rend, who brought it, was coming on in. I know he got shout outs from a lot of the Supernova team. Like Ryan behind the scenes is someone they were excited to have help out. So we see that helps them in their match days. Of course, doesn't matter for Supernova, but could impact our playoff picture as Supernova pulls off the upset.
Would be pretty darn cool for Supernova, and for Luminosity Gaming, obviously not ideal, since they would really appreciate having that first or second seed for the playoff bye. So even though both of these teams' fates are, for the most part, sealed, it's not necessarily a series that they're just going to be, you know, playing a bit more loose, a bit more passively. Supernova definitely want to show that they can end the series on a high note. And early on, Keel going for a pretty accelerated bot lane dive. Tactical just rocket jumps away. Zeyzal burns the Ignite and trying to force Keel off the dive first. Now, flash from Zeyzal as they're trying to reignite the dive. Ignite ticking down onto Zeyzal. Shogo's able to get first blood, and Tactical, even though he's able to get a double kill for himself, Shogo still ends up high with 2 kills for himself and a wave fully pushed in. Supernova doing exactly what everyone probably wants to see out of this roster, and that's playing for Shogo.
Yeah, and honestly, I like this start from SN. They spotted the Maokai doing the Raptors first, Rafa. We talked about the Leona having some strength. Of course, Sejuani have the ability to make some plays. So just to go brute force it down, I know Tactical got 2 kills, but it's a win overall as Shogo picked up 2 kills and, of course, denied the wave and bounced this one back into him. So I like the plan from Supernova. Well played. Yeah,
the fact that Keel made that happen by skipping over his blue buff.
It could have been cleaner. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
And I really like the contest here, too. They got to be a little bit careful, though, because Tomio is 4.
Smite after one more auto attack. Oh, nice. Good patience from Keel. Just has to Q over, and Insanity's too low to engage with Q3. Does tease him with the Soul Unbound, but, you know, it's not going to be enough to deter Keel off. Yeah, just making that accelerated timer by, you know, skipping blue buff.
He might get Shogo.
This is now
really bad,
an opportunity to punish. Rhino is late for the play. Shogo has barrier and flash. Twisted advance. Great way to start up this dive. Shogo Does Tactical have enough damage? Yes, he does. He has the rocket jump reset and still is able to get over the wall. Asila, will he flash for it? No, he still has a Valkyrie, so he can chase Tactical without even burning his flash.
Yeah.
So that's a decent trade, at least for Supernova. Now Tomio's on the run. He is in enemy territory. It's a Leona chasing him, so doesn't look like Asila can actually make the run down alongside his support. So Tomio, with Insanity backing him up, should be able to get out alive. Fate Sealed is going to clip this level 3 Leona, who is super weak, but doesn't die to the soul unbound. Keel doesn't have flash, though, cannot find Tomio on the back end of it. And Tomio gets to walk out scot-free.
That's going to be it. Good rotations from Supernova here to answer that play. The TP from Asila to cover and got the kill on Tactical. That's big. Also, Shogo was able to walk mid, actually pick up that wave. So Supernova able to farm everything out. Now with Luminosity Gaming getting back on the map, they have priority mid, priority bot. They're going to use this to hit the dragon. This is good stuff coming out of Supernova.
Yeah, you know, Supernova forcing a lot of aggression plays onto Luminosity Gaming's bot lane kind of calls for Luminosity Gaming to make a response, trying to see if they can capitalize on some of Supernova's timers they took where they had the tempo to make that response play. And the fact that Supernova are able to double down and get decent responses on the back end of it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Matt, it seems like everything just kind of evens up gold-wise. But it's cool to see Supernova trying their damnedest to be competitive with Luminosity Gaming right now.
No, I like the plans we've seen. Again, this was the first blood. This one didn't go quite as clean. I think chasing Tactical was a mistake for me. I just think that you have to end up going with Zazel because Tactical was able to clear too much space. So if you remove the Alistar first and then you're able to get the Tristan on the initial dive, just keep in mind they kind of overdove to find Trist. I know it ended up being a 2-for-2 and a net win, but a chance in the 3v2, you know, I think your goal is to make that a 2-for-1 or a 2-for-0, right? Overall, though, I still really like the direction we're seeing out of Supernova. And again, that second play we saw, the TP from Asila to answer, Mark, really big, right? It picked up the wave, picked up the kill. Chogo was able to go mid, didn't lose out on too much off the punish in bots. So good looks from Supernova early on. I think they're playing with direction, trying to utilize their priority to the best of their ability.
Yep. Kind of a nice saving grace, too. Rhino doesn't even give a kill over to Insanity when he collapsed to save Tomio in the bottom jungle. Obviously, Tomio still gets to escape, but Supernova, if they are going to go for these plays, you got to make sure that you are minimizing the amount of potential errors that could go into Luminosity Gaming's favor, as we didn't really get a chance to talk about the scaling factor on both of these teams. And while not necessarily either team is favored more than the other, I'm always just concerned about a Yone getting through the laning phase for free.
I think that Luminosity Gaming has a little bit of the scaling advantage, as I tried to combine scaling and gaming. I guess that would just be my life in summation, hopefully, Rafa. Anyway. For me, you mentioned the Yone, but the Tristana too. Her ability like to outrange Kai'Sa. We've seen this matchup a lot in what I kind of lovingly call Gala meta. As these are the two champs that Gala really made his money on, right? The Tristana and the Kai'Sa. The Tristana, of course, both have a lot of single target damage. Kai'Sa popping the passive, Tristana popping that E, and then that attack speed buff. Tristana gets too much range later on in the game, so that once Kai'Sa killer instincts in, if that isn't big, if that doesn't net stuff for Supernova, then you're gonna get just gunned down by Tristana in the fight, as she is the safest and like late game carry there is in the game, Rafa.
Yeah. Well, when we take our microscope, zoom out of the bot lane, and look towards the top lane, we haven't really discussed either Fake God or Stray so far in the first
They've been chilling.
8-9 minutes of the game. They've been chilling, yeah. I mean, Fake God has kind of edged out a nice CS advantage for himself here. Nearly, it looks like 12 or 16 in an advantage so far. So Luminosity Gaming so far, at least when it comes to this top side, have been getting this Jace nicely scaled on up. Because once we get to this mid game, I know the scaling overall is good for Luminosity Gaming, but I think where a major advantage can be pushed forward and accelerated is, once again, the power of this Maokai and this Jace when it comes to objective setups.
Yeah, no, I think important now, just Supernova, again, continuing to collapse into the spot side jungle, maybe to try and set this Maokai behind. Keel has taken, after the first spawn or Raptors for Tomio, he's taken the next 3. As he's done a really good job of denying this priority camp, leaning on again Supernova's bot lane priority with that Leona pick. And Insanity.
Do they have enough damage here? Insanity still has flash, but it's not going to happen.
Ooh, close.
At least it's a decent trade for Tomio to be able to pick up
Solo
the
kill top.
Sejuani in the back half. Meanwhile, Solo Bolo, Fake God, getting the 1v1 over Stray, and that's a big wave that he's going to be able to push in. Stray doesn't have TP either, so he's going to lose a lot of CS and be down a full level.
Well, that's a big play for Fake God up there. Is he heard us not talking about him and wanted to change that one, and is able to find that 1v1 still. Supernova didn't find everything they wanted in the mid lane. I think it was a nice turn there by Tomio. Picked up Insanity, of course, was the 1-for-1. I do think that they got the priority kill, but at least Luminosity Gaming able to answer back. I still really like how Supernova, again, leaning on the priority they have in their mid and bot lane to make plays around there. As Stray, well, good chunk by Fake God. He's pretty much full health. And I guess this is going to be an Empowered Shock Blast and to bring the hammer down. Oh. Okay. Hold on.
Is he just... Wow, he just walked up and down smashed him.
So the issue there, you can flash Jace's Q damage, but because Stray was... He needed the flash to the left, just given where he was positioned if he wanted to actually get out of the damage of that ability. So his flash didn't get him out of the damage.
Now, without flash, he does have Equalizer to kill this wave as fast as possible.
Probably should have killed the wave beforehand.
Yeah, the timing might be a little delayed. He's going to get the CS, but he will still go down to Tomio and Fake God, who are able to continue putting the pain down on this Rumble and accelerating the Jace even further in the 1v1 matchup.
Even that Equalizer wasn't able to catch people on the dive, right? Only caught the wave, wasn't able to position it for both. Dragon taken. So first two Drakes for Supernova, as we do have the gate spawning out of the Rift with the Hextech Soul. But I think if I'm Luminosity Gaming, I'm going to take all that gold onto this Lethality Jace, Rafa. With outside of that Sejuani, Leona, of course, the priority targets you want to hit as Jace, they are squishier. And Fake God going to try and cash in on that.
You know what, Matt? I can just feel nature healing, seeing the return to Lethality Jace. And no more of this tank Jace BS that we had.
Shojin's still OP. You can still go Shojin later on.
Yeah. Like, Shojin is still... That's fine. But when I was seeing things like Frozen Heart and...
Oh, the Flandre,
like the Flandre tank Jace. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that and was like, this has to be bad. And then I watched it and I was like, oh no, it's actually the most broken thing in the game right now. I'm glad we've escaped that throughout the season.
Yeah. Like, Jace can't... Like, I'm fine with Jace being full damage because then there's actual punishments that can be made. Meanwhile, Stray might just get punished again. It's just repeat tent already set up for Tomio, knowing that without a flash, Rumble is a sitting duck. And even with Rhino trying to roam to cover on the top side, there's just nothing he can do to bail his top laner out of that.
And there's also no Equalizer as he burned it on the last wave and died. So finding that timer as well. Well done by Tomio, who... really is on that pick, Rafa, that, of course, when he was on Cloud9 Challengers, that series against Dignitas, you know, against Insanity and that team, Malachi, the control that he brought, it's really the evolution of Tomio when he joined this team, his ability with Zeyzal actually play as a controlled jungler, right? Play off the timers, and been a good look for Tomio this game. And we've been really focusing on Supernova, the team that we feel like has more onus on them to make early plays and have done so in the bot lane. But the answer top lane from Tomio, he's done a really nice job of finding those timers to make sure this Rumble's 0-3, and now...
Oh, man.
Goodbye, Rhino.
Yeah, well, this is tough. Because Fake God now has so much priority in this lane matchup, Supernova are trying to send some of their other strong members that have not been decelerated to try and cover this side of the map so they just do not drop this turret outright. The problem is, Luminosity Gaming are doubling down on that maneuver, and they just give Fake God the entire keys to the kingdom of this top lane. That's first brick going down to the side of Luminosity Gaming, pretty much without question on the side of Supernova, and they have not been able to make nearly as strong of an advantage on the bottom side of the map here. Meanwhile, though, Tomio could be caught out here. Flash, trying to escape. Do they have enough CC? Shogo's gonna look for it. Killer Instinct kills the tree, and now Fakeoff could be the next target. Solar Flare is sidestepped, doesn't get stunned, but the Zenith Blade and the rest of the CC chain does set up Shogo for success, picking up the big shutdown on that Fed Jace. And now Insanity might have overstayed his welcome. Big Fate Seal, but does he have enough damage from Zazel? No! He's just a cow! He's not gonna be able to do anything to help out Insanity there, and Supernova have just swung this game back in their favor.
Yeah, really good look from Supernova, and that TP from Insanity was way too deep to help out in the fight before the members went down. As really Shogo, again, utilizing that Kai'Sa, that Killer Instinct, make a quick play in a side lane, does just that. They will lose mid turret, which will be first brick and Feats going over to Luminosity Gaming. I do feel like that is significant, as Feats are really strong on this patch with the nerf of the boots, of course, being just 500 gold. A lot of players able to pick that up, and some of the boots being really strong, but still, Supernova showing some fight in this one, Rafa, and I like, again, the direction the plays they've made. It feels appropriate given their composition.
Yep. I think Supernova have become very aware with where their true strengths lie in this particular game one, giving a lot of tempo, a lot of resources over to Shogo early on to continue accelerating him as fast as possible. And when you have something like Kai'Sa, who's already at 2 items at 15 minutes into the game, this is a very, very scary proposition that Luminosity Gaming have to deal with. Thankfully for them, the advantage is just as large for Fake God in the top lane. And Tactical hasn't been nearly as decelerated as Stray was in that particular matchup. So that's why Luminosity Gaming still find themselves decently ahead in gold.
I still think that, like, when this Triss gets to, 3 items plus, that's going to be danger. Tactical has done a decent job of making sure that he's getting close to getting there. But Fake God, as you highlighted, Rafa, he has the biggest individual lead on this Jace. Fake God, the last interview we had with him said he felt like, this might have been the most that he's improved in 4 years of playing with Deos, Luminosity Gaming, and this squad. And it has been a good look for Fake God, who, again... Oh, hold on, Zazel. We're going to go. Okay. Actually starting for this Dragon.
Gonna fight for it. Solar Flare, good buffer by Tactical. He gets out alive. Can't say the same about Zazel. And this Equalizer is gonna cut them off. Stray forced to flash over this Dragon Pit because Insanity and Tomio were laying the beat down on him. Rest of Supernova, though, full 5 members into this Dragon Pit. Tomio, no flash available, no Nature's Grasp for the engage. It would come down to an Insanity Fate Seal. Tactical or Insanity is going to try to come over the wall, but the Dragon is secured.
Herald?
For Supernova. The Rift Herald looks for a knockup, but Shoga's able to evade danger by using the Killer Instinct, looking for Tactical next, but all of his team died pretty much in the cross trade. Keel, the only member left standing in that river, Rhino was forced to flee, and Luminosity Gaming being able to pick up a big shutdown on Shogo's Kai'Sa.
Oh my god, Tomio just dropped the Rift Herald and started doing donuts in the river, found like 4 knockups there. As he actually really changed the fight. I know the Dragon, though, does go over to Supernova. So, despite the gold deficit, they can threaten that sole point for the rest of the game. Definitely a positive for them, even if the fight was lost.
I'm not going to lie, Matt. I think I was looking at the Dragon, and I had no idea Tomio was just, doing Homer Simpson hit and run from the old days on everyone in the river.
Just not expecting for him to Beyblade with that Herald. That was... Wow, but hey, the creativity there for Tomio actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, if we get a replay, I can't wait to see Tomio let
that was kind of fun
with this Rift Herald.
That was kind of fun. Meanwhile, though, returning to live, Insanity, of course, does have the 3 grubs on the Yone. 3 grubs, close to the equivalent of the 4 grubs to the last patch to give viewers some perspective.
No flash from this. Corki still gets snagged by the Maokai ulti. Yeah, that's pretty easy for Fake God to get a slam dunk on that alley-oop. Luminosity Gaming continuing to put the pressure down. This Maokai Jace combo, I alluded to it earlier. Now it's being the big mid-game accelerator. Meanwhile, back to replay moment.
So Tomio throws down the Herald and then finds 1 knockup, 2 knockup, and it helps like really peel for Fake God too. It actually sets up Insanity to have a 3-man Fate sealed as he knocked up everyone on the map. Tomio, what a play for him.
I'm so sad that I didn't see that.
I'm doing donuts, man.
I was. Oh.
Was big.
Well, Tomio,
that was fun.
You did good, kid. Holy moly, that was so entertaining.
that was fun. He just started to do some donuts, man. That was. Whew. Well, I haven't seen that one before. I've seen Herald be used for escapes, be used for some knockups. I know Loki had a big play against FlyQuest earlier on in the split, utilizing a Herald in the LTA North. And, man, Tomio just... What an alpha, man. He just threw down Shelly and said, get through this.
You know, we have seen an evolution of Rift Herald plays over the years, like starting with first the Grand Escapes. I think Ultra Prime's jungler Hacker, either a year ago or 2 years ago, was able to start making super big escapes whenever he was like caught out or overextended. But now we're just seeing Rift Herald be used as a battering ram, and this is awesome. I love this evolution.
Yeah, apparently, that was pretty funny. That said, next big objective to get a spot on the map is the Otacon. Of course, singular Otacon now. If you pick it up, takedowns get a little bit stronger as you get granted some bonus damage in a slow field after every takedown at the point of where the takedown occurs. It's not bad, Rafa. Also absorbs the flowers on the rift, or roses, technically.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to call them flowers. We all know what you meant.
Yeah, you know, I need to honor the IP here, Rafa.
I see.
While all that's going on, though, we're really just waiting for this dragon to spawn. Otacon, of course, really scary to take when it first spawns. Does a pretty good amount of damage the first few minutes it's on the map. The need of the advantage if you want to really look at Otacon, or else be ready to fight at a pretty significant disadvantage. So I think Supernova just going to wait patiently for their soul to come on the map. We'll see what kind of decision they make, because they can definitely, you know, try and make a decision where, hey, you don't mess with us, right?
Yeah.
We can give away that dragon. We just take an Otacon for free. That could be really positive for Supernova moving forward. They do find themselves a little bit of a gold deficit, but if they get Hextech Soul, that gold deficit goes out the window. That's one of the most valuable souls that will be in their possession for the rest of the game, too.
Yeah, and I think it all depends on if Shogo can... Yep, okay. He finished the Nashor's Teeth. All right, well, Kai'Sa has hit 3 items into the game. The rest of Supernova, unfortunately, are still working on their second for the most part. Muramana was secured by a Silas, and now this Corki is online. Keel is going to do his best to hit what looks like another tank item. I think that's Unending Despair. So,
yeah.
So Supernova are just trying to stall as much time as possible. And thankfully, Dragon is not spawning for another minute or so. So they have some time to maybe hit a couple extra second items on their top lane and their
I'm not sure. It's
here.
10 seconds now until the Dragon. And Luminosity Gaming, as you highlighted earlier, Rafa.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Jace, Malachi, they get control. It's really tough to walk forward.
Wait. Glacier Prison right on top of Tomio here, just looking for the tree, forcing him to flash away. Zazel also has to flash as well. Insanity with the Fate Seal buys some time, but he just Fate Sealed his own fate. And Supernova now only have to work with a 5 versus 4. Their odds look good here, but Fate God is layering down poke over on the left side. Zazel using the portals, tactical in the pit, and Shogo says it's go time with the killer instinct. And now Zazel, Tomio, they're losing the plot here. Fake God, he can't 1v9 this one, even with Zazel hitting a nice knockup of the 2 people. That's Hextech Soul secured for Supernova, and Fake God says, see why guys, I gotta go.
Great fight from Supernova. I think it really started with Insanity when he went in and was looking for the combo. Never got that ultimate off. He was stunned up by Leona and taken out. Well, he couldn't go back to the soul unbound. So with him taken out, it really felt like Luminosity Gaming were just picked apart one by one.
That was definitely a ants go marching in one by one moment for Luminosity Gaming. Not necessarily ideal. Supernova, however, now benefiting off of a great sequence of events for their own favor. Hextech Soul secured. Wow, that was a lot of vision set up there for Supernova here. Nice toggle from our observers, but just goes to show now. Shogo, 3 item on that Kai'Sa, waiting patiently for the one carry that he could easily assassinate in that Tristana. And Luminosity Gaming, frankly, just a lot of their frontliners. You already talked about not as many meatballs available for Luminosity Gaming to play through for this Tristana. Once Tomio was kind of forced out of the fight, and Zazel, both of them burning their flashes early on that fight, really difficult to play that situation out.
Both were forced out really early, and again, with Insanity falling first, didn't even get that ultimate off. That was significant. Supernova now evened up the gold, half Hextech Soul, so advantage in their favor. I know we said at Luminosity Gaming we like a lot of the scaling they have in their crew, but man, you're going up against a Hextech Soul now. I like the scaling of that. So, of course, Elder Flip, anything can happen. Tristana getting 3+ items will be very strong, but it's currently Shogo that has that big lead over Tactical, and Supernova with the Hextech Soul in that lead that have control over this game.
Supernova trying to use their pressure and their advantage to control this topside river. The next two objectives would be Otacon. Good buffer by Rhino being able to cancel the Pulverize, and that forces the ultimate out of Zazel. Solar Flare connects right on top of the cow. Glacial Prison running to the front, and Insanity will not survive again. Double for Shogo. Tactical trying to fire everything he can out of this rocket, but it's not going to do enough. Shogo and the rest of Supernova are the ones blasting off this time, but it's for success. Supernova 5-2 on the map. That Otacon and Baron should be theirs.
We're gonna take the Baron first, and I was surprised that Luminosity Gaming took that fight, as again, kind of go in one by one, and it's so difficult for Tristana to get these autos off. Just not enough room for her, and Insanity's fallen first really in both these fights, Rafa. The Yone has not been a threat, and Supernova fully capitalizing off of that.
Supernova now put themselves in such a grand position to close out this game and open up the series with a 1-0 lead over Luminosity Gaming. That would put them in a position to do what very few teams have been able to accomplish this split, and that is taking a full series off of Luminosity Gaming. Granted, they would have to go the full distance and win another game after, but just going up this early on in the series, I can't imagine the momentum and the confidence you will feel after that game 1 win.
I mean, hell, I want to see this Supernova play against Maryville this week, too, and the Ole Miss squad. I mean, this has been a good look for them this game.
Yeah.
As Shogo, Death Cap now on the Kaisa. Those Hextech Soul Void Seekers are going to be hunting Luminosity Gaming, trying to find some poke. Could be really big against Tactical Tristana, of course. Don't want to get in a DPS war where Tactical is able to get autos off. I know he's behind in items, but it's still with Tristana. You got to be scared. Luminosity Gaming doing their best to take some control back in their jungle, Rafa. And Tomio's not spotted yet. Rhino gonna take a chunk. Good sidestep by Tactical. Oh,
we're a little split here.
Yeah,
Shogo's on the bot side. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Sure, Asilo was able to get the turret in the mid lane, but that's your Sejuani and Corki going down. I guess not for free. It's 2 tier 2s in exchange.
Yeah, but one was traded out. You'll take that as Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah.
Tomio did a nice job. He found a pocket on a control ward, and then Asila valked out, walked back in to finish off the turret, and went down. That was pretty free. So, nice job of Luminosity Gaming and Tomio to find a pocket. Baron buff, of course, a minute left. Not going to be too much more for Supernova. They're going to use the rest of it to fix their map, which means that we are going to have an Elder Dragon spawn in this game, Rafa.
Oh boy. Well, if there's anything that could upset this Supernova momentum and flip the script, it would be a Luminosity Gaming Elder Dragon secure. And when you have Maokai, that is very, very possible with the power of that max HP damage. Bramble Smash into Smite should be able to clear anything that a Sejuani would have in her kit to try and contest it. Tomio's just got to be alive. He's got to hold on to his Summoner Spell. They try to get early into the river, but they're just going to look for Tomio right away. And now the flash is gone. Zazel with a good knock-up onto the front line. Rhino tries to dash in, locks him down. But the rest of Luminosity Gamer are now starting to ramp up in this fight. Insanity takes a lot of damage from Asila. Shogo hasn't been able to really fire that many Void Seekers since Luminosity Gaming is getting very aggressive in the face of Supernova. But for LG, they are 5 members up to 4 against Supernova right now.
Insanity does have TP, so he's going to come back into the fight. And again, Elder Dragon about to spawn. Luminosity Gaming, how frisky they want to get starting this one up.
This is still a big chance for Luminosity Gaming to flip the script here. They're going to start up the Elder, try to burn it as fast as possible before Rhino redeploys on the map. Remember, this is Hextech map, so he can get here very fast with the portals. Keel trying to distract Insanity. Dragon is getting burned down, 6k HP, 5k HP.
They're gonna flip.
4k. Zazel goes in, massive pulverize. Who's gonna secure the Elder Dragon? This is gonna be huge. It's Keel. He's clutch with the Elder Dragon. And pop goes Luminosity Gaming. One after another. Fake God is the only member left standing, but he's trying to run away. Asila on the chase. The Valkyrie forward looks for one more rocket in the tank. Rhino, does he have the soul flare? Flash looking for the stun. Fake God able to to flash it to keep himself alive, but Supernova are still going to push this into the base and look for the first game win.
I mean, it's at least going to be an inhibitor. Can they take the game? Tomio, 15 seconds on him. Will have ult when he spawns. I think that is it with Elder, Rafa. Supernova, you believe, man. Oh, wait, no. Creeps. Can he get the last creep?
is going to try to kill the wave, but Rhino's still taking up the turret shot. He's going to die to it, but they're going to take up the next Nexus tower. Zazel, I don't think they can get any more. Keel has arrived. Shogo still has a barrier. Glacial Prison suns up the cow. Even through the ultimate, Tomio is going to do everything he can to defend this base from going down. Tomio, does he have enough damage to take out Shogo? There's still a Syla to have to worry about. Insanity, face sealed, right onto the Nexus. Keel into Syla, trying to hit him with everything he can. Just move around attack. No! Supernova are not able to close the distance and go across the finish line. Luminosity Gaming stall the game for now.
That was close, but I don't think that one was possible. Nice job by Fake God to get the wave. That was the big difference maker in making sure that there was enough time for Insanity and Tactical to spawn. And now, I mean, those Nexus turrets, they will respawn that inhibitor. It will respawn. There's a 5-minute window here, a little bit less than that, where Supernova can be strong. They can threaten the Baron on the map, but that's more time for Yone to get items for Tristana to catch back up. Shogo did get full build off that push. He is going to be massive this next fight. A lot of summoner spells are down. We'll see if Supernova can get some picks. But this game is still going, Rafa, and the scaling for Luminosity Gaming, even going into Aztec Soul, is still pretty real.
An Elder buff is not going to last that much longer for the side of Supernova. I don't even know if any members still have it on their side, but it'll be gone in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's a really non-factor. We're gonna look for a fast fight here. They're gonna try and cut him off.
Nature's Grasp.
Good equalizer.
Right onto the front line. Rhino is getting bursted out, already below 25% HP. Zazel is gonna be the first target here for Supernova, looking for that first reset. Tomio, Killer Instinct, goes for the 1v1 against Fake God. He wins it and out. Tactical's gonna throw his hat into the ring, but he gets the first one. Wait, can Tactical find this one? He gets a Syla, and now he's against a 1v3, but he's the only member left standing, and he has to go for the reset and for the base, but Rhino will lock him down. Tactical should have enough damage to find Rhino here, but now Supernova, they can't decide if they want to look for the base end or try to lock down Tactical.
Go to the base, Stray. Just do it, Tactical. You have to use a port to get out. I don't know how he gets out. I think Stray just ends the game.
There it is. Tactical falls to Keel and Stray. He's just going to flash forward. Damn the minion wave. He's going to end this game on his own terms. Zazel up alive. Not going to happen in time. Stray will be able to brute force his way through. Just one more auto attack should do the trick. There it is. Supernova go up 1-0 in the series.
Oh, they turned that one into a bit of a turbo banger for us, Rafa, as Supernova. Gotta credit them. They had some good direction in that game early on. They managed to, like, be able to execute their comp. They knew where their priority was at. They played to the bot lane. There was some good covers, some good TPs. As Supernova, again, story for this team for us has really been, it's a team that hasn't reached their potential. Again, this is a team where they're sitting above Winthrop in the standings for CLOL, below them in the standings for NACL. We know that this crew can play better. We just haven't seen that on the NACL stage. And now, after, of course, securing that non-relegation spot, it won't be in playoffs, but I felt like Supernova kind of showed up for that one. Is well played. They managed to find it in the back half.
We didn't get a chance to show the prediction graphic at the start of this series, but
Rafa believed.
I was the sole person, I think, on the broadcast that said Supernova wins this series. The series is not over yet. However, my belief is thank you production. Thank you. So when the stakes are over and when there's nothing to worry about in terms of regular season standings and your summer split is guaranteed, that's where I've seen in iterations past of NACL, of LCS, of even Proving Grounds, that's when shiz hits the fan, you know, and that's when, you know, miracles can happen. But obviously it's up to Supernova to see if they can close out the series with this momentum, or if Luminosity Game will try and lock some things down and present a stronger challenge. We're going to see right after this break when we come back for Game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready for our second game between Supernova and Luminosity Gaming. And before we show the results, you might think, oh, first game, Luminosity Gaming, Supernova? Oh, that should be an LG win, right? No. What? What's that? What's that?
Correct.
Supernova?
Yeah.
1-0? How'd that happen? Well, I'll tell you how it happened, ladies and gentlemen. It's because they played for Shogo, baby. And they accelerated this Kaisa to Kingdom Come. And even though Fake God was having a field day against Stray alongside the rest of his homies, the way that some of the later Dragon fights were played, Supernova just getting the first jump on them, aggressively looking with engages from Keel and Rhino, catching Luminosity Gaming off guard, and the responses on, quite frankly, were just not good enough into Supernova.
I actually really liked what we saw from Rhino and Keel. I think there were a lot of fights, a lot of moments where Tactical had trouble autoing. Fake God wasn't quite in the fight. We saw Insanity get picked out of the fights in multiple moments early on, which was really made happen by Rhino. That Q being on that 5-second cooldown on Leona, it's sometimes slept on. You get a lot of stuns. Can always be really nice, as it was a big game for Supernova. Again, a team that we feel like has not really reached their expectation this split. We've seen them be more successful elsewhere outside of NACL, which is usually not the goal, as this is the most competitive league outside of LTA North. Hell, you're playing for an LTA North spot next split. But still, to see them, it might have been a little bit late in the calendar, but that have a game where I really feel like they played solid. They've had a good idea of what to do on the map. There was direction. We used our priority to make positive plays. We didn't see them egregiously overextend. We only saw them got picked a couple of times, Rafa, right? That's been a big issue for Supernova this year. Overextensions have killed it. Oh, wait. All right, they did egregiously overextend once, but they almost ended the game,
I think this is the only time I would be okay with overextending.
It wasn't okay, but you know what? It is okay in the end because they won the game, right?
I don't know, bro. That shit was hype.
No,
as
the
fuck,
timers are not there.
I liked that. I was ready for the base end, and even though Supernova don't get it in the end, it does make for absolute cinema in this first game. And you know what? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the entertainment value.
We're used to them egregiously overextending like 10 to 15 minutes of the game, not like 25 to 30. I think that's the improvement, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
There we go.
I mean,
this fight was really well played by SN.
Oh yeah. This was sick.
Good equalizer. They split the fight over the wall. Actually picked their points really well. Great ult from Shogo. So yeah, again, a good SN win. We haven't seen SN's done more winning this week than they really have the entire split. As I think this puts them at 3 map wins, and coming into the day, I believe, or coming into the week, I believe that they only had 3. So they've doubled their win total this week, Rafa.
There we go.
It does help that they faced the worst team in the league, right? As Pulse, of course, did go 0-9. But
hey, you know
this
what?
One's legit.
Yes, I think confidence wins are so damn good for mental because it helps keep the momentum track going forward for the week. And as you said, even though Supernova's fate has already been sealed, no matter what happens with this series win, they're still not going to playoffs, but they are still guaranteed already to go to the summer split for NACL. What this means, though, is if they can take down a team that is of a caliber like Luminosity Gaming, they're playing Maryville University and CLOL as Ole Miss tomorrow. So if they can have this kind of momentum going forward, where CLOL they've had markedly better results on stage than they've had in NACL, then boom, the improvement is going to show. And now you're walking into tomorrow going, guys, if we can beat Luminosity Gaming, we can definitely, take it to Maryville University.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need it. As, again, that CLOL matchup, that's a big one. I know that's what the colleges care about a lot, too. If you're a college president, of course, we can be like NACL is the best league. You're playing for a pro spot. Colleges don't understand that as much. They just want to win the collegiate tournament. So a chance for the 4 schools that we have left to really make their mark. As I believe Ole Miss, the only program that hasn't won, of course, Shogo player that has won CLOL twice. But hey, of course, that's CLOL. I'll talk about that tomorrow. But at the moment, of course, NACL. We got playoffs next week, so you don't follow us already. NACL on Twitch, YouTube, and watch NACL on Twitter. Use the hashtag NACL to join the conversation. And stay tuned because we got playoffs coming up, some big matchups in the next week.
Yeah, I want to see, posts being fired off about how Supernova just took the first game of the series with that hashtag NACL. I was going through a brief social media rundown and it seemed like I didn't see it anywhere. I was like, what the heck? So didn't have enough time to fire one off myself, but you know what? As long as you guys in chat know it, as long as the co-streamers know it, I mean, if Supernova's got their co-streamers out today between Brikachu and K-Man, then they're fired up right now if they've just watched the first game of the series. So I'm hoping for them and Supernova fandom that they can close out this series with the momentum they got, but I imagine that a team of Luminosity Gaming's caliber is not going to let the second one be just as easily given over.
Yeah. Luminosity Gaming, of course, when you go back to the drawing board of this Fearless, gotta have everything be different in the next game. So I've seen Luminosity Gaming. I gotta say, I think that's the first time I've seen Tactical Tristana lose. This split, yeah, was 3-0 with a 46 KDA going into that game. Supernova managed to take it down. And of course, Luminosity Gaming, they lost. They were going to choose blue side, which means the Supernova do get their choice of pick in the final game of the series if it is needed.
Okay, what are the options for Supernova? Do they change up the bans that they had from the first draft? So far, no.
I think they're going to be picking an early top laner again with that Jax ban.
Gwen, maybe?
Yeah, potentially Gwen. I will say, yeah, Gwen's up. Should be Gwen slammed. Gwen weaker on this patch. I think that the Gwen changes actually changed her Jax matchup a lot. That was an old counter. I don't like that matchup as much anymore. And Bessa is up, so gotta believe that is the pick for Stray if they want to play into this Gwen.
Yeah, haven't really seen any other answer to Gwen outside the Rumble, but that was already used in game one, so you can't resort to that one. Supernova going for an immediate Victor Slam in the mid lane, trying to go for the premier control mage left after the Azir ban. Xin Zhao, also the premier jungler left with Vi and Nefiri banned and already exhausting the two tank junglers left that can kind of compete with them. Now, if you want to look for a tank jungler, you're looking at Skarner. If you want to look for a fighter, you're looking at Pantheon, right? And yeah, so that's the slam. You could look for Talia Pantheon for Insanity.
Yeah, I would like that. I think this combo is really solid. That said, going to take play in the Victor, one of the few matchups that can actually beat Victor in the laning phase. Really good one for Hui. I will say that the Pantheon, I really like Pantheon jungle. I still think it's a strong pick. The Grubs being pushed back 2 minutes does really nerf Pantheon, because Pantheon pre-6 is Thanos. And as the game goes on, Xin Zhao gets really strong. He does just outscale the Pantheon by a long shot. So we'll
it's
say
one of the few jungle matchups that you hear Xin Zhao outscaling.
I don't know, man. He is pretty damn strong. I know that he got nerfs on this patch, but he is just stat check king on the Rift right now. We haven't even seen my favorite stat check king of Wukong really get a lot of play, as he takes a little bit too much time to get going out of the jungle. But as we go through the rest of the picks and bans, of course, NACL going to find her way into the ban list, and one of the priority supports that we have. Topside's locked in again for the second game in a row. We'll see what we can find bot lane. As at the moment for Luminosity Gaming, not a lot of crowd control, so I think they're going to look for ways to play with that. I wouldn't mind a Jhin ban here for Supernova, just given the combos with Hui too. I think a lot of control could be good there.
It would make sense, at least for Luminosity Gaming side, because you already have pretty nice long-range follow-up from the Hui. Add a Jhin on top of it, and boom, you can fire Severing Bolts, you can fire Deadly Flourishes, Curtain Call as well, while Gwen and Pantheon and maybe your support champion of choice kind of goes havoc into their backline, just trying to cause disruption. Since Supernova, in terms of range right now, I mean, Victor is king when it comes to mid-range at the moment, but he cannot interact with Hui and Jhin 2 screens away.
I wonder if it's a Rel pick here. Rel going to be... Rel Nautilus can be up. Oh, I guess Nautilus is up. Never mind. Probably just going to take AD. I think that Luminosity Gaming really needs a Rel or a Nautilus in their comp just to make things work. Pantheon solo engage is not enough. He needs a buddy to be in there.
Wow,
whereas,
ADC
of course,
pick.
yeah, Mbessa and Xin Zhao, that's enough just to slam Rakan, right? Can be that engage, can piggyback off those two champions that will be going in. So they could threaten the Xayah. But of course, Xayah against Hwei, against something like a Jhin, could be rather tough. So just going to say the AD counter pick.
Yeah. I think that's why they didn't want to immediately look for it. Misfortune is the current hover. That helps at least get a strong pushing lane for the sign of Luminosity Gaming, paired up with the Rel, now that the Alistar is no longer available to... Oh, Shen.
Whoa, okay. We're really digging the Shen support here for Zeyzal. As ability to play top lane and really play for Fake God when you do pick the Shen support. But we're losing out on some of... I mean, the taunt can be good, but it's not the same as that Rel engaged the power play or even a Nautilus where you can have some positive interactions. And I gotta say, Xayah Rakan, it's taunts backwards for Zeyzal. That's the only option. You do not win this lane here if you are Luminosity Gaming. So I like what we see from Supernova again here.
I'm just curious, Matt. Do you think this is Luminosity Gaming basically saying, Tactical, we're going to leave you to solo wave clear bot lane on your own, and we're just trying to play for topside, just try to get Fake God into like a monstrous state again, and see if they can...
Yeah, I think so. When we have seen the Zeyzal pickup of the Shen the first time around, it was with the Caitlyn bot. It did really leave Tactical to his own devices and played hard for topside. Actually really worked what was a volatile top lane matchup. I think that's the idea again here. With the Pantheon, with the Shen, the ability to find those globals, make plays across the map, it'll be very real for Supernova. But that teamfight identity, or for Luminosity Gaming, the teamfight identity for Supernova, though, is very sound.
Well, we're going to see how this series unfolds. Supernova currently 1-up in the series, a result that not many of us expected going into our last day of the regular season, but Supernova have the potential to do something incredibly awesome for themselves as well as Supernova fans and potentially even for Near Airport fans as well. A series win here. Would that officially put Luminosity Gaming at 3rd seed and Near Airport at 2nd seed in the standings?
Let's check. You caught me off guard with that one, Rafa. I mean, I know that it's kind of funny because Biofrost is like, yeah, we don't think that Supernova can win, so we use this as like practicing other picks in our latest interview. Yes, indeed. If Luminosity Gaming do not win this series, it would be Near Airport at the 2nd seed.
Wow. All right, Supernova. Listen, Double F gave Shogo a shout out. It's time to repay the favor. You got to do this for Near Airport now. But also, you know, more importantly, it would be a big win for Supernova to close out this series against one of our top 3 teams in the NACL, given that Supernova didn't have the results of the regular season that they really wanted to bring forward on stage. We had Supernova, I think, definitely punching higher than where they ended up. A lot of us kind of believe they would be, you know, one of the teams to be able to place into our top 6 playoffs at the beginning of the season. And the fact that even though at least they have managed to secure themselves a summer split return, definitely, you know, once we realized that Supernova were not going to make it into playoffs was definitely, you know, disappointing just given the expectations we had at the beginning.
Level 1 bot lane. Looks like MF Shen going to be able to take this one. I think on the bounce, that's where Xayah Rakan can start to look and really make their mark in terms of this laning phase. And the way Victor matchup, you can really keep Victor under tower for most of the game. So opportunity for Tomio to make some plays, make some roams at the moment. Looking at that bot side jungle as 3 wards went down from Luminosity Gaming, but they get the bad news. Keel has already taken those camps, so not going to be a cross into an invade from Tomio. Instead, just going to be clearing. Where that first crab, Pantheon level 4 is pretty damn strong. You do not beat Pantheon level 4, so we'll see if Keel's up to the challenge.
Yeah, the extra point in that Q just matters even much more, especially when you're in that execute range. Suddenly, Pantheon's Q is almost like just a giant nuke. And so Keel's got to be careful in some of these skirmishes here. Xin Zhao normally stat check king in a lot of matchups, as you already said, but Pantheon, the one jungler that has kind of emerged as the de facto answer once some of the other picks are off the table, is like, hey, you know what? If we want some early game flipping and then some global pressure on top of it as well, we want the Pantheon.
Point and click. Pants really emerged I think Fearless has definitely pushed Pantheon more so into the meta. Yeah. Because, of course, he is a champion that is a bit of a narrower kit. Like, he's not as well-rounded with blinds, but, of course, has, like, some really strong strengths. So I think that Fearless kind of forced people to figure out what that means for Pantheon. And we have seen that be a positive for the pick so far, as at the moment, looks like Tomio could be setting up for a potential double crab. So he's just going to cross, and of course, Keel with that match here, clear going bot to top. He doesn't have the winning lanes.
Holy,
oh boy,
Tomio just immediately flashing on top of Victor. Asyla should be able to flash over the wall, and Insanity cannot close the distance here. A flash from Hui might have just been a little too risky, and Asyla gets a chance to escape.
I mean, I think that Insanity should have flash follow. That was greedy, not doing that, going over the wall. I'm with you, Rafa. The other thing, Tomio, of course, did not the crab off of that, so double crab is secured for Tomio, but I really like to use that E movement speed to get out of the gravity field. I thought that usually, you catch a stun when you go in, so the fact that he was able to get out of that, really, really nice.
For Fake God, at least he's able to get both crabs. Stray, does he just solo kill Fake God? Flash already? Holy moly! What is happening in this series now? Supernova, it was Fake God that got the first solo kill onto Stray in the Jace Rumble matchup, and now Stray has flipped the tables.
Well, that I wasn't expecting to see that one at the top side. The Shen ult not available, Panth ult not available, and Stray with the electrocute able to find the kill. We'll say Fake God going with the Conqueror. We have seen some more Grasp Gwen get played in the top lane because, I mean, this champ scales really hard, so just kind of about using that to get out of the laning phase. But Fake God was brought low. Good combo from Stray, finds the electrocute, and this flash from Fake God. I mean, they kind of flash an arrow in the back half. I know Stray found him with the flash trade, but man, that's a really big one to lose, as Ambessa now, we'll see if either of our junglers can really get involved in this top lane matchup, because Stray gonna have that experience lead. And Xin Zhao and Pantheon, again, both clearing bot to top. So this matchup's already gotten a little bit volatile, Rafa. Just curious to see if either team can swing it harder one way, especially if you are Supernova.
Yeah, I know we mentioned that Gwen did get nerfs on this patch, but I'm not sure, and I haven't seen enough matchups of Gwen and Ambessa on this new patch to determine whether, especially if it's the electrocute setup that gives Ambessa a window here, or if it was just, straight up played better by Stray in the laning phase here.
Let's go with both. Okay,
yeah, I'm down with that.
Electrocute definitely helps that early laning, and then Stray found the kill. So Tomio was kind of hanging out, hovering, saying maybe does Xin Zhao go top, but Kill was the first to recall. Gonna be first back out on the map here, and potential for each of our junglers to actually look at this crab. Tomio will be down in items for this fight.
Did he sneak into the bush? He did, but there's a ward from Keo now. He's going to be the first one to go aggressive on the Tomio, and Sanity gets the first collapse. Asyla's not going to get there in time, and now Keo's trying to call for the Ambessa, but he's not going to get there in time because Zeyzal has made the first roam up to the top side, and something we alluded to, Zeyzal definitely going to be playing more for the map rather than for his own lane, and he is already making the difference at 7 minutes.
Asyla has a trinket coming off cooldown, but wasn't able to walk in to try and help out there. I didn't want to check that river. I really led to Insanity just being more connected with his jungler, as again, Keel did have the item advantage, but got chunked out early on. Zeyzal with the taunt flash to ensure that that kill connects, and will be Luminosity Gaming with a bit of a gold lead. Pretty much in the pockets of just their raw laning and some of the strength they took in draft here, Rafa.
Early on here for Luminosity Gaming's bot lane setup, it seems like Tactical and Zeyzal was getting the push, but now Shogo and Rhino off that first back with BF Swords equalized by both AD carries. Now seems like, especially since Zeyzal did alleviate some of that pressure towards the top side, it gave Shogo and Rhino a little bit of time to at least try and put Tactical in a rough spot here. Seems like he's sustaining up fine. There was a Spiraling Despair used by Insanity against Asyla. Cool thing here, Matt, is as the grubs are starting to spawn here at 8 minutes, I think Insanity was actually our first Hui globally, because...
Oh, really?
Yeah, because last year when Hui first came out as a champion, LCS was doing the live patch, and Insanity was the first one for Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, where's that Pantheon going? Oh, it's top lane! Uh-oh! Well, sorry, Stray. That's no longer a 1v1.
We were a little bit concerned about that. As, again, flashes down to the top lane, 2 carries Could be a volatile matchup. Tomio able to help flip that one will lead to the Grubs. Again, if 3 Grubs are taken, similar to the strength of 4. Big thing, of course, Grubs do count for a feat towards the objective feat. I never bothered to learn the titles, Rafa, of those. I know I talked about being able to brand the game correctly, but, you know, everyone knows what we mean when we say, hey, they're one more objective means feats secured.
There you go.
Instead of just feats of whatever they call it. Anyway, Stray was low. He was trying to get this wave in, and Tomio with that Grand Starfall. Yeah, that looks pretty easy.
Yeah. And with Tomio even pathing up towards the top side as well, it's just super easy communication for Fakeout to say, hey, he's going to try to hard shove this lane. Come up if you want a free kill, you know? Both of them had flashes down from the previous 1v1 that emerged between the 2 top laners as well, so no easy way for Stray to escape that one. Meanwhile, Supernova going to try to bounce back on the map here as Luminosity Gaming start to find themselves a small gold lead over Supernova in our first 9 minutes of the game.
I mean,
so far,
1.5K gold at this point from just landing is actually, I think that's pretty big. Stray ults, but flashes are up. Looks like Fakeout was just trying to pull the wave, and Stray gonna ult his way on out. That will lead to the Dragon for Supernova.
first Dragon of the game here for Supernova, as you called out. The Grubs were taken by Luminosity Gaming thanks to the play on top side. And for Supernova, as you called out, some of the laning advantages have been mostly in Luminosity Gaming's favor, even on the bottom side of the map where Shogo and Rhino were, for the most part, playing into both Tactical and Zeyzal. Sometimes Shen Roam would allow them to get some pressure back, but it has mostly been Tactical favored on this Misfortune.
They're bringing it back. MF has a lot of raw strength early. Actually, a pretty decent matchup into Xayah because that Make It Rain can really make life hard for Xayah. Like, there are ways you can just force out that ultimate. But of course, Xayah Rakan do need some levels in this matchup to get going and will be the stronger lane moving forward here. So are able to actually get that wave in, and curious. I don't think we're going to see any swaps. Looks like we're okay. Just landing with the 1v1s and the 2v2s here for Supernova. I think both teams really want to keep their mids mid, as both Hui and Victor can struggle a little bit in the side lane, especially when you're going up against a Pantheon Shen. Could be really scary for Victor, but for me, if the map stays stable like this, it really is Luminosity Gaming that has the 2 globals in their hands that should be able to be the ones to push the pace forward and make plays.
True. And if Luminosity Gaming are ever the ones diving into Supernova, and at least Supernova are the first ones to an objective, they have strong ways to receive the limited amount of engages that Luminosity Gaming have, right? I mean, Tomio has to send it with the Pantheon. Zeyzal can follow right behind him, or Fake God trying to get into the backline, but no one has a guaranteed go button. No one has an AoE go button either, right? You know, so at least for Supernova, they can slow down the paces of the fight, or the pace of the fight, with Gravity Well from Victor. You have Featherstorm from Xayah. The quickness from Rakan is always a great way. If you're not looking for an engage, you can slow down an engage by charming everyone that tries to threaten the backline. As potential trade for ultis here, Asila gonna take a lot of damage with Aspiring Despair. Severing Bolt is enough! I told you Insanity knows this champion like the back of his hand. One of the first players ever to bring it out on the pro stage last year when Hui first arrived to Summoner's Rift, and he's been cleaning up masterpieces ever since.
Yeah, Asila a little bit surprised by the damage to that one, but did proc the Hui passive too, connecting with that ability, so Severing Bolt and Change takes him down. Aside with no TP, that's going to hurt. He's going to have to walk his way back to lane. And this is where we're going to see the swap come out from Luminosity Gaming. This has not been read so far by Supernova. They're sending Shogo up top as Tomio is on a ward and Stray is under threat. That might be enough to at least dissuade the dive. But swaps start to come in, and this is going to be Victor into the MF and the Shen. And Hui going to be the only one on that bot lane. So there should be more gold going over to Insanity off these swaps.
Stray will get a chance to base here while Shogo and Rhino collect this next wave.
Yeah.
I wonder what he does then. Do they want to send Stray mid lane since it's the shortest distance, and then send Asila bot lane to catch that wave alongside Keel maybe?
I would have shifted Victor bot, Xayah Rakan mid, and then sent Stray back top again. Not going to be the case, though, for Supernovas. I think they're done with this lane matchup.
Thank God, trying to pressure them off the wave here. Needle work, at least gets an ult for ult trade. Zazel was also joining, and then Tomio could look for the flash stun onto an ultless Xayah. Shogo's got nowhere else to run. Rhino should be able to escape since there's no more summon spells available at Luminosity Gaming's disposal. Insanity now in a 1v1 against Stray. Insanity trying to TP out, but it's not enough time. Stray is able to equalize the kills.
Yeah, and again, like those swaps, the fact that they didn't swap and try and protect that Xayah Rakan, they were worried about playing and fixing the rest of the map, opens up for those globals to connect. Rafa connects onto the bot lane of Supernova in that top lane. Fake God should shred this for first brick. That's going to be feet secured for Luminosity Gaming. And really, like we keep on seeing, Tomio's Pantheon, I think, especially be impressive in this league.
It's been a, good change of pace from the Maokai game into the second game on the Pantheon, but also just showing the versatility that Tomio has been able to demonstrate on this Luminosity Gaming roster. And I know, when we keep talking about the majority of this roster being ex-Shopify Rebellion for the most part, Tactical coming from the Immortals roster respectively, this is a team that wants to fight their way back into LTA and take one of those, promotion spots, whether it's through Disguised or if things change in the future, who knows. But Luminosity Gaming are trying to take the learnings that they're getting in this NACL squad together as this, new roster, new look, and really trying to show that they've grown for the better.
Moment Supernova again trying to show a little bit of strength before they wrap up their NACL season and play Maryville tomorrow in C-Law's upper bracket to book a ticket to Grand Finals in North Carolina. I'm not sure if they play tomorrow or Sunday, Rafa.
No, they play tomorrow.
They play tomorrow? Okay.
Winner guarantees
Hold
great
on,
fight. Meanwhile, fight in the top side. Tomio is under fire here, but that's a lot of damage from Insanity's way. Bullet time from the bottom left. Tactical is going to force Shogo into the choke point here, and now Supernova have to play their way out through the side of Luminosity Gaming's own jungle. Fake God forced to flash away. Asilo putting out a lot of damage here. Keely being able to find Insanity on the other side, but Tactical is ripping them apart. Flashing forward with the parry on top of it. No way he falls, but then Stray has something else to say about it. Superfed on the Ambessa has to wait for Keel to back him up. Stray at least able to walk out alive, and Supernova might just find themselves with the Rift Herald as their prize.
It's a 3-for-3, a good fight from Supernova from behind as they find an even one. Keel does have flash to play around this aggressively. Stand United coming in.
Uh-oh, and Keel has the pressing guard, but he cannot diffuse damage in melee range, but he's got Strafe in his back pocket once again. Grand Starfall, Tomio, can he stun up Stray? Yes, he can. One more spear. Stray at least trades it to Zazel, but Tomio finds the shutdown on Keel, and now Asila has joined the fray. This game is already another turbo banger already. 4k HP on the Rift Herald, but I don't think Asila can deny this one away, but Tomio doesn't have Smite, so he's going to jump onto the Victor. Rhino has joined the fight. Asila is going to try and walk away out of this one. Severing Bolt. Insanity has redeployed on the map too. Luminosity Gaming prevail in the end and take the Rift Herald.
And the Globals make sure they find the kills and the objective on the back half, but it was a good fight from Supernova to start off, as I was shocked that Asilo lived as long as he did with that flash and actually was able to buy a lot of space, buy a lot of time, but of course the Globals kicking in, the Stand United, the Grand Starfall end up changing that very, very long sequence of a fight, Rafa, and make sure the Luminosity Gaming win it.
Whew, that was a hell of a fight. I don't even think we're going to get a replay of that one. It went so long.
I heard some ice clank, I think, in your mic, and I can't blame you for that one. I'm going to be honest.
Dude,
you were working some overtime there, Rafa. Fortunately, I can handle this one for you. Dragon going to be taken by Luminosity Gaming. Second Drake of the game. Going to lead to another Hextech Rift, so the ports are being opened up. Do think, as we look at this one, again, scaling... There's a lot of scaling for both of our teams here. Something that I do like, I see a serrated Dirk in the inventory of Stray. Curious if that's actually going to lead to be
Edge of Night.
That's Serpent's Fang or an Edge of Night. Okay.
Yeah, with the tunneler, I think that's Edge of Night. Yeah.
Kind of. I still think that,
I mean, Serpent's Fang would go so hard. I'm definitely with you. Don't get me wrong. Especially you got
I don't know how much
Shen
Edge of Night
Shield.
matters. Yeah.
You got Shen Shield, you got Barrier, you got Bloodthirster over over Heel's shield as well. Fake God could be the target, already using the needlework to kill the wave. Teleport is coming in, and now Supernova are forced to bail. Rhino will battle dance. Look at the damage already coming out from Fake God as he snips through Keel and Rhino. Still on the chase. Stray trying to dance around. Crescent Guard already popped, but the flash from Tomio guarantees the lockdown right on top of Keel. Severing Bolt looking for more damage. Rhino and Stray should be able to walk away with the Rift Herald being dropped right here. That's the tier 1 turret going down for Luminosity Gaming as they find another stun. Severing Bolt, not enough damage on top of Rhino, but they get the spear, and Tomio is turning it up, going super hard in the paint with this Pantheon as this Rift Herald should connect for another charge.
Tomio on this path has been so big. I feel like if he's making a kebab, the short and empowered Qs, I mean, he's skewed at least 3. He skewed 2 at once in the last fight. Boy, Asila.
All the time. Asila is now under fire. Does not have flash, so he's just got to fight this one until the very bitter end. Big shield comes out from the Ceres, but not enough to match Tactical's own sustain and barrier shield. Keel, is he going to press the charge here? He's got no reinforcements anywhere near, so Luminosity Gaming should be safe.
Luminosity Gaming just cracked open a 5k gold lead, Rafa, so last few sequences have been really good for them. Off the back of Tomio, man, and for me, like, when Tomio first joined up with Zeyzal and Cloud9 Challengers, it was kind of that exciting combo because we knew that Tomio was a decent solo queue player. Fake God being dope, he's going to go down. But
unless Tomio can make the difference. No, Tomio has made the difference, most definitely. Rhino trying to at least trauma Fake God, but Shogo is just forced to step away. Cannot engage because he doesn't want to go down to Tomio another time on the map. Tomio saving Fake God and continuing to be the largest difference maker on the map.
I mean, that Rift Herald, the Rift Maker healing kicked in. I thought for sure Fake God was going down. They couldn't find the Gwen, though, and I really feels like Supernova kind of running out of gas in this game, Rafa. Starting to fish for some side lane plays. Not able to connect, and again, kind of returning as Tomio able to help out with that last play. We were excited with him joining up with Zeyzal in the first place on Cloud9 Challengers because Zeyzal always been known for that big brain player. Tomio for a potential highlight player, and we haven't really seen this combo start to emerge. Tactical.
Oh. Okay, well.
It's disappointing.
That's nice for Keel. It's like, okay, well, I'll take this free kill. For sure.
I completely missed that. Usually I'm the one that catches those.
I mean, there is a lot of exciting chaos.
I wish I missed it, Rafa.
You wish you didn't know that information.
Yeah,
you could have gone your whole life not knowing that
yeah.
particular sequence of events. It's okay. Luminosity Gaming still have a 5,000 gold lead over Supernova, so they're in complete control. Massive shutdown bounties on Tomio and Fake God's heads at the moment here. So if Supernova are able to catch Luminosity Gaming by surprise, which is very difficult to do so considering the amount of global utilities that they have with the Grand Starfall and the Shen Ultimate, but that would be Supernova's way back into the game and trying to slingshot the gold deficit back into an even state.
All right. Well, I mean, for Supernova, it feels like for me, like Shogo needs to be the one that gets big for here, or this one, Rafa. I don't know how Shogo's really able to auto against the Hui MF and the Gwen. I think that once the Xayah kind of gets behind in lane, might have undersold that one in the draft. And when you're not able to play with a lead as the Xayah Rakan, I think some of that value does go down. So that said, there is a little bit of a lack of like real engaged tools for Luminosity Gaming, but this might be another game kind of like based off what we saw in the last one, Rafa, where we sold the Tristana Tactical, like, hey, you know, Tactical can just turbo scale, really, you know, warp a late game, and then saw a lot of fights where like Tactical just didn't have the space, the time to actually get those auto attacks down. A little bit concerned that might be the case for Supernova, and with them being behind, that doesn't help either.
And it's not definitely an easy game for Shogo, and not only with the range threats that he has to deal with, but also the fact that he was forced to build a Lord Dom second. A lot of armor being built into the tier 2, tier 3 boots for a majority of Luminosity Gaming members here. Kind of also doubling up as an answer to the fact that Stray went for not quite a full lethality build, but a pretty much a full-on assassin and Bessa build with the Eclipse, Edge of Night, and now more than likely I would love to see a Serpent's Fang to cut through all the shields that Luminosity Gaming have on their side. So it really puts a lot of pressure onto Asila to try and ramp up on this Victor as fast as possible, because that's kind of the only difference here. There's no magic resist really built on any member of Luminosity Gaming quite yet, and so if you can at least try and, you know, get an extra burst of magic damage in your build here for this Victor, that could give you at least the burst you're looking for to turn a fight.
And Tomio is so big in this game. Looking at his inventory, he's up 2 levels on heal. It's just dinged 14. Gonna try and clear a few more camps for him, but shocked at just how big he ended up getting. Okay, Kill just dinged 13, so only a level up, but still. Almost has a Sterax. I think he's going back to base after taking the Krugs. Yep. That's a Sterax. That's a pretty big Pantheon.
Sheesh. I mean, we've talked about before how, you know, Xin Zhao, in terms of utility, can outscale a Pantheon. But when the Pantheon is this accelerated and is able to... Yeah, I mean, like, you have Black Cleaver, Sunder Sky, Sterak's Gauge. Not only you're still doing a lot of damage, you also have a lot of deceptive durability on your champion between your Empowered E to block out any incoming damage, then the Sterak's Gauge popping, and the sustain from Sunder Sky. I mean, like, how does Shogo kill this guy fast enough before the Pantheon just kind of wipes this Xayah off the map with one single engage? Is Luminosity Gaming just using the power of this advantage to control the entire topside river?
Yeah, and with Fake God getting that wave in, TPs are up. One's going to be used to start this Otacon as Tomio and Fake God going to start making quick work of it. Zeyzal kind of trapping Rhino and Asila in the river. Supernova starting to work their way off, but they would have seen support going towards the top side, but they're not going to be here soon enough.
They briefly saw it. Redemption coming down, but it is secured by Tomio's Pantheon. Stray now looking for tactical. Public execution right on top of the Misfortune. No way to flash out of that one. Pop the barrier, but it's just not going to do anything to save Tactical from going down. Spiraling Despair forces the flash out of Rhino. He survives, and now there's a chance for Supernova to just rip the Baron.
Tactical had flash, didn't burn it, ends up going down. Great find from Stray. As Luminosity Gaming, Fake God has ult. Tomio waiting for the Starfall in. Here we go.
God. Fake God is the first one in. Where's the Stand United going? It's right on top of Fake God as well. Stray is alive. Asila goes down. Keel dashing around top of Fake God. Shogo trying to play for his life. Forced to use the Feather Storm. Flash from Tomio guarantees Shogo's demise. Supernova trying to fly to the skies, but they're crashing back to Earth. And Luminosity Gaming rise from the ashes of Game 1.
Tomio, that flash was great. Got away from a potential rip from Shogo as Shogo couldn't find the flash to respond. Of course, it was a flash point blank W. That's a tough one to react to. As Tomio pushes himself to 10, 1 and 6. Him and Zeyzal have been on fire with the double globals here. Rafa involved in everything. And I think this one just spells the demise of Supernova, at least in this game. It's going to push us to a game 3.
You called it, Cubby, and Rhino will not survive the bullet time. Ace officially comes in for Luminosity Gaming, and with even the game knowing, throwing out the pity prizes for Supernova at this state, 27 minutes in. Luminosity Gaming are just one good fight away from equalizing the series and sending us to a game 3.
I mean, it's kind of harder to talk about, like, player champion stats in Fearless because you just don't get the same data, right? It's not like we're able to talk about 15 Renekton games, which was able to happen in past splits, right? But for Tomio's Pantheon, he wins this game, it moves to 4-0, and even just the eye test, like how he plays out these fights, he has a really good understanding of this champion. How he uses his abilities, these Qs, he's always stacked up. The Qs always feel like they're connecting with stuff. Again, flashing past the Xayah there to find that point-blank stun, and the execute knew his damage well. It's been a pleasure whenever he gets his hands on this champion, and one that I think teams should be at least wary of when they're going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the first Pantheon players to really start promoting the usage of using the Empowered E as a gap closer, just understanding that, hey, I got a huge movement speed boost, and even though you lose out on the Empowered stun for a longer CC duration, he knows as long as I connect the stun, well, Stray was trying to get some objective bounties for the side of Supernova on the top side with the tier 1 turret, but Stand United from Zeyzal guarantees that it's a 2v1. Tomio now setting up Rhino, gets charmed up by the quickness. Asila trying to fire on the other side. Shogo in the 1v1 against Tactical, forces out the Feather Sword. Meanwhile, back on the other side, Asila dies to the Spiraling Despair, and Tactical wins the 1v1 against Shogo in the end. Keel trying to wrap around, looking for any stragglers here. Meanwhile, Rhino makes the great escape with the Portal Gaming. Now, Keel, I don't know who he's trying to fight or who he's trying to find. I guess he was trying to wrap out Insanity, but the rest of the reinforcements come through from Luminosity Gaming. It's only Rhino left on the table, and Tomio says, yeah, screw the Dragon. Let's just go end the game.
Well played 1v1 by Tactical. He did burn his flash there. Shogo did not, so potential to punish. But hey, I think that's just the game. So we'll give that to Tactical. Give this game to Luminosity Gaming and push ourselves to a game 3 here, Rafa.
I don't even think Stray on this full lethality and Bessa will change the outcome here. Just find the ult on the backline, but a 5 versus 2 will make the difference. Luminosity Gaming push us to game 3.
And what a game for Tomio, man. I mean, he was running the map there at 12, 1, and 6. Those globals from the Pantheon were big. Got involved in the right matchup in the top lane to flip that Gwen and Bessa back in the favor of Fake God. Managed the Rift Herald fight, which did look grim for Luminosity Gaming, but of course, they didn't have those global ultimates up. Flipped that play on its head, too. Found the double bone skewer. That was a highlight game for Tomio as he popped off 12, 1, and 6, and again, pushes to a game 3.
We're going to see how this series concludes. It's been a banger between game 1 and game 2. The fact that we're going the distance just makes me excited to see how it all ends. Of course, that is going to happen right after this break. Welcome back, gamers, and it's official. We are about to enter the very last game of the regular season for the NACL Spring Split of the year 2025, and it all comes down to an exciting finish between Luminosity Gaming and Supernova. For those who are just tuning in, the series kicked off with a surprising Supernova victory over Luminosity Gaming, and now the series has been equalized with a ferocious Pantheon performance off the back of Tomio and leading the charge for Luminosity Gaming to bring us to Game 3.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate kill there. They went on straight. Straight not able to make great use of the gold either. The Thaldi and Bessidus fall off. You can't keep on snowballing this game ahead. And really, off the back of this play, this is when it ended up being Luminosity Gaming for the rest of the game. Is Supernova, you know, we saw a Forever fight. Thought it might be the Supernova comfort zone, but that bone skewer, the kebab there from Tomio to find two. Secure that Rift Herald in the back half. Help make sure that the Globals help the Forever fight go the way of Luminosity Gaming. And this game ended up going... Oh, we got to show this one again. I'm sorry, Tactical. I never wanted to see this one again, frankly. I don't think you did either. Apparently, we all have to see it again. That's a bummer. Rest of the game is fine. He had a nasty 1v1 against Shogo later on. Nasty in his favor, as here. This fight was close. It's actually a really nice ult from Stray to find this. It's good scouting on the vision. Good push from Supernova. Of course, Luminosity Gaming stuck on two sides of a wall. Supernova were able to find a little something. But the Baron start from here was pretty fruitless.
The fact that Supernova... or I should say Luminosity Gaming were able to still turn around this Baron fight. I mean, this was Supernova's like way back into the game.
The flash from Tomio got away from all the feathers from Shogo and executed him before he could even pull the feathers back. Really well done by Tomio, who again, he stand out in that game on the Pantheon. If we had to give out a pog, it would be him. 12, 1, and 6 or 8, something like that. It was nasty.
It was more than nasty. It was nasty. My goodness. Luminosity Gaming being able to at least be very grateful to their jungler for pulling out all the stops and becoming super accelerated and a terrifying global force on the Rift just makes it easier for something like a Shen support to easily assist and continuing that Pantheon train from pretty much running over everyone else on Supernova. And now it's time to hit up Game 3 of the draft, where now 20 champions are gone, or not 20. Quick math.
Yeah, 20.
20. Okay.
Don't doubt yourself, Rafa. I believe in you.
Almost doubted myself. All right, but 20 champions now taken off table. So now we're gonna see people dip into some pocket picks potentially, or some unexplored strategies later, or really late into the regular season. And of course, the fact that we are on the Spirit Blossom map, you know, it is still, you know, kind of open testing grounds for a lot of strategies we may have not seen yet. But of course, reminder to everyone, we got our socials to continue shouting out here at NACL on all platforms, and then at Watch NACL on X, hashtag NACL to continue the conversations. We're always tuning in and we're always checking out what everyone has to say if you're not seeing it in chat, as well as our co-streamers who are bringing more eyes and viewership to, you know, all the fans tuning in specifically for them. So thank you to everyone. This has been a super fun regular season, and what a way to close it out with this Game 3 upcoming.
Final game of the regular season. Shout out to everyone that's been supporting NACL, no matter how you're consuming it. Really appreciate all of you back home. Excited to get into playoffs. Of course, our playoff picture is set for this game. So as ramifications for playoffs overall, as a win for Luminosity Gaming to secure them a bye means they get a week off. So they're playing for an off week. I wonder if that was in Deos's presentation before we started off this one. As I know he's been running some fun PowerPoints with the team. They share some pieces on it later on. So he's been trying their best to have a good time and see if they're going to have a better time in this Game 3 than they did in this Game 1. Curious to see if Supernova did go for that blue side or the red side. Of course, they have side select.
Looks like Supernova went for the red side based on this graphic right here. So Luminosity Gaming, all blue side every single game. Supernova, all red side every single game. I apologize for constantly blinking. There's something in my eye. Oh my goodness.
That's fine. You heard red side, and you're maybe just trying to send out like a Morse code of like, why are we doing this, right?
I mean, who knows? I think
red side this patch is better. It is better. You get more counter picks. We saw Supernova make good use of it Game 1. We'll see if that's the fact Game 3.
I think especially for bot lane, they've been prioritizing obviously all of their blind picks for the top side of the map, or getting those out early, and either Shogo has been getting, you know, counter pick, or at least saving his potential ADC for the latter half of the draft phase. As I'm hearing word, let's go. Drum roll. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bam. Here we go. Last draft of the regular season, Matt. It's been such a hell of a ride to, you know, cast this regular season with you and with the rest of our broadcast staff and crew. Ligas has been great to work with. Hawk, Desterux, Beatdown, and Mazel have all been absolutely wonderful and standouts alongside us here on the broadcast. Just always a pleasure to work with the, you know, you guys. I definitely missed you when I was doing my tenure up in LCS, you know, the past couple of years, and, you know, coming back and reuniting with y'all, and it feels like coming back home. So it
has been fun. It's been good to have you, Rafa. And again, shout out to everyone, especially the behind-the-scenes team at Liga Ace. They've been fantastic, really helping us put together this product and bring it to you. A lot of people that are not on the camera help out with this broadcast, so definitely shout out to them on this final day. As we have bans coming up, I will say a switch up in the ban Supernova. The top lane pool being narrowed. They've seen Fake Gods in Italy before. Don't want to see it again here, as that's targeted at not just him, but also Tomio.
Yeah.
And again, curious if we have a Lilia emerge for Keel. I think Sion Lilia is a very, very strong duo. It, for me, is like to the point of strength where it's kind of blindable. It needs defense, but Sion for sure is always blindable, and that's going to be Slam for Fake God.
Do Supernova even want to go for Lilia afterwards? I mean, now it's in danger of being taken away by Tomio, and now you have a very powerful duo that doesn't really get easily as punished early on, and if it's scaling for free, then, you know, that is danger for the side of Supernova. They're going to at least look for their counter pick of choice into the Sion with an Aatrox for Stray. Supernova still, in terms of priority junglers, they've the Vi and Nefiri have been banned back to back all 3 games. Orianna is the blind pick of choice for Asila here.
Look, I'm an Orianna enjoyer. This is a strong champion, but at this level, it's really hard to play a mid that is that immobile. So I really like to see this from Luminosity Gaming early on. Take the Lucian. I'm expecting to see Emilio or Nami here. Likely the Emilios, that's been the most popular combo. And now, get Orianna that is flashless. You have the ability to really hunt, whether it is a Scion. You're going to have to find someone, by the way, in this draft that can actually catch a Scion. I feel like Supernova really forcing, maybe pressuring Rhino to just throw down a Nautilus now, if they actually want to find a lane that can play in a Lucian Emilio. Also someone that can catch a Naut. Would rather have Rel in that department, but no, not going to be the Nautilus, of course. Just going to be the Lulu. If you're going to play Nautilus and Lucian Emilio, you really have to win those first couple levels. If not, things get grim. Lulu does have priority in those first few levels, and I would love to see an Aphelios ban come out from Deos and Luminosity Gaming, which, knowing them and doing their homework, that'd be good homework against Shogo, who's always been an Aphelios player. Actually won one of their games on Aphelios Milio earlier on in the split, so definitely something that can pair up with Lulu and plays well in the Lucian. Would love to see that ban here.
Otherwise, it's a Jinx ban that I would imagine, because that would be the probably next best AD carry you want to see paired up with something like a Lulu to get the benefit of the whimsy there. Zeri also another option that's what Luminosity Gaming are going to focus instead.
So the thing about the Jinx and the Aphelios, both are immobile going up against the Lucian. And of course the Culling, when you get that powered up by Demilio later on, can do some serious cooking in the bot lane. Knowing Shogo, I feel like this game you would rather have the Aphelios with what is showing at the moment. But of course, that Lilia, it's still getting through the draft here, Rafa. Usually, Lilia's not the best pairing with Lucian Milio, but Sion can sometimes be enough to hold the door, especially if you have a mid laner that can bring some CC as well. There's
the Aphelios ban. Here's where my mind's at.
Jinx probably or Ashe.
I'm not even looking at the AD carry pick for Shogo. I'm looking at Supernova, the fact that they don't have a front line. And Keel's going to be forced to pick a tank more than likely. That means if you want to, like, obviously Lilia would be great into a tank, but you could easily go for Kindred here if Tomio plays it and feels comfortable on it, because you're going to benefit from the Melio Campfire as well. Not quite, you know, the Cloud9 Thanos comp that they used to pull out back in the day in summer 23, but, you know, Kindred Melio, always a good setup. However, knowing that Orianna and Jinx without Flash are sitting ducks, a Jarvan with the Cataclysm would be insanely based from Tomio.
The Annie, please pick Annie Insanity. I think that this is based. This pick is really strong right now. Yep, I like this draft a lot for Luminosity Gaming. I would like the Kindred here for Tomio too. We've seen it set up really well by the Annie, Rafa. A real chance to just have a drive-by gank, but take 3 camps, go mid. Annie can support you. Instead, it's going to be the Wukong. That brings a little bit of support, a little bit more space for the front line than something like a Kindred. So I do think that we found a good amount of CC to protect this Lucian Milio as Luminosity Gaming. And now all the cards are in Keel's pockets to see what he can pull out against this Wukong. As
we're saving counterpick for a tank. I mean, oh, is he dipping into the Dardoch tech?
Okay.
Mundo jungle.
You had to find something that could catch a Scion ult. I don't mind it for Keel, as I think that this struggles a little bit into the Wukong damage is kind of negligible. It is a kind of a low damage comp for Luminosity Gaming too. So I can see a world where if Mundo, Aatrox, Lulu, if they are able to kind of survive and thrive, the Annie burst doesn't come down and one-shot them, that could be good. I'm just really concerned for Supernova because their engage is really weird this draft, man. Like, I don't know how they actually engage a fight. There's no ball carrier.
On the side of Supernova, yeah, you really don't.
There's no ball carrier.
Supernova has to be the first one to an objective setup because it's hard to. I mean, like you can walk in right as Mundo and at least tank some CC on the way in with your passive, but yeah, I'm definitely sharing some of the concerns here. It's kind of cool to see, you know, a Mundo pick up for Keel. I mean, he got the first-hand experience of the beating of the Mundo when he locked in Desire pretty early in the draft, and Dardoch really showed him, you know, what's up with the Mundo counterpick. Not quite the same story since it is into the Wukong, but if the idea is, you know, damage-wise, it's pretty low after the initial burst and wave from the side of Luminosity Gaming. Maybe if this game goes late enough, this Mundo can feel like Thanos on the Rift.
That has to be the idea, right? With the, hey, let's just never die with Lulu, Orianna, Jinx.
There's a lot of shields, a lot of healing.
I mean, Lucian can sneak in a Serpent's Fang, which it doesn't feel the best, but it's, I think, kind of valuable against the Ori Lulu. Maybe.
Yeah, because Tomio's not building in on Wukong. He wants to go for bruiser items, so...
we're probably not going to see that one, though, until, like, way late.
Yeah.
I just, like, again, when I'm Supernova, there is zero way that you can actually engage a fight. Like, we're talking... There's nothing. Which makes me very concerned. Yeah, like, you have to wait for Luminosity Gaming to make a play and hope that your punch back is big enough to actually win, which... can be really tough, especially against Annie. We've seen the upfront damage of Annie.
Oh, Sandy might have to burn Flash here. He has to flash the next Cleaver. Oh, okay. All right, well, he flashes away in time after, but takes a lot of damage off the back of it. Doesn't have a chance to immediately base. Yeah, and Keel, just knowing the power of Mundo level 1, Tomio is going to go for the cross trade here, but Mundo clear speed is insanely fast on single target camps with that Q doing a massive percentage of current HP, and then with the E steroid spam, ooh, Mundo is going to clear this bot side jungle super fast.
It should just be a trade, though, as the Aatrox needs some levels to start pushing the Scion around in the top lane, so... could just be vertical jungling, which, hey, does help out the Jinx Lulu a little bit. Jinx Lulu, early levels, you can be okay against the Lucian Milio. Like, Lucian Milio needs a few levels in order to really start being able to push around this lane. Lulu just brings so much more to the lane than Lucian and Milio, as looks like Rhino actually burned a proactive heal, and they do have that Lucian Milio under the turret.
Start. Oh, Keel can just look for a flash to Sandy. He's overstepped in the neutral lane state. Clips him with the briefcase. Oh, baby. Keel's going to pick up first blood on this Mundo. And one of the few tank junglers that if you get a lead like this, it is going to feel painful for the enemy team.
Taking care of business, Keel is, as, you know, he's seeing what he can do with that new investment he just picked up in the mid lane. That was... Insanity with no flash standing there, I'm kind of speechless for it. His jungler is on the other side of the map.
I feel like you're
just there in the lane.
You're a moment away from doing the
No, nothing will quite get that reaction out of me the way the Tane did. Again, you're in the neutral part of the lane, that far up, flashless. Your jungler is on the top side. I feel like that's where you have to hover. It made that gank way too easy for Keel. As of course being further to the right. No room. Didn't buy the time, buy the space to maybe see the Mundo coming. It's now the Mundo.
Okay.
Gonna come down here and make sure that this could be a nice freeze here for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, Rhino's definitely willing to tank some HP, and it's not even necessary. As we look back at the replay, Insanity suddenly gets hit in the face by a briefcase from out of Fog of War, and suddenly realizes, well, that's
He
a
was
lawsuit.
clearing those camps. Yes, he would have been on the Raptors at that timer. That's right. Anyway, as you can tell, that top lane matchup, Fake God doing all right at the moment. Again, Aatrox needs levels to really start pushing around. This Scion needs to throw those levels into the queue. But the fact they've set Insanity so far behind already on this Annie, because we have seen Annie with a lot of the changes that she's gotten in the last 2 patches actually be quite a problem on the Rift.
Oh, Stray's got to be careful. Immediately flashing away from Tactical as he tried to burn his own flash. I don't think he was able to get the full electrocute proc. Stray being able to escape out of range of the rest of the Lucian damage. So that is now a flashless Tactical on this Lucian. Unfortunately for the side of Supernova, not the easiest thing to punish here unless you send a Silo with a shockwave right on top of it, but Tactical and Zeyzal should be fine as Stray is forced to remain in this 1v2 against Lucian and the Melio.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Fake God, of course, in the 1v2 himself in the bot lane. That's a lot of better of a scenario for the Scion than it is for the Aatrox. So I think map state at the moment a little bit better for the Luminosity Gaming. That said, it is the Dragon on the bottom side of the map at 520. So that first Drake will be going over to not the Jinx Lulu team because they opted into reset. They're going to go top, and we'll see. I mean, Keel could find this leash actually for himself.
He walks into the bot river. Right now, he's hovering a Silo to make sure... Or actually, Silo's not even mid lane. He's just hovering in this line brush. He has no idea that this Dragon is being secured. Is he trying to look for some poke damage on the Zeyzal instead? Okay, well, gonna run into Fake God and Zeyzal in this cross.
This is weird overall.
Yeah.
Now Insanity has to go top, so they did lose out on the Dragon. Supernova did, but they get a wave in top for Aatrox. So, like, overall, just ends up being a little bit awkward. So, we Supernova able to get a wave in as the Dragon is taken. As now Luminosity Gaming recovering on the map. Bot lane has to be careful.
Tactical no flash, remember, finds the first briefcase, gets the dash out of the Lucian, Cozy Campfire, keeping him healed up here, and at least able to escape. No need to burn any additional summoner spells from the side of Luminosity Gaming. So Supernova not able to really find much with that gank.
And Tactical gonna get a nice trade back onto Rhino. As Zeyzal did leech some XP off mid, so is a little bit ahead of Tactical at the moment in terms of that. That's okay. Milio, the Enchantresses, it's all right if they get going in terms of items, because their first few items actually, if you get like an early Echoes or an early Moonstone, can actually be somewhat significant, impacting fights. So, not to mention level is really important, getting more points into the heals, the shields too. So, both looks like our solo laners. We're gonna had a couple minutes of weird lanes there. I think that the swap that was initiated by Luminosity Gaming was correct for the Lucian and Milio, getting them out of that lane temporarily. And then, of course, finding Scion in the 1v2 is kind of Scion's happy place. But now you can see a few more levels in for Aatrox versus the Scion matchup, and Stray having a much better time.
Now level 7 here. The Stray just want to force an all-in, knowing that Tomio was spotted on the bottom side of the map with that ward in the Raptor pit. Stray now looking for it, able to get himself out of the or Fake God was able to get out of the Infernal Chains, but there is a flash from Fake God, just waiting until Zeyzal joins the fight, turns it around with the Unstoppable Onslaught. No way, the Decimating Smash kills him, right? Oh my goodness, Fake God, not even concerned, not even scared. Zeyzal coming up to equalize the difference there, and Stray falls in the top lane.
I can't even blame my top laner for going down there. If I'm with Stray, man. Stray had that 1v1-1, but it was not a fair fight. Milio came, set that campfire up in the top lane. The Aatrox ends up falling.
Rhino trying to help make the difference here by helping Asila hold this freeze against Insanity. He already popped Tibbers here, but just the pressure of it alone forces Asila to absorb the wave under the tower. The priority gained from that kill on the top lane will give Luminosity Gaming a majority, if not all 3 grubs. So objective gaming wise, Luminosity up on the board against Supernova.
Rafa?
What's up?
I know that I'm the support player here, but I got a question for you.
Okay.
What's an Oblivion Orb doing in Zeyzal's kit?
Oh no. I hope he knows that Putrefier doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, there's no more Putrefier. I've been down for Putrefier this game if it was still in the game.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
I mean, who is it just for this lane? Are they just really saying screw you, Stray? Like,
I think the heal cut applied there on the Cozy Campfire.
Oh, just from the damage because it's
yes.
bonus. Okay,
yes.
Well, all right.
Okay, we pieced it together. We figured it out.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I mean, there is value.
For what it's worth,
it's Putrefier
would apply from the healing and the shields, right? But
yes.
if the damage from, you know, your passive and your Cozy Campfire applies the Oblivion Orb, okay, then it's
we pieced it together. It was Sherlock and Watson, you know?
I'm happy that you at least felt like you needed to ask me, you know, for confirmation on that.
I believe in you.
Oh boy, it's okay. Zeyzal knows what he's doing. He's just gonna sit on the Oblivion Orb and then build towards what did you say? Either
Echoes
Moonstone?
and Moonstone, yeah.
Likely
to be
Hellia's Echoes or Moonstone. Yeah.
Of course, we'll see. I'm so concerned this game. Like, I just don't know how Supernova ever like pulls a fight. I really feel like if you're gonna play Mundo Aatrox, you cannot play Jinx. Like, I know Ashe is really tough to play in Illusion Milio, but I think Supernova kind of backed themselves into a wall with this Mundo pick and with this draft. As the Jarvan that you were kind of highlighting, I mean, at least then you can pull the trigger, like have a ball carrier. But this is a game where your best engage is a Shockwave with no ball carrier, or just hopefully running someone down, going up against a pretty sound identity in terms of Annie plus Wukong, and then Lucian Milio behind. So I just think like we're seeing Supernova. I don't know what plays they can even look for on the map. Like that really is my concern, because I don't know what fights they're even going to be able to take, given the chance they have, because they just straight up can't force a fight.
You know what they can do, Matt? They can run at them. Is it going to work? I don't know. But that's all I'm drawing up right now, looking at this composition. And for Supernova,
I think that's why Keel's on the phone. He's like, Ashe, please enchant a Crystal Arrow off map. I need
an orbital call right now. Keel is going to press the gas forward, but Tomio just answers into the backline by popping the Cyclone, and Shockwave wasn't even used by Asila there. So Keel is forced to flash away, and that's the second Dragon of the game going over to Luminosity Gaming. Meanwhile, FakeOdd is doing his damnedest to keep himself sustained on the top side of the map, and he's doing a damn good job of doing it.
Second Drake picked up. It's a little bit of gold in the pockets of Luminosity Gaming. And Jinx is getting big, but again, there's no engage for Supernova. At some point in League of Legends, you gotta force a fight. I don't know how they're able to force a fight.
All right, 2 words, Matt.
Camille into Sion. That's 3. That would have helped.
Well, there's no Camille this game, Matt. I hate to burst your bubble. You have to work with what Supernova have on their side. And so here's my 2 words. Hang on. Shockwave, run into Sanity. Looks like it was just a poke hold. 2 words. Sombrero Flash. Boom. Asila's going to have to send it. He's going to have to send it. Yep.
I mean, appropriate too, because after this, Supernova find themselves in Cancun until summer. So
hang on. They still got to play
CLOL.
CLOL.
They got CLOL, right? I know.
They got CLOL. Yeah.
Hey, no, maybe that's it. They're hiding what Engage they would have taken with his composition for Maryville tomorrow. That's it.
They're like, all right, guys, you know what? We got our game 1 win against Luminosity Gaming. You know, we cannot show Maryville for free.
Do we need the confidence boost or no? As the game 1 was the confidence boost, that was enough. They can't show too much. And we're obviously joking a little bit here, but
yeah,
of course, like the identity of the draft a little bit better for Luminosity Gaming and their CLOL champion coach in Deos, as his win last split with Slew was honestly one of the cooler emotional moments I've ever seen from a team that won a game, as it meant a lot to Winston, who was grinding this game out for a while. So
yeah,
that was a neat one to be a part of. But we'll see who ends up hoisting that trophy in North Carolina in a few weeks. Of course, that would be CLOL, though. NACL, this is the last game of the regular season. If you guys are just joining us, stakes of this matchup actually reasonably high for the last game. Supernova, we will not see them in playoffs. They are not in relegation, but of course, Luminosity Gaming do need to win this game to get a week off for themselves, as a win here would secure a bye.
All right, well, Matt, you asked for Engage, and I told you, run at them. Bam! That's how you get it done. Keel puts away the phone, throws down the briefcase, but now Rhino could be in trouble, and he's not a tanky support. He's a Lulu, but thankfully with the Wild Growth gives him that extra HP and the knock up the stall, the Engage from Luminosity Gaming. So they walk out scot-free. Not able to take out the tier 1 turret on the top lane just yet, but Asila roaming over to the top side maybe could give them the numbers advantage they need. Tomio gonna face check an Orianna here. Gotta be careful not to get scooped up by the shockwave, but it seems like Tomio with that Sunder Sky Rush, not a Trinity Force that we normally see out of Wukong jungles, is gonna be just that much tankier and more deceptively harder to kill with the extra sustain, as Tomio is still looming around on the top side, waiting for members to dwindle on Supernova's side, since 2 of them just base, and now Tomio can send it onto Asila with the Cyclone. No. Shockwave is going to scoop up Tomio, but he can flash forward, guarantee the kill, and now Keel, what can he do? He's got briefcases, but his car has left. It's back in the shop, and Supernova can't do anything about it to save their mid laner and their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, the kill goes over to Zazel himself. They're on the support. I think he'll take that one. Not bad. As Supernova, and they were able to find the numbers in the dive. That was a fight they were able to force. But again, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, that have numbers, and there is no hard CC outside of a polymorph and Jinx traps, and those are not really engaged tools, right? I've seen good flash polymorph engages, but those are few and far between, Rafa.
So what you're telling me is either Asila or Rhino has to send it for the boys. Flashing forward into multiple
Lulu, my
people.
Kitten, please flash it and polymorph that man.
Flashing, Wild Growth yourself. Get the AoE knockup. And then Shockwave on top of it.
I forgot about Wild Growth. That's hard CC technically. Good call, Rafa.
I mean, okay, you know what? Let's really theory craft this one in. If Keel obviously had to take Flash this game, but if he had been able to take like Ghost, he runs in with the whimsy movement speed, speeds on in, Wild Growth knocks them up, then the Shockwave, boom. That's your engage right there, Supernova.
You know, there was actually an LCK meta where they played Diana Yasuo with Lulu's support, and they would trigger the Yasuo ult off the Diana going in, and they'd Wild Growth, then Yasuo ult, and then Diana ult to make sure that everyone was held in place.
God.
We're really going to throw ourselves back. That was many seasons ago.
Oh, Keel. Hey, hang on. Blast Code engage. Bam! That's the distance closed right there. But Keel is able to at least get a decent amount of damage off of Fake God's health bar. Insanity's still waiting in the shadows, and this Line Brush has flash. Looks for it!
Insanity!
3-man Timbers drops the nuke right on top of Shogun Rhino's face. Tomio sending it with the Cyclone right on the back. Asila gonna go down next. And Luminosity Gaming just wiped out 4.
Again, like Supernova have no ability to pull the trigger. It feels like they're just kind of waiting, and or at least it was Luminosity Gaming waiting until they got close enough to punish and Insanity. Well, that's a nice chunk on the Stray. Dragging going to be secured. Luminosity Gaming playing in all 3 lanes. Robin, what started off as a pretty exciting game 1 for Supernova, where they played quite well. It just feels like they kind of lost the gas in this series again. I don't like this draft from them. I really don't see a way that they can start a fight. And we have seen Luminosity Gaming. They have a lot more sound ways to start fights. And I couldn't even use my Scion favorite joke of hot soup coming through, because it was actually just the Tibbers that set up for the Wukong, the Scion to connect, and that fight wasn't very close.
And the fact that it was only a 4,000 gold lead for Luminosity Gaming that triggered the pity prizes coming out for Supernova just goes to show how far gone this game is. Now, Fake God is in trouble, however, still has a flash. And once again, it's Zeyzal on the Emilio coming to the rescue of this Scion. Look at the healing on this guy. The fact that just one Ocean Dragon plus the amount of HP that Fake God has and the shields that he's getting, you just cannot kill this Scion.
And take another look here. Just waiting for them to get close to that mid-embankment rush. Zeyzal flashed out of the Shockwave. I don't think that Shockwave for Syla. I can't really blame him. Again, Shockwave, you need setup, but that's one of those scenarios where, hey, burning your flash before an objective to get out of an engaged spell and save your health bar a lot of time can be worth it if you're a player at home or maybe someone trying to play some fives with friends. It can be very valuable. Good example there of Zeyzal, who, again, the Syla fishing with that Shockwave. Zeyzal reaction speeds, they were ready, got out of that Orianna R, and no one could escape the Annie-R. I didn't even need to talk about that engage too much, Rafa. Everyone could see that it's 3-man Sabers, the 3-man Sign, and 3-man Wukong. That's pretty clean. Supernova, for someone that can't find a fight, again, they can't create scenarios like that. There's no ball carrier, no one that can, you can be a Shockwave follow-up for secondary engage, or a follow-up on the Chompers, or a Polymorph follow-up, which is like pretty common, right, to keep that CC chain going. There's no initial hard main engage for this Supernova draft to really start a fight like that. And we're really seeing that hurt, because it's not like Supernova got blown out of the water early in this game. It's just that as the game has gone on, it's been Luminosity Gaming to get to choose their fights, because again, they're the team that has the engage tools.
As you alluded to in the draft, we didn't say it explicitly, but Luminosity Gaming have 3 circles, and Supernova have technically 2, but, you know, the delivery of said circles are much easier to pull off for the side of Luminosity Gaming, as a flash AoE stun, a AoE knockup, actually 2 AoE knockups here from Fake God and Tomio that both have ways to close the distance very rapidly. Kind of just trumps what Supernova have in terms of their own engage tools, since there's no ways to reliably get it onto the important carries of Luminosity Gaming. Keel's going to try to force a 1v1 against Insanity, and to his credit, he is winning. But does he get to have a 1v1 against Emilio and Tomio with the breath of life? And Keel is just, unfortunately, very sad after that one. The rest of his team is not able to walk up and bail a brother out. Supernova are pressed back since they are way behind in gold, and the rest of Luminosity Gaming do away with the top lane and the jungler, and now it's the Thornbound Otacon as their prize.
Well played. As Zeyzal on the Emilio, it feels like it might be a sneaky Zeyzal MVP for the series here, Rafa. He was really big on the Shen. This Emilio, this has been some of the more impactful healing and shielding that I've seen, just because there have been multiple fights that Tactical joins. We get to see the full kit Emilio come down, and it feels like a second life bar for some of the team members here. Luminosity Gaming, as this Emilio has been massive.
The gold lead still technically 4,000 in favor of Luminosity Gaming, but the map is completely broken open. Thankfully for Supernova, you know, their base has not been breached yet, but still, it does feel like Luminosity Gaming are just moments away, one good fight away from being able to just walk into the base of Supernova and close out the game. What's up?
Was Poppy up? I mean, Skarner was up, but she just played Skarner.
I mean, that's why I thought it was curious that we were saving a jungle counter pick for the very end, and I thought, yeah. You know what? I remember seeing someone ask the question: does Breath of Life cleanse Skarner Impale? Yes. Okay, it does. All right. It made me doubt, because in my head I was like, yeah, that should be obvious, but then I was like, I don't know. It doesn't.
Don't doubt yourself, King. You knew that one. As Fake God gonna take a few autos that don't do a ton of damage, and
he's
Insanity.
In darkness. No one knows. Supernova,
Boy.
look out! It's the boogeyman. Insanity goes right for Shogo's head with the flash stun. And even though the polymorph came through and denied Tibbers from coming out right away, it still arrives all the same, just like Thanos. And Luminosity Gaming is going to continue marching down into the base. Keel trying to hold the line for now, but it can't do it alone against the full 5 strength members of Luminosity Gaming. Now it's down to Silas Stray and Rhino to try and defend any remnants of the base here. And to their credit, Luminosity Gaming has still not been able to breach the base just yet. They're going to look for the outer turrets instead.
Well, this might be a rough one to try and wrap up here, as it was a really hot start for Supernova. We thought that we could see a surprise, could see a change in the standings here on the last day, Rafa, but no dice for Supernova, as they're going to save their engage for hopefully some better drafts this weekend. And again, this kind of felt like this game was, we were kind of waiting for the demise of Supernova, who again just they don't have control over the game. They can't pull the trigger, they can't find their own fights, and now with the Chemtech Soul, that demise getting closer and closer as Rhino.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Well
yeah, that's
played, Tactical.
Hey guys, Melio, Lucian, Electrocute, 2 items. That's tough for Rhino there.
Oh, Rafa, you know who used That's Tough the other day at a cast with me? Grapes. I've corrupted more people.
Let's go!
Yeah, I've corrupted more people. Let's go.
I mean, poor Andrew has been, working overtime with LPL and CLOL. I too would also express that's tough.
And his other job, shout out to Grapes.
True.
He's, night-lifing League of Legends right now. His Tactical going to dive in. Oh my goodness.
That's
his own barrier. Some help from
Zazel. That was filthy. Tactical is just stunning on Shogo. I mean, he definitely has every right to this game since they're super accelerated. Can look for these plays. Asyla and the rest of Supernova getting cornered off here and isolated. The flash shockwave from Asyla looks for at least one and gets Tactical. That's a consolation prize, but the rest of Supernova is falling. Keel is splitting on the top side of the map, saying, screw it, I'm getting myself some gold. Has finished the unending despair. It is a 1v4. And you know what? It's enough for Luminosity Gaming to not go for the base end.
Keel standing on business, baby. No, yeah, they can't end this one, but still. Likely to wrap this up. The second inhibitor being worked on. Tactical. 15 seconds left. Not going to get the second inhibitor, but yeah. Let's see. Find the more interesting thing to talk about, actually. Congrats to Grapes, of course, someone that a lot of people would know on NACL. He is daylighting as working on legit sports. I believe it's CBS Sports or something like that. He's covering some baseball as a producer. Shout out to him. That's pretty sweet. Definitely got to catch up with him. And still doing LPL overnights with that. So talk about someone that's on the grind. That's the real grind right there.
Ladies, I'm just saying, Grapes has range. Going from the this very slow and cool style of baseball commentating to then the very fast-paced action of oh, wait a minute.
Maybe.
I actually don't remember if Grapes is taken or not. My bad.
We're getting real out there if this is our topic conversation here in this match.
I was just trying to be nice and be a wingman for my homie, but if he's taken, that's my bad.
You're correct. Meanwhile.
Okay, Luminosity Gaming gonna try to close this one out as they try to lock down this Mundo. Very difficult task to do, as the ultimate is working overtime and ensuring that Keel does not get completely blown out of the water here. But still, Supernova are down 9,000 gold. It is a monumental task to try and come back from this state, and Luminosity Gaming should have all the tools necessary to make this one possible. Shogo gets knocked up and blown to smithereens. Good night, Shogo. Good night, Supernova. The rest of Luminosity Gaming should now have the tools necessary to be able to close this one out. I know I've said that like 5 or 6 times in the past 6 minutes with every single fight that Luminosity Gaming have gotten, but you know what? Damn it should be now. Nexus turrets falling. Rest of Supernova trying to find a last stand here, or a Hail Mary. It's not going to happen. Luminosity Gaming, they're just going to play with their food here, pad the KDA stats, and delay this game even more, just because they are going to have a blast and end their season in style as they find another kill onto Keel's Mundo Jungle. And Luminosity Gaming, all right, guys, come on. We're having fun here. Do Supernova as this service. We got to be merciful here. Meanwhile, Luminosity Gaming finished the series 2-1.
Plus 50 for Fake God and Luminosity Gaming. Well, we're going to talk to them here in a second to get that winner's interview, but props to them. They just earned themselves a week off. No games next, or at least extra time off, as they're going to find themselves with the bye in the latter round of playoffs. And well-deserved for Luminosity Gaming, who, again, we have had that 3-headed Hydra in NACL. The only team that's actually been able to take a series off of any of the top 3 teams was Winthrop University, that did take the series off of Near Airport, and that is really the difference in who our top 2 seeds are. as we get to the end of our regular season.
True. Well, the result that we expected arrived, not in the way that we, thought it was going to play out, but, it ends all the same. I still think it was really cool for Supernova to find that first game win of the series, being able to execute their win conditions and play out to the direction that they wanted for themselves here. But Luminosity Gaming, at the end of the day, look at that result of the first game win, and they're like, all right, time to get down to business. Let's lock in for real. And yeah, they take care of the series back-to-back games.
Yeah, and again, Luminosity Gaming, I did like that Game 3 draft a lot. I know that we were a little bit rightfully critical of Supernova taking a draft with no engage, but Luminosity Gaming had a much better identity with their draft and did manage to pay off despite Insanity going down a few times early on. Did, of course, lose that flash level 1. This was a bad death here. But hey, those engages with Tibbers, with Tomio, and Fake God to follow up really nicely, too, ended up paying off later on. Look at where Zeyzal is in this fight, Rafa.
At mid lane T1.
And they start walking now, and Fake God's like, yeah, guys, help out. I need help now.
Because he already knows that, hey, Stray just hit level 7.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
going to force an all-in on me right here. Oh,
That's
my goodness.
Crazy.
And he's booking it. Like, Zeyzal is booking it, whereas Keel is trying to leash himself red buff because he's like, oh, dude, this is sick. My top lane is going to get a solo kill. Wait a second. Oh
my
snap.
Goodness. The campfire, the heal, the double shields, and Fake God. I mean, he doesn't even... It doesn't even spam the axe drop on that one because that was all Emilio. I really feel like Zeyzal was actually our player of the series. I don't know who is going to get MVP for this one, but games 2 and 3 I thought were really, really solid and sound from Zeyzal.
Yeah, I mean, like, game 2, player of the game, definitely going to Tomio.
Yeah,
for
Tomio
the
was
Pantheon,
Thanos in that game.
But overall, consistently, Zeyzal was a huge difference. Just the amount of proactive roams he found that were such good timers for Luminosity Gaming.
Emilio.
Yeah, on Emilio, on Shen. God.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Zeyzal. Power of the beard, baby.
Yeah, I mean, really well done. As again, disengaged from Insanity. No engage from Supernova this draft. I think they're going to, at least for Supernova, as some college kids, good advice I got in college that I always give to some folks is sometimes it's as valuable to figure out what you don't want to do in life as it is to figure out what you want to do in life, narrowing it down. I don't think we're going to see this composition from Supernova in the non-fearless draft setting of CeeLo.
At least not this 5-man setup,
I like Mundo jungle. I do. I think there's some value there. It's just that we need to find engage somewhere. Yeah. And Supernova left that engage in the pick ban phase, so...
Yeah, I think once you commit to Lulu Jinx with the setup that you have, and you already have the Aatrox counter pick, it's like, well, your tank jungle needs to have some primary go button.
I mean, if you open with, it was what, Aatrox, Orianna, that's fine, and then Lulu to answer the Milio, that's a lot of roles where you can find engage still up with jungle support, or jungle AD. You just you need engage from the jungle if you're gonna go with that, because like Aatrox, Orianna can't even function on the top side if you can't take any engage out of the jungle. Those are the types of games where something like a Xin Zhao is really good. Of course, Zin's off the table, but of course the next matchup for Supernova, they will be under the Ole Miss banner. They have a biggie tomorrow going up against Maryville in that upper bracket to book their tickets to North Carolina. Best of luck to them with that. I know that we will not be seeing Supernova in playoffs, and we'll have to wait till next split to see Supernova and see what kind of roster they're flying under their banner for that split. But at least for them in the back half of the season, again, they picked up more wins this week than they did in the rest of NACL, and hopefully they can take some of that momentum with them to go over into CeeLo, where we have seen how strong Maryville University can be, but of course we'll be rocking Shimmer in the jungle instead of Yuji, the player that Shogo himself was pinging Quirky, the director of Maryville, to hopefully take out of their series in NACL earlier, because in Shogo's own words, he described Yuji as Thanos. So Shimmer making his really Maryville starting debut as a player that has not played for a CeeLo team, a younger jungler who, funnily enough, actually worked with Rend Bakanai over with that Supernova Dark Matter roster, and has some big games this weekend as he's going to try and secure Maryville that CeeLo championship, something they haven't done in, I believe, 5-6 years now. It's 6 years, yeah.
Damn, it's been you know, quite the drought for such a esteemed organization like Maryville
Strongest
University.
program in collegiate, not just in League of Legends too. Yeah.
Yep. And I know that Maryville University would love to return to that collegiate glory. So Ole Miss, aka Supernova, have the work cut out for them. But, you know, thanking Supernova for their official last series, bowing out from the rest of the season for spring. We will see them again in summer, and best of luck in CLOL, genuinely from the bottom of our hearts. You know,
I've said I will be co-streaming this week. I didn't. I had a lot of matches to cast. My voice was a little bit but I have no more to cast until Monday. So I am co-streaming tomorrow. Really excited to have those best of fives for collegiate. There'll be some bangers. So
and
with that said, that's enough about them. We got to focus on the team that we still have in playoffs here, Rafa, and we have a fun interview coming up. You want to announce it?
Luminosity Gaming's victorious jungler, aka Mr. Tomio, aka Medio C2, the man, the myth, the legend himself. All right, Tomio. What is
Raptors
good, brother?
On? You're a Raptors fan?
Yeah, I mean, I had to jump on
so
the bandwagon after they won.
I'm so sorry for you, man. Of course, Kawhi, that win was pretty sweet. But hey, Tomio, as we dig in, of course, game one, you guys dropped, had to dig deep, find that best of three, did manage to secure that bye in playoffs. So got to say, you know, what's that mean to you guys? Of course, the last time we saw you and this core in NACL, you were the back-to-back champions in the jungler to beat, securing that bye going into playoffs. It certainly feels like you guys are going in as a team to beat yet again. What's it been like in the back half of the regular season, taking care of business with a lot of these series on a 7-match win streak to wrap up?
Yeah, I'd say it's been good so far. Enjoying the process. Feels actually exactly old times, you know. It's actually not good to go undefeated. You actually need to lose games to actually win the championship. That's the mojo that we're running here. So we actually purposely choose to lose game ones because we need our endurance up for the best of fives. And you know what they say, you don't want to be a one-bum Trump in the playoffs. You don't want to get swept. So we have to go to game 3 and make sure our endurance is getting tested. So shout out to my team and the staff for coming in with the plan that we set up.
Was that part of the Deus presentation today, Tomio? And also, good news for you, it is double elimination in the playoffs. So, you know, it's not just going to be a one series and out for you guys. But any highlights for the Deus presentation today for you guys?
I mean, I'd say not really. The only highlight that I wish he changed was he keeps putting us as Gen G, but we're trying to be like Hall One Life Esports. So he doesn't really listen or change the presentation. But, you know, a coach's job is not to play the game. So they have to really dial in on that aspect, or we'll be finding a new one.
Oh, Deus, you know, just better stay on your toes and listen to your players. They're making clear demands here, and if you don't respect it,
better step up those word art skills for the presentation. You know?
Quick question though for you, Tomio. Obviously, it's been a while since we've been able to interact since last year, and obviously, you know, being in a position that was not ideal at the end of summer split in LCS, what were some of the reflections that you took with you during the off season as you got ready for the spring season of NACL?
I mean, I'd say overall, you know, it's not like something to be hidden, like things didn't go well. I mean, I still enjoy competing and still look forward to try to make it back and not really discouraged even after how things went in 2024 summer. And I'm still confident in my level of play and still looking forward to win NACL, and especially with the +1 tournament at the year for relegation. So that will be pretty exciting to look forward to and prepare for. So there's just some ambition still playing League, and in life, just like not only League, you should always be looking forward to wake up to something to reach for, whether it's just working out every day or becoming the best piano player, etc.
Are those some things that you're chasing right now with working out or playing piano, Tomio? What has your ambition or your focus outside of League of Legends when you have to take a break from this game?
I'd say if I'm not playing League, definitely focus on fitness and my own goals.
It's good.
Working out and reading some books because, you know, it's been like 5 years, 6 years since I went to school, so gotta make sure my brain is still leveling up, even though AI is kind of taking over in the world. So we really can't be letting AI take over the world, and
I'm with you.
Really
It's a
gotta level up our
concern
brand.
for me too, as a marketing major, because they're coming after a lot of marketing jobs, you know?
Yeah. Also, yeah, NACL, I'm getting a lot of good practice in, honestly. So it's really amazing these days. I'd say so, the least. I don't know why I added that in, but
Neither. Usually players don't talk about solo queue with good practice, but I'm glad that you might have, been finding some of that in there.
yeah, of course.
I mean, you've dropped a couple truth bombs already in this interview, which I'm always a big fan of, and how you're always, very, very blunt with your thoughts here. Before I let you go, I actually have one more question, but if you don't want to spill the sauce, that's totally fine. Do we see a return of the Tomio Bear in playoffs?
The bear? What is the bear?
The Volibear, bro.
Volibear? Oh, yeah. I mean, potentially. I mean, you will see Rengar. You will see potentially. I don't know if I can say this, but you will see. Hold on, what was the champ that we played like 5 times?
I feel like every jungler is just viable in your pool, right?
You'll see a Kiana soon. We have a Kiana comp.
Okay.
That we really are cooking up here. So.
Oh, I love
my
that.
goodness.
I mean, today we need to play Maokai because we have to show people that I'm still the best Maokai, even though we lost. So maybe they'll think about banning it. But if they don't ban it, it'll be a W for us.
I mean, according to you purposely lost that first game, so that was the strat, right? To make people believe, oh, okay, we can give this guy Maokai right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
there you go.
We're famously known for losing game 1s, and that's legit intentional. Whether you believe it or not, it's actually intentional. Because we're confident that we can win the next 2 games no matter what. And even if we lose the series, doesn't matter. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th seed, it doesn't matter. 1st seed, it's just a number. In the end, you have to beat everybody.
That is true. That is true, Tomio. Any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give before we say goodbye to you, the rest of the regular season, and before we see you again in playoffs?
I'd say, honestly, shout out to my team. I said this last time, but for real, shout out to them. They thickened it out and toughed it out. It was a late night game, and things got messy, but we were still able to come out on top. Shout out to Coach Deos. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but shout out to him. He invited me to his baby shower, and
cool.
Yeah, because we live in Toronto together, so I'm looking forward to see him for the first time in my life, in real life, outside of on camera. And shout out you guys on the NACL cast. I don't know if the reason, but just shout out to you guys.
Thank you,
Tomio. You showing love, casting the games, and I'm sure it's not easy, talking about League of Legends for 2, 3, even 5 games in BO5. So I really appreciate that. Without you guys, then games would just be playing without anybody talking. So appreciate you guys. That's about it.
Well, we appreciate you, Tomio, and we do it for, just like you, the love of the game. So, and it definitely makes it a lot easier when you guys give us a show. So, thank you. That means a lot. Again, thank you for your time, Tomio, and we'll see you in playoffs, buddy.
Enjoy the weekend of the bye you guys got. Congrats,
thank you, appreciate it. See you guys. Yeah. Peace.
Always a favorite. I will say the first time I talked to Tomio was back in 2020 or 2021. Shout out to Summer. We did the Proving Grounds pod, and after we wrapped that one up, he gave like the most heartfelt goodbyes, whatever you guys do in life, best of luck. So fun to see Tomio, still trying to give the heartfelt goodbyes. And hey, we got to give a heartfelt goodbye to the regular season ourselves. Our standings are set, our playoff picture is set. The 2 teams that have to earn their way back into an ACL before summer are set, and we're ready to say goodbye.
That's right. But before we close out the show and take a look at our final standings and, schedule for upcoming playoffs, we gotta find out who the MVP of the series is. So roll the credits, and it's Fate God.
I mean, he was big in the loss on the Jace, too, even though they dropped.
True.
The Scion was pretty large and in charge in Game 3 as well. Fate God put together 3 good games, and I gotta say, for me, it probably was Zazel. If I had to give a highlight, Tomio was definitely the Pogga game too, but Fate God did bounce back with the help of Zazel and Tomio in that top lane to have a big Gwen game as well. So Fate God, again, continues to be a very powerful top laner that we have in NACL. someone that he feels like he's improved maybe the most this past split than he has in the last like 3-4 years playing. And we have seen really good looks from Fake God on the Rift. So I know that a lot of fans of LTA North or LCS have an opinion of Fake God from the time that we've seen there. But hey, whenever we see him here, he is the back-to-back champion of the last 2 splits that he has played in NACL and continues to look good on this team moving forward.
That's right. Hey, I still have very fond memories of the one Shopify series they took out Dignitas, where Fake God went turbo nuclear on Gnar in game 2. So I still believe in Fake God to find a way back into tier 1 one day and continue the growth that he is, clearly showing in this split alone as he returns to NACL with the side of Luminosity Gaming and ex-Shopify Rebellion members, as well as Tactical, joining from Immortals. But for us, it is time to close out the show, starting with our final standings. Everything is now locked in, folks. Here we go. Your final placements for all 10 teams in the standings. It is Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Luminosity Gaming taking the first 2 seeds, meaning that they will get those playoff buys. Near Airport, Conviction, CCG Esports, and Winthrop University will be our first 4 teams in that first round of the playoffs, whereas Blue Otter, Supernova at 7th and 8th seed will not go to the promotion relegation tournament, but they will make a return to NACL in the summer split. And for Apex Mission Impossible and Polestar, they tried their best. They will have to play in the promotion relegation tournament. We'll see if they can take their learnings they got from their very first split of the NACL and their taste of tier 2 play, and see if they can, take upon that and use it to win their way back into summer split.
I will say with that lens, of course, shout out to Conviction, as they were an OQ team qualified for NACL. And again, used to seeing a couple of those players in the league, but to take 4th in their first split in the league, definitely kudos over to that roster, as I feel like going into the season, Rafa, we expected the top 3 to look like this. We expected the bottom 2, frankly, to look like this, but that middle of the pack feels like Conviction and Winthrop were the 2 teams that really overcame our expectations. And then, of course, CCG, who are in playoffs at that 5 seed, that was a really competitive series against Conviction. I think that game 3 they definitely threw could have been winnable for CCG, so expecting a very tight best of 3 between those 2 teams this upcoming week.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun rematch to see if we get it in the round of playoffs, as next week's schedule coming your way. Here we go, y'all. It is a big graphic, a lot of things to look at, but most important things, May 15th, that is when we return on the NACL broadcast, starting with 2 back-to-back best of 3s in that upper bracket. Conviction rematch against CCG, and the Near Airport rematch against Winthrop University. 2 dynamite best of 3s that ended, quite frankly, not in the results that we were expecting as a broadcast team going into the day. I mean, Conviction CCG, definitely a bit more 50-50 split, but Near Airport definitely were the favorites of that series. The fact that Winthrop University found that upset over them makes the rematch that more exciting. It will also continue into the next day, Matt, May 16th, with the winners of those 2 respective series taking on Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Luminosity Gaming, respectively.
I mean, honestly, man, it's so wild to think that, of course, in our single best of 3 round robin regular season format, the first round of playoffs features 2 rematches from games we had in the final week of the regular season. That is pretty crazy. So of course, it will be our last week of best of 3s next week, as we then kick off the best of 5s, because if you're playing for your tournament lives or you're playing for a trip to finals, you're playing a best of 5 in our playoff format, which, if you're a fan of NACL, you'll know how fun Fearless Draft gets in the later versions. And if you're a fan of NACL, you'll also remember that we actually dropped bans with our format in games 4 and 5 last year. Game 5 would feature no bans in Fearless Draft. Of course, that's not the case this time around. Will be bans for the entire series, so an even more aggressive version of Fearless Draft, of course, the version that everyone is playing across the globe, going to be played in NACL. And obviously what our playoffs look like is we've really consolidated, again, the 3 best teams we have in NACL. It do feel like our 3 strongest teams, but with UG, of course, going over to Team Liquid and graduating there, it is something where it's like, hey, we aren't really sure, like how strong that Dark Zero Dragonsteel team is going to look, as they have been scrimming this week with the sub squad in, who of course did earn them that first seed. But I feel like if the Dark Zero Dragonsteel team was the team that, again, they didn't lose a single game as a 5-stack in NACL. Be like, okay, they're probably the tournament favorites going forward, but with that change coming in, it really does switch things up and should make for a very exciting playoff picture here in NACL.
It's the big conversation that everyone's going to be asking now that Darkseer, Dragonsteel, are they still at, the top of their power, or are they going to be slightly weaker now with the roster changes? Not to try and, speak ill on, the new players coming into the squad, whether it, for the main roster or the sub squad, potentially getting playtime in playoffs. We don't know, right? But if you want to throw your opinion in there and get the conversation rolling, make sure to keep up with all the updates here on our socials at NACL on every single platform, at Watch NACL on X, using the hashtag NACL. We definitely have some time before next week on May 15th, which I believe is a Thursday. So pretty much just barely under a week's time before we start, starting to answer some of those questions. And with Darkseer, Dragonsteel not playing until May 16th, which is Friday, we'll get a chance to see if Darkseer, Dragonsteel is still remaining as immortal as ever with their main roster, or if they can bleed and some of the other teams in our league will have a chance to make a run for the title.
Yeah, again, I hope that it's a good playoff. I really feel like our top 3 teams are solidified, but we had a few surprises in this past week about games being closer. So the playoffs, never know what's going to happen. Rafa, I'm excited to get a front row seat with you later on, and we'll see how our matches pan out next week.
That's right. Well, before we close out the show, we want to remind everyone that we are so thankful to all the co-streamers who help continue bringing more ways for fans to interact with our broadcast. Shout out to our production staff and crew over at Liga ACE for being super smooth with us as broadcast talent and continuously talking to us throughout the process of this regular season. And shout out to the remainder of our broadcast team. You saw 2 of them earlier today in Mazel and Beatdown, as well as Hawk and Desrux. It has been a pleasure working with all these guys again. Been a pleasure working with my boy Matt here on the casting booth again. We've had a lot of series here on NACL. We've had a blast, this entire spring season. We can't wait to see how the story continues to unfold as we head into the playoffs. But for now, enjoy your weekend, everyone. Support C-LOL starting tomorrow and Sunday, because that is also just as exciting in the Tier 2, Tier 3 space. Until next Thursday, stay healthy, stay safe, and see you next time.
See it, they're trying to show up right now. Oh, the flick lands?
Oh, Tenacity is getting chunked now. You just lost a massive front like Kryra.
Whoa!
Goes in for the play. What is this? They are really desperate to get a play before the dragon fight here. And now Kryra, you're not even going to have your jungler. Tenacity already used it, but now Wilson will fall too.
They're still winning.
Late response. Kryra in the pit. He's not going to get it. Secured by Wilson. Bullet time goes wide. Spawn isn't going to find anything. And Denethor going over the wall in a 1v3. Pop Blossom's there, but the world is ending for Darkseer, Dragonsteel. The double flash comes through, and Wilson just running down Tenacity here. And Toad Spawn, they could look to finish this one off. What once was a soaring eagle has been clipped, and now Darkseer, Dragonsteel, they want that first, second seed. They want that win. Niall gonna be very happy as the coach of this squad to come in and finish the job that the premier squad started, and they'll find that first or second seed in the buy-in playoffs.
And a really...
Now he doesn't have a lot of health. Another super minion is here. Their base is burning, but is it going to be enough? Spica goes for the blind play. Finds the kill there. Now on to Adam. Trying to take him down, but he will fall. TP play coming in. Spica got a double kill. They want to try to get the base, but now it's too little, too late. Dr. Calculus trying to go for the play and setting themselves up to be the biggest LG haters of all time. They end up coming in. They needed a 2-0. They handle their side of things. They will mean Polestar go winless in the season, but near airport take the 2-0.
Burn down 6k HP, 5k HP.
They're gonna flip.
4k. Zazel goes in, massive pulverize. Who's gonna secure the Elder Dragon? It's gonna be huge. It's Kill. He's clutch with the Elder Dragon, and pop goes Luminosity Gaming. Task to try and come back from this state, and Luminosity Gaming should have all the tools necessary to make this one possible. Shogo gets knocked up and blown to smithereens. Good night, Shogo. Good night, Supernova. The rest of Luminosity Gaming should now have the tools necessary to be able to close this one out. I know I've said that like 5 or 6 times in the past 6 minutes with every single fight that Luminosity Gaming have gotten, but you know what? Damn it, it should be now. Nexus turrets falling. Rest of Supernova trying to find a last
stand here or a Hail Mary. It's not going to happen. Luminosity Gaming, they're just going to play with their food here, pad the KDA stats, and delay this game even more just because they are going to have a blast and end their season in style as they find another kill onto Keel's Mundo Jungle. And Luminosity Gaming, all right, guys, come on. We're having fun here. If you can do Supernova as this service, we got to be merciful.